quite quickly. Temperatures will drop this evening as the skies stay clear, so it will turn pretty chilly. We'll see again 1 or 2 mist and fog patches forming over parts of northeast England, perhaps, and a bit more clouds spilling in through the night across Northern Ireland and western Scotland, keeping the temperatures up a touch here, but elsewhere close to freezing, even in towns and cities across England and Wales, and a touch below, certainly in rural areas. So a chilly start to Thursday. Again, a little bit of mist and fog here and there. Will be a cloudier day over the highlands of Scotland. Maybe 1 or 2 showers here. And the small chance again of a shower over parts of northern England. But for the vast majority, it's dry and it's sunny. Certainly for England and Wales, plenty of sunshine and temperatures again pretty high. A bit cloudier for Scotland and Northern Ireland, but still dry and bright for the vast majority with temperatures high teens in places, staying fine and staying largely clear as we head through Thursday night and into Friday. Not a great deal of change. At times we will see a bit more cloud spilling in across Scotland and Northern Ireland as we head through Friday and into the weekend, but generally plenty more sunshine to come with temperatures in the mid to high teens by day. Goodbye.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before. It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It's here, the most important statement by a Chancellor of the Exchequer in well over a decade. The spring statement today. This afternoon, Rishi Sunak has a real opportunity to make your money go further. Or does he? Will he rise to the occasion? Or won't he? Will he go down in will this go down in history as another omni-shambles financial statement like George Osborne's, which included the pasty tax?
We'll be live around the country speaking to people and businesses struggling to get by. We'll be in Westminster to hear from punters and politicians, and we will, of course, bring you PMQs and the Chancellor's statement live.
This is our Beat the Squeeze special on the spring statement. But first, it's the GB News headlines.
Thank you. Good morning. It's 1 minute past 11. I'm Miranda Shunker in the GB newsroom. The Chancellor is expected to unveil measures to help struggling households in his spring statement today, with one measure thought to be cutting fuel duty. It's thought Rishi Sunak could raise the income threshold at which people begin to pay national insurance. Pressure is building on the government to ease the burden on the taxpayer amid the deepening cost of living crisis. The energy price cap is to increase by more than 50% in April, and there are plans to increase national insurance contributions to help fund the health service. Meanwhile, the inflation rate has hit a 30-year high, with the consumer price index rate reaching 6.2% for February. Labour have responded by calling Mr Sunak the high-tax Chancellor, claiming he's raised more tax than any other in 50 years.
This is a political decision to increase the pain on families now in order for them to be grateful if the Chancellor manages to cut taxes before the election. We think that's a cynical way to proceed, and the last thing that families need now is an unnecessary tax rise on top of the other cost of living pressures that they're already facing.
But in response, the government says it's already providing £21 billion worth of support to help struggling households. Former Treasury Minister Mark Harper told GB News the Chancellor needs to strike a balance of helping people now, but also keeping an eye on the future of the economy.
As we recover from the pandemic, we've got massive pressures in the health service, and we've got to deal with those backlogs, and we've got to deal with the long-term funding for social care. And I'm afraid if you want to spend the money on those services, you've got to be honest and straightforward about how you're going to pay for it, which is what the National Insurance Rise is for. You can't just keep borrowing money for the foreseeable future.
To Ukraine, where an agreement has been reached to try to evacuate civilians still trapped in towns and cities through 9 humanitarian corridors today. That's according to the Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister. No agreement was made for the besieged city of Mariupol, where 100,000 citizens have been left with no food, water or medicine after Putin's forces surrounded the city. Peace talks between the two sides have been ongoing, but Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says they remain confrontational.
We are continuing to work at different levels to encourage Russia to move towards peace, to end this brutal war. Ukrainian representatives are participating in talks that are taking place virtually every day. It's very difficult, sometimes confrontational, but step by step, we are moving forward.
The Prime Minister has paid tribute to what he calls the heroic efforts of NHS staff. It comes on the 2-year anniversary of the first national COVID lockdown. Boris Johnson also offered his sympathies to those bereaved by coronavirus, saying those who died will never be out of our hearts and minds. P&O Ferries has insisted it didn't commit any offence by firing nearly 800 staff without notice. MPs have asked for an investigation as to whether laws were broken. But the ferry operator said all boats involved were registered outside the UK and the relevant authorities had been notified. P&O Ferries say they're offering more than £36 million in compensation to those who've lost their jobs. One of 2 flight information black boxes has been recovered after Monday's plane crash in southern China. It's said to be severely damaged but could help work out the cause of the crash. No survivors have as yet been found in the wreckage of the flight, which was carrying 132 people. China Eastern has grounded all its Boeing 737-800 jets as a precaution. And the weather is warming up this week, which will be a welcome sight to some, but not for those who suffer from hay fever. Experts warn rising temperatures may cause tree pollen levels to spike across the UK. According to the Met Office, the coming week will see dry, sunny weather with daytime temperatures in the mid to late teens. Well, that's your news update. I'll be back in half an hour with the latest headlines. Now let's return to Liam and Gloria with a special programme on today's Spring Statement.
And welcome back to our GB News Spring Statement special. Energy and food costs are soaring, interest rate rises are making matters worse, and there are big tax hikes on the way. This is our special Beat the Squeeze coverage of Rishi Sunak's Spring Statement, the most important address by a Chancellor to my mind since the 2008 financial crisis.
Over the next few hours, we'll bring you live coverage of both PMQs and Rishi Sunak's Spring Statement, analysis from our political team and reaction from politicians, campaigners and financial experts. Most importantly, we'll hear from people and businesses around the country about the grave financial challenges they're facing.
Well, today it isn't a formal budget, it's a sort of mini budget, so we don't get that traditional posed red box picture, but we do get the next best thing, a tweet. And here's the Chancellor with reams of documents. He says he wants to deliver greater economic security for families across the UK.
It's not just Rishi Sunak who likes a tweet now and then. We asked you on Twitter what you want to hear from the Chancellor later. This isn't a scientific poll, but it does give us a sense of where you, our viewers, are at. Have a look at this, an overwhelming call for the Chancellor to cap energy costs. Nearly 89% of you agree.
And on the question, that vexed question of the coming hike in national insurance, over 84% of our Twitter respondents say that increase isn't fair. It should be ditched.
Send us your views at gbviews@gbnews.uk and we'll get to as many of your comments throughout the show as we can.
Our GB News reporters, they're also out and about as ever across the country. We'll hear from business owners, pensioners, energy bosses, and most importantly, ordinary families who are struggling to get by.
There'll be instant analysis from finance experts here in the studio, breaking down the Chancellor's announcements and telling us what it means for you and me.
And of course, we'll be live at Westminster with our crack political team. GB News political editor Darren McCaffrey, political correspondent Tom Harwood. They'll be grabbing politicians and asking the questions some of them might not want to answer, the questions that you want to ask.
That's all to come over the next 5 hours here on GB News, with continuing analysis into the evening. Well, let's start with Darren and Tom, who are in Westminster live for us. Hello, Darren. Just, if you would, just set the backdrop by which Rishi Sunak makes this statement in about an hour and a half's time.
Yeah, pretty incredible, isn't it? As Liam has touched upon there, Gloria. Normally this is just simply a spring statement, an update on the state of the economy. It has well and truly changed well beyond that. This is essentially going to be quite a significant mini budget in many ways, against that backdrop of the cost of living crisis, against the backdrop of the war in Ukraine. And interestingly, the Chancellor is going to take some action today, but probably not as far as many would want. You have to remember, during the coronavirus pandemic, he said that he would do all that was necessary, essentially, to keep the British economy afloat, to keep people in jobs, to keep people receiving their wages. Now his messaging has changed somewhat. He's going to do what he can, not what wholly he thinks is possible. And I think in large degree that means what we're likely to see is probably that national insurance rise go ahead, that 1.25 rise, which is equivalent of 10%, hundreds of pounds on the average person's bill. That is likely to go ahead, though there could be tweaking, I think, potentially for low-income earners, that it doesn't come in quite at the level as had been expected. There could also be changes, I think, to the income tax thresholds. Again, there might be some movement on that. I think the most significant announcement, though, will come probably on fuel duty. We are likely now to see a cut in that, maybe of 5 pence, maybe a little bit more on things like petrol and diesel at the petrol pump, an immediate easing for people when it comes to the back pocket. But in the end, Rishi Sunak saying today that he wants to build a stronger, more secure economy. I think, note that word secure. We're probably going to hear that time and time again throughout the Chancellor's speech, talking about supporting people during the cost of living crisis, standing by families, and there clearly will be emphasis on Ukraine. And I think that's again where secure comes into place. It'll be interesting how much the Chancellor talks about, particularly an independent energy security policy in the future. As I say, though, Gloria, I feel that the Chancellor will go some way to mitigate many of these cost of living challenges that we face as a country, but he'll probably not go as far as many, even with his own party, would like, particularly on this issue of the national insurance rise. And I bring that up because it is a massive increase on people's taxes at a time when the cost of living is increasing. Senior members of his party wanted to ditch it. He feels that he's got enough political capital, Rishi Sunak, to go ahead with it, in the hope, because he always says, doesn't he, that he is a tax-cutting Chancellor, in the hope that he will be able to cut taxes in the years to come. ahead of a general election.
Tom Harwood, GB News political correspondent. We knew there was a cost of living crisis anyway on your show, on Darren's show, Gloria, myself, all our respective shows on GB News. For months we've been talking about the cost of living squeeze. Then the Russia-Ukraine invasion happened. Global financial markets, commodity prices, food prices, wheat prices went into orbit. This really does feel like a new chapter in British politics, a new grown-up chapter, if you like, when it's all about the economy, stupid.
It certainly is. It's all about the pounds in the pockets of the people of the United Kingdom. And of course, let's not forget, it was only a couple of months ago that the Chancellor stood up at the dispatch box in this building to announce a raft of measures to do with helping people through their energy bills. Well, now that seems like it is nowhere near enough. It's not going to touch the sides of the crisis the country has slid into. And not just this country, of course, but the Western world as well. Of course, as Russia invaded Ukraine, we're moving away from Russian imports. The whole of Europe is moving away from Russian imports of oil and gas, but also lots of other goods are disrupted. We know that Ukraine's a massive wheat exporter. That's everything from grain to feed animals or the cost of a pint of beer. There's so much that has changed, even in the last month, that what the Chancellor said just a few months ago is no longer particularly relevant. So, of course, we have this statement today. And Darren's talked through some of the issues that may be addressed in the particular, some of the reports and leaks and potentially briefing that's gone on over the last week or so, and certainly the campaigning that's gone on. There's been a lot of anxious Conservative backbenchers calling for various policy changes. But there's also a narrative that needs to be set here. And one of the concerns of people, not only in this building in Parliament, but also in the sort of think tank world, is that word growth. Is what is the Chancellor going to do to boost our rather anemic growth forecasts going into the future? Because, of course, if you have an economy that is growing faster, even by a few 0 percentage points, that is going to bring in more cash than just about most tax rises that the Chancellor could ever envision could. So the watchword has got to be growth. How is that spurred on? Of course, the Prime Minister, as we will hear in Prime Minister's questions from midday, and the Chancellor, as we'll hear half an hour later, have often said that last year Britain was the fastest growing of any economy in the G7. And that's true. But the forecasts going into the future look less rosy. So how can the Chancellor change that narrative? How can he turn the corner? How can he boost that growth? Potentially something to look out for is how business investment is taxed. We saw what the Chancellor did last year in the budget. He introduced a super deduction, what's called full expensing, or a large amount of expensing, whereby companies can claim back tax for investing in machines and the like. Will that be expanded today? Will he try and get the gears turning of the British economy by doing some specific and targeted tax relief? Quite potentially. And of course, that's what the Labour Party has been digging on as well. Will this be a high-tax, low-growth Chancellor, or will he turn that around today?
Go back. OK. Tom Harwood there, GB News political correspondent in the lobby of the House of Commons. It's bustling. It's getting ready for this statement. It's a big political event as well as a big financial event too. And GB News' political editor, Darren McCaffrey, out there on the green outside Parliament. We'll be hearing lots more from both of them as today unfolds.
It's not long until Prime Minister's questions gets underway, but for once, the pressure is on someone other than Boris Johnson. Chancellor Rishi Sunak will be on his feet shortly after the Prime Minister, and joining us now to tell us what they want to hear is Labour's Siobhan McDonough, who sits on the Treasury Select Committee.
And here to give us her take on what to expect in this year's spring statement, it's our economic expert, Jasmine Birtles. She gives me a run for my money. She is the founder of MissMoneyMagpie.com. Jasmine, big day for the economy, big day for millions of British households who are wondering what Rishi Sunak can do for them.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I was talking to a neighbour of mine who's a single parent, and she said that just her energy bill, her new monthly energy bill, is a week's wages for her. You know, I mean, this is the reality of it. And so people who are on very low incomes are hoping that Rishi Sunak will pull something out of the hat. And that also includes, of course, people who are retired. Because if you're retired, you're on a fixed income, particularly if you're living off the state pension only, and a lot of people are, you're really wondering how you're going to cope with the increasing cost of living.
And that's the big challenge. I'm going to cross now to Siobhan McDonald. I do want to just let our viewers know that, of course, we'll have a Conservative MP with us in the studio. But Siobhan, what is the Labour Party looking out for today? How will you be... What are the tests that you have for Rishi Sunak?
Well, I mean, our hopes are that he will see sense about the national insurance rise. Now's not the time to be increasing people's taxes from their incomes, because it gives them so much less to meet their bills and to spend in the economy, and to actually increase a windfall tax on the gas and electricity companies. I think it was the chief executive of British Gas says they had more money than they knew what to do with. Well, I suspect that everybody on this panel and all your viewers know what they could do about it. What we as Labour would like to see is that it gets £200 off people's bills generally, but for the worst off 9 million, a further £600. And, you know, we know this problem isn't just for today or next week or next month. It's a long-term problem, and we need to take action to improve the insulation of our homes to make us less dependent on using gas and electricity. So it's about the immediate, but it's also about the long term.
Siobhan, sticking with you, it seems to me this cost of living squeeze coming off the back of a pandemic during which the Chancellor, dishy-rishy as he was, he might not be after today, you know, he spent 400 billion pounds. That's 400,000 million pounds, huge amounts of money. You know, 3 or 4 times what we annually spend ordinarily on the NHS. Huge sums, put the public finances in the hole, if you like, lots more debt. So now we're in a situation where you've got a Tory MP who tries to present himself as a Thatcherite, saying we are going to have this tax rise, and you've got a Labour MP saying it's not time for a tax rise, Rishi, I think we should have a smaller state.
Yeah,
what's going on?
But surely, Liam, it's about doing the right thing, isn't it? And the right thing at the moment has got to be don't increase people's income tax. There isn't another country in Europe, another country in the big G7 nations that are doing this. They're actually cutting taxes on incomes because they want people to be able to meet their bills and go to their hairdresser or buy their newspaper or wherever it is. Because if we're not...
Keep the economy moving.
Yeah, we're not greasing those wheels of the economy. There's an awful lot more going on than just people not being able to meet their bills. And I think it was the chief executive of Iceland this morning made a comment about households being unable to boil potatoes because of the cost in food prices and the cost in energy bills. And, you know, it has a spiralling effect because if you think about it, if you're really worried if you can feed your kids or heat your home, then what does that do to your mental health problem? You become another statistic on those lists looking for mental health support. So this isn't just one thing, it increases out to the way we live our lives. And we're not just talking about the poorest anymore. We're talking about families who are dependent on being able to meet their mortgage, be able to pay their childcare. There just isn't that room for manoeuvre in their household budget to meet some of these costs. I mean, I think the increase in average gas and electricity bills in April will be around £700, but that's not the end of it. In October, we're seeing a further £400. You know, people like the lady who pays a month of her income in her energy bills, and you've got the council tax bill coming in. And I know that the Chancellor reduced that by 150. But those
only
bills,
bans A to D. Not many A to D homes in the South East.
And those bills are already going up. So the net effect is not a reduction of 150.
Jasmine, can I go right back to a fundamental question? We all know that prices are rising. Why? Why are we in this position?
Why? Well, it's a few reasons. Firstly, something that isn't talked about enough, I consider, is the money printing that's been going on in this country and certainly in other countries. I mean, in America, it's been on steroids, you know. So we have been printing, we've been quantitative easing, as they call it. We've been producing more and more money over the last couple of years, particularly, but really since 2008. And that money has to go somewhere. When you have a lot of money, it's easier for people to borrow, to spend lots. So that's one of the big reasons.
Jasmine, we can see Rishi Sunak leaving Downing Street now as he goes to the Commons. I think it's fair to say that sort of, you know, in a quiet way, Rishi Sunak has been quite critical of this Bank of England money printing, hasn't he? He's let it be known to journalists, columnists, that he doesn't think it's a good idea. And yet he may end up having to ask the Bank of England to expand its balance sheet again, to conjure up some magic money in order to make his sums add up.
Well, yeah, this is what I'm thinking. I mean, not just here, but, you know, in America, they're saying, oh, no, absolutely not. You know, we're going to raise interest rates big time. But, you know, I do wonder if they will have to sort of cave in and go, actually, no, we're going to have more money just to give it away. But then that effectively kicks the can down the road. We have also had the problem of lockdowns where production has stopped, distribution has been, you know, a major problem, and that's still sort of cranking itself back up. So those are the two things. But yes, I think they could say again, right, you know, sorry, we said we weren't going to print more money, but yeah, we just feel we have to, or we'll lose our position as MPs.
Just briefly, before we move on, we're going to go to one of our GB News correspondents in a moment, but Siobhan, a word for business. Rachel Reeves, the Shadow Chancellor, has said she wants to scrap business rates. She hasn't said what she wants to replace those business rates with, but it is a good line, isn't it? Lots of small businesses, they really don't like that tax that they must pay, even if they don't make any money at all.
Oh, and particularly for the high street. I mean, we're all worried about shops closing on our high streets, kind of nowhere. Town centres are becoming difficult places to be. So it's a great idea, as always. The problem is in the detail, but at least if that's a commitment, then you have to find a way to do it.
Well said.
Thank you. And just to say again to our viewers, you'll be hearing from politicians from all parties today. I think from the Conservatives, Peter Bone will be with us shortly, just in case you've just joined us and wondering why we've only got Labour in at the moment. You'll be hearing from all the parties today. Let's stick with the cost of living crisis being faced by ordinary people and businesses around the country. This is Beat the Squeeze.
Now, something we know has been going up in price, partly because of the war in Ukraine, is, of course, the cost of grain, the most basic foodstuff, bread, cakes. That's pushing up the price of bread, of course, and even worse, beer as well. My God. GB News' Will Hollis is at a brewery in Derby. Will, great to have you on the show as part of our GB News Spring Statement special. Tell us about beer costs. Seems to me the only way is up.
Yeah, so we've been doing a lot of reporting from Derby. It's the real ale capital of Britain, and we've been to a few breweries, the Derby Brewing Company, this morning as part of our programming. Now we've moved into the city and we're at the Brunswick Inn, just outside the railway station. You're talking, of course, about the price of beer going up. It's not just beer, of course, all different types of alcohol are going up in price. The energy costs of a pub that's quite large like this one is, of course, going up. And a lot of people are really worried about what might happen when things like the VAT would go back to what it originally is, 20% instead of the 12.5% that it's been reduced to. So we are in the pub right now. We've been going around speaking to a couple of different people. One of the people that is with us is, of course, Gillian Huff. Gillian, you're part of CAMRA. That's the Campaign for Real Ale. Obviously, what you guys do is you campaign for real ale and protect pubs. What does it feel like? What's the atmosphere right now in this industry? And is it quite a negative atmosphere?
I think it's actually quite positive. Hello, Will, good to see you. I think it's reasonably positive, to be honest, in Derby. While the industry is still in throes of post-pandemic pressures, and there is energy prices are going up, global brewing power, purchasing power is basically buying up lots of hops and malt, etc., for the future, and it's basically causing, the pressure is on the brewers, I'd say. Pressure's also on the publicans because of the cost of living prices, which is reducing the amount of available money in people's purses and in people's wallets to be able to go to the pub. And it's so essential people should be able to go to the pub because it's all about people's mental health as well. Pubs are a place of coming together as part of a community and basically enjoying what's on offer, like having local beers made locally means that you're keeping your money in the local economy. And that's the most important thing we as consumers can do, is think, where is the most independent place that I can spend my money?
And then when we're talking about the Chancellor's spring statement, is there much that he can do, and what would you want him to actually do when he announces it in just over an hour?
It's very exciting, to be honest. I understand this fiscal statement that's coming could help be a lifeline for a lot of businesses. As Paul Harris said, breweries can't continually have prices increasing time after time with no way of solving things. So yeah, I think that we need to, I just made a couple of notes actually, I think we need to increase and expand the business rates, retail, hospitality and leisure relief scheme, so it includes brewers and cider makers, and that's important. We also need to conclude the business rates review, which the government have already started, and hopefully that'll be in this financial statement, that's going to be concluded, and that business rates will be more favourable for pubs and for breweries and cider makers. And also I'd like to say the government's already announced that they're going to have draft duty rate changes for beer and cider in all containers over 20 litres, and I'd like those brought forward, to be honest. I think that's absolutely essential. So if we could have duty rate changes, if we could have business rate changes, and then it's just a matter of looking at the VAT hike and the energy issue. Some pubs can't even get quotes for their energy suppliers anymore because of the fact that the business that they run. Now that's scandalous, it really is, and it's not acceptable. We need the government to step up, step in and help out, because local businesses for local people need to be there, because we need to have choice.
And those small businesses, that's where it's the money goes towards getting a kid the new football shirt or their new pair of football boots, rather than going for a new Range Rover for some company executive. Why is it so important that places like this, family-run pubs or family-run breweries, are a part of the community, especially in places like Derby, where, as I said, it's the real ale capital of Britain?
Several issues there. I used to live in Walthamstow in East London, and I would buy everything up and down the market because I wanted my money to go into someone's pocket to feed their kids, exactly as you say, Will, not to go to some shareholders who basically are going to use it on a yacht or something, or whatever shareholders do. But the issue is more than that as well. It's about the pubs are community hubs, and it's where people look out for each other. Have you seen Doris today? Have you seen Stanley today? Are they around? Are they well? We need to go and check on them, etc. And that's what it's all about, really.
Gillian, thank you so much for speaking to us. We're going to finish this little bit of a pint, but I know there's so much more coming on the programme, speaking about what the Chancellor might announce and what we think of it when he does.
Will
Hollis there in Derby. Thank you, Will, talking about what small businesses, hospitality industries and beer drinkers want from this spring statement. Peter Bone joins us, Tory backbencher, rebel extraordinaire in many cases. So what do you think about this NIC rise that your Conservative Chancellor is about to introduce?
Well, he shouldn't do it. It's wrong. It's the sort of thing that Labour would do.
But Labour's against.
Yeah. Look,
British politics in a nutshell.
I don't think I'm...
We're agreeing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's independent. I think that's Conservative policy.
Yep.
I think it's something we put in our manifesto, actually. So, if this is a low tax-cutting Chancellor, well, don't put the thing. He's got bags of room. What is it? £21.2 billion less in borrowing last year than they expected. Come on, Chancellor. Don't put a job.
30 billion headroom.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're going to come back to you, Peter, but we're going to go for a catch-up of news with Miranda first.
Hello, it's at 11:30. Let's bring you up to date with the latest stories from GB Newsroom. The Chancellor is under pressure to help struggling households in his spring statement today, which is due to start in just over an hour's time, with one measure thought to be cutting fuel duty. It's thought Rishi Sunak could raise the income threshold at which at which people begin to pay national insurance. It's expected the government will unveil a raft of measures to ease the burden on the taxpayer amid the deepening cost of living crisis. Official figures show the inflation rate in February rose to 6.2%. That's up from 5.5% in January, according to the Office for National Statistics. It's the highest level in nearly 30 years. To Ukraine now, where an agreement has been reached to try to evacuate civilians still trapped in cities through 9 humanitarian corridors today, according to the Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister. No agreement was made for the besieged city of Mariupol, where 100,000 citizens have been left with no food, water or medicine as Putin's forces surround the city. Peace talks between the two sides are ongoing. Some news from the last half an hour. A number of casualties are being treated with breathing difficulties at the Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park following an incident involving gas. The area has been cordoned off and evacuated, with activities centring around the aquatic centre. The London Ambulance Service said on social media it was responding to an incident at the park and that it has a number of resources at the scene, and we'll bring you more on this story as we get it. P&O Ferries chief executive will be questioned by MPs tomorrow at a Transport and Business Committee. The ferry operator insists it hasn't broken any laws after firing nearly 800 workers without notice. It said all boats involved were registered outside the UK and the relevant authorities had been notified. And Australian tennis number 1 Ash Barty is to retire from the sport at the age of 25. The reigning Wimbledon and Australian Open champion says she's leaving tennis to chase other dreams. Andy Murray tweeted he's happy for Barty, but gutted for tennis. Well, you're up to date. This is GB News. Now back to Liam and Gloria with all the lead up to today's spring statement. After the break, stay with us.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
You're with GB News, and this is our continuing coverage of the Chancellor's spring statement. We're looking at how the cost of living crisis is affecting ordinary people and businesses, and how you can beat the squeeze.
Well,
Well, fuel prices are going up, we know that. Gas and food, they're rising too. And mortgage repayments are getting more expensive for those on variable rate deals. But one thing that always seems to have put the squeeze on families is the cost of childcare. Let's cross now to GB News North West of England reporter Bradley Harris, who's in Runcorn. Bradley, who's that with you?
Hi, Liam. Yeah, I'm currently with Teresa Quinn, a mother of a very beautiful 5-month-old Ophelia. Of course, Rishi Sunak, the Chancellor, has some tough choices to make in the next few hours with this deepening cost of living crisis. I'm here with you in your living room in Runcorn because I want to ask you, with cost of living, it seems like everything is going up at the minute. What have you noticed increasing?
Well, obviously the gas and electricity, that's going up by about £700, they've told us, a year for our household. And obviously the petrol, you know, we're trying not to use the car as much because we put £50 in the other day and it only got us like half a tank. So we're trying to walk where we can. But if it continues, we just don't know where we're going to get the extra money from. All money's spoken for and everything's going up and there's no extra to put towards everything that's going up.
And of course, with your 5-month-old, childcare is an added cost as well.
Yes, definitely, yes. When I go back to work, looking at things like that is an added cost that we just can't afford at the minute if it keeps going the way it's going.
Yeah. So if it does continue to rise, what impact is that going to have? And how are you going to have to change the way that you go about everything day to day?
Yeah, we'll have to think about everything, like lights going on, how often we have the heating on, how often we wash clothes, where we drive to. It's everything, isn't it? Yeah.
And if you could speak to Rishi Sunak face to face today, what support do you want from him? What would you ask him?
He needs, like, to try and put a stop to what's happening or offer substantial support to people so they're not struggling, because nobody can live like this. Nobody. It's not just me and other people with children. It's everyone it's affecting. We need support or a cap putting on it.
And it's not just you. I can see that Ophelia wants some attention now. But I just had a final question. You work at an independent coffee shop not too far away. You and your friends are in similar situations. It's not just you. This is affecting thousands and thousands of people.
Yes, definitely all of us. Everybody in work is feeling the same. Even people who, like our employer, has got to pay us. You know, it's everyone. It's having a knock-on effect on. Like, the prices will have to go up in a coffee shop to cater for the fact that everything else is going up, you know, so we can all make ends meet and get the money in and do what we need to do to live, yeah?
Yeah, well, we'll hear from the Chancellor, Rishi Sunak, very shortly. And, of course, we'll be getting your reaction, Teresa, to what Rishi is saying. As I can see, Ophelia is looking for attention. But, yeah, we'll get Teresa's reaction to that spring statement announcement in a few hours' time, Liam.
Harris there in Runcorn with Teresa Finn and lovely little Ophelia there on her lap, wondering about the cost of childcare.
Well, welcome back to our live coverage of Rishi Sunak's spring statement. Before we dive into Prime Minister's questions, let's hear once more from our panel. That's Labour's Siobhan McDonough, our financial expert Jasmine Birtles, and the Conservative MP, member of the awkward squad, I'm going to say.
He loves it. He loves it.
Right, Peter. So last month, and this sort of sticks on the theme that Liam was alluding to, you told Parliament Conservatives believe in holding taxes down and putting more money in people's pockets so they can decide how to spend it. Socialists believe, you went on, in raising taxes and then choosing to give it back in the form of discounts and rebates to selected people the government think need it. Is Rishi Sunak a socialist?
The policy is a socialist policy, and you would be happy to support that
I assure
idea.
you, the politics are mad. The increase is a mad idea at a time when people can't meet their bills. If you want to crush the economy, go ahead and do it.
Well, I think the point I was trying to make is we should cut taxes and certainly not increase taxes. But we shouldn't be doing the gimmicks. We shouldn't be lending people money off their energy bill and then clawing it back later, or giving council taxpayers a discount. We should give people as much money as we can possibly give them, and let them decide how to spend it. That's what the Conservatives believe in. Labour's philosophy has always been they know better, put taxes up and choose who to spend it on. We're in a reverse situation where you're calling for tax cuts And apparently the Chancellor is going to put taxes up and choose little gimmicks.
Your Chancellor has increased income tax more than any Chancellor in the last 70 years.
You should be proud of him.
I'm not proud of making it harder and tougher for people to get by.
Party affiliations at this point.
Absolutely not.
Isn't he raising taxes now so he can cut them in the run-up to a general election?
Well,
if it's 2023, 2024, isn't this about political gamesmanship?
If he's doing that, he's stupid. I mean, I don't believe the Chancellor is stupid. Look, we don't know what
it's just wrong.
Look, we should be keeping taxes down. We should be growing. It's not a question if you put taxes up, you get more money. If you grow the economy, you get more money in. And you know, if there's a Labour chance, I'd be standing up there, and all the Tory front bench would be standing up and saying, "This NI increase, it's a tax on jobs. It's disgraceful." Well, actually, that is true.
It's on employers and employees.
It is.
It's just before we hear from Jasmine, that NIC rise for basic rate taxpayers, 178 quid a year, and for higher rate taxpayers, on average, £715 per year.
And when we look at the rising prices, they're so eye-watering and the speed is accelerating so quickly. If he was to ease the pain, it would have to be massive. I mean, 5p off petrol's not going to do it, is it?
No, exactly. That's the problem. And you know, as Peter says, you've got all these little bits of things that he's put in, which, frankly, they're just irritating after a while because they don't even touch the sides, you know. So it does need to be a root and branch change. And I agree, now is not the time to raise national insurance because, as you pointed out, it's not just individuals, it's not just workers, it's business people. And I speak as well. I have employees, so my costs will go up. And I am very concerned, as Siobhan said, about the high street businesses, because they've got all sorts. They've got gas prices going up, you know, the heating, they've got food prices going up, they've got their business rates. Now you've got the national insurance hike.
Corporation tax going up this time next year. That's already been legislated for.
Yeah, and, you know, you just think, do they not want them to operate? Because, honestly, that's the way it seems.
Yeah, but it's not just families, it's not just businesses, but I had an email from a head teacher of a brilliant local school about 4 months ago saying that her gas and electricity bill was up £72 a month, even at that stage.
But you know what you introduced there, Siobhan, and just for the sake of debate, Peter, yes, he has got room for manoeuvre. You referred to it earlier, because inflation means you get more VAT in, you get more fuel duty in. When oil price goes up, that goes into the Exchequer's coffers. But the state also has to buy fuel. The state has to buy food. The state has to pay its 5.7 million workers, 1 in 5 of the British workforce. That costs the state more money. So is there really room for manoeuvre when inflation rises?
Well, the interesting thing is how wrong the forecasts were. The Treasury were so pessimistic. So if you believe when the Chancellor drew up his budget, he thought he was going to have to spend more than £21 billion more, there's a heck of a room. Now, look, COVID was a huge shock to the economy. And now we have a war in Europe, of course, and we don't know what's going to happen in the future. But there is never a Conservative answer to an economic question that says put taxes up. And he should remember that. And he goes on, the Chancellor, about how he believes in cutting taxes. Well, don't just... I will accept not putting them up at this stage, thank you, Mr. Chancellor. Let's see what he does.
Actually, I do think there is a room to increase taxes in the spring statement. To have a windfall tax on the gas and electricity companies who tell us they've got so much money they don't know what to do with.
Some Tories have told me that they want that as well.
I mean, a one-off windfall tax
fuel
and give
prices have been going up on the forecourt.
Does Peter?
Well, the government would argue, because this sets a very bad precedent.
He's not saying no, is he?
No, well, you know, look.
But I love
I tell you what,
says the government would argue.
If it was a choice between putting NI up or a windfall tax, I'd go for a windfall tax.
Hold the front page, crikey! Politics is turning in on itself.
What a brilliant panel this is. Well, we've been checking in with our team of GB News reporters around the country who've been asking you how you're coping. This is Beat the Squeeze.
We've been talking about those soaring energy prices. We know that in April, the Ofgem energy price cap goes up, so the average bill, the average household utility bill across the country is £2,000, up from about £1,300 now. Let's remind ourselves of that GB News Twitter poll. It's not scientific, it's just an opinion poll based on Twitter we showed you earlier.
Look at that, nearly 90% of GB News tweeters in favour of Rishi Sunak putting a cap on energy costs.
Well, our GB News reporter Rachel Sweeney is at an energy company, Waste Not Energy, in Middlesbrough for us. Rachel, tell us the mood where you are ahead of this vital spring statement.
Yes, I'm at Waste Not Energy, a very busy port here in Middlesbrough with CEO Ian Jones. Now, this company works with large-scale energy users. It helps users reduce their costs on an industrial level and keep carbon emissions low. How does Waste Not Energy achieve that?
Well, basically, what we do is we manufacture waste pellets, right, which can replace large energy users' fuel, and we do that by taking in waste that would have gone to landfill. We refine it, we clean it, and we put it through our process to make a pellet that can then be used in the cement, power, and steel industry.
You want to have 8 sites by 2026. What could Rishi Sunak announce today that would help you achieve that?
Well, that's a good question. I think, obviously at the moment we're seeing a lot of inquiries from abroad for our product, right? So there's a lot of countries at the moment focusing on their own energy security as a consequence of the Ukraine crisis. And I think what we'd like to see is a change in policy and everybody, embracing the fact that we are a country that generates waste. Let's use that waste as a fuel. We have large power stations in this country, large cement kilns. They can use our product if the right policy framework is in place and they're incentivised to do so.
A GB News poll shows that 88.8% of participants want a cap on energy. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I think if you ask any manufacturing business here in the northeast today, Rachel, I think everybody will say the same thing. It's going to be very, very difficult time for us if the energy prices aren't capped. We're all going to struggle. It's not just households; it's all of our manufacturing, it's all of our supply chain. Yeah, anything Rishi can do to help us with that would be not just appreciated but beneficial for all of our business.
Ian Jones, CEO of Waste Not Energy here in Middlesbrough. We'll be back just after the statement for analysis and reaction. Join us for that.
Middlesbrough, GB News North East correspondent, thanks for that report from Waste Not Energy.
Let's return to our brilliant panel now. Siobhan, does the Labour Party face a difficulty today in resisting the calls to spend more money? I noticed for the first time in a little while Rishi Sunak's talking about the public debt and how we must be responsible with public finances. How important is it that Labour does not go on to what some say is traditional territory, spend more money, borrow more money?
It's very important. We're coming from a very bad place under Jeremy Corbyn in the last general election. So a lot of our credibility, it's very important but it's important that we do it right for the British people, isn't it? It's not just about to our own benefit. It should be about our citizens' benefit. And Gloria, you'll know Rachel Reeves. She's a very sensible, very straightforward woman. You're not getting too much spending around her.
Yeah, that's your shadow chancellor. She's a former Bank of England economist. In the eyes of many, a credible figure. She has called for this windfall tax. It strikes me, just picking up the discussion earlier, that's getting not just a lot of airtime, but, some Conservatives are thinking, well, maybe we should impose this windfall tax. To be clear, it's my understanding it's not so much on the companies providing household energy, many of which have gone bust. It's on the big oil companies and gas companies who are getting lots and lots of money because oil and gas prices are high, the oil and gas...
Oh, yeah, your Shells, your BPs. I already mentioned that the chief executive of BP said they had more money than they knew what to do with. We have had a windfall tax before. When Labour first came in 1997, there was a windfall tax.
On the privatised utilities. Yeah. And it went through the court. People said it's illegal, retrospective taxation.
And people squealed and the companies
course,
Wheels,
decided,
but...
well, if it's in the manifesto, these guys make the law, it's not illegal.
Yeah. Well, so, I mean, nobody's suggesting that this is going to undermine those businesses that are thriving, that are doing well. But what we want to do is help everybody with their gas and electricity bills, but to help those poorest most. And it could mean £600 off your bill if it actually comes in.
Peter, Rachel Reeves is a more formidable figure than, for example, John McDonnell, you would say.
Well, yes, I think that's she's more credible. I think that's true. Not to try and insult John, but he has more extreme views. But I don't think you're going to go away from the basic fact that Labour will want to spend more and will want to tax more. And as you're saying, well, we're going to give more money back to keep people's energy bills lower. Well, that is actually what I'm against. I'm against giving more people money in their pocket to decide.
But Peter, I have to tell you, I've got constituents, and I'm sure you have, who don't know how they're going to meet the £700 increase in their bills that they're going to have in April, let alone the additional 400 that's coming down the track in October. We have to do something to help people. And we're not the only country facing this. Other countries in the G7, in the big economies, are all doing something to help people pay their bills.
Would you scrap the green taxes on energy? Because I think that would be a really good way of bringing
25% of electricity bills now for households are those renewable energy subsidies, Siobhan. A lot of those renewable energy subsidies, they go to massive landowners and energy conglomerates as subsidies for renewable energy.
I would say it's a time when you have to look at where all money goes.
So you scrap them or you
No,
postpone
I think you could certainly look at them. But what we know is we are in a terrible jam at the moment because we haven't had a long-term view about how we are going to be independent in energy. So I would say you have to look at on-land solar and wind. I would even say you have to look at fracking. I think all those things you have to be open. We need to be secure in our energy for us and for being able to pay as residents of the UK, but we also need to be secure in terms of we don't want to be responsible or dependent on Russia or other countries that can turn against us.
You know what? It is so refreshing to speak to non-front benches, isn't it?
Yeah.
Say what they think. Fracking is not the.
They actually have a capacity for independent thought.
Democracy
looms.
We're off message.
Is the party line, but neither of them are sticking to that. Now, PMQs is getting underway shortly. Let's speak to our political editor, Darren McCaffrey, who is in Westminster. Darren, what are you hearing?
Well, interesting, isn't it, Gloria, that you're right, we've got this spring statement at 12:30. We're only expecting Rishi Sunak, actually, to speak for around 30 minutes. That'll be followed by the Labour Party and then the SNP. But we have got Prime Minister's question time first. And I think one of the interesting things is that Keir Starmer is probably not likely to go on the cost of living crisis, or indeed what might be in this mini statement, simply because, of course, the Prime Minister can bat those questions away, saying, well, you just have to wait for the answers to those in a matter of moments. So what else could Keir Starmer go on? He could go, of course, on Ukraine, which has tended to dominate Prime Minister's question time in the last couple of weeks, or he could focus on this issue, and I suspect he may well do, of P&O ferries. They this lunchtime, after 6 days on from sacking 800 people in a hire and fire scheme, have eventually said sorry today for the way that they have acted. I suspect Keir Starmer may well have a go at the Prime Minister over that, but what the government is doing, not just in this particular case around P&O, but also around this wider claim that the Prime Minister makes that he wants to see a highly skilled, highly paid workforce across the country. Clearly, and yes, there are different circumstances. I know this is a seafaring company, but in the end, what is the Prime Minister doing to address these issues, that things like that cannot potentially happen again in the future? So PMQs, as I say, coming up in just a couple of minutes, and I suspect Keir will have to find some other subjects rather than cost of living crisis to focus on.
I think you're right, Darren. I think P&O is a good bet in terms of what the Leader of the Opposition may choose to question the Prime Minister on, not least because there's a bit of a split in the Conservative Party. Of course, lots of people are shocked and outraged that around 800 seafaring staff at PMO were sacked by a pre-recorded Zoom call. Not exactly a moral way to do it. But on the other hand, lots of Conservatives are mindful that the government needs DP World, the Dubai-based conglomerate, because DP World owns a big chunk of Southampton port and is investing money to make that into a free port, a flagship post-Brexit policy. Same in the East Thames seaport as well. So the government may want to act as if they're morally outraged at what's happening at P&O, but they can't afford to upset too much the ultimate owners.
No, indeed, and people will point out, this is a different case from something that would happen with people who aren't seafarers. There are different arrangements in place. They have got different contracts in different parts of the world, whether that be in Cyprus or Jersey or elsewhere. And so the government's ability to intervene in these cases is slightly more limited, but frankly, it's not a good look, I think, for the government. You're right in also saying there is a difference, isn't there, between what potentially the action might be for P&O Ferries and the wider company that's based out of the Middle East. I think also in the end there are big, also away from that specific issue as well, Liam, big questions now for the government. We know that there's going to be a massive squeeze on people's standards of living in the months to come, whether that comes from rising inflation, rising energy prices, but also from rising taxes. And the question is, what is potentially the political fallout from all of this? How much damage could that well do to the Conservative Party? And frankly, we do seem to be working to a parliamentary timetable here. The expectation is that we're now going to see an election in May 2024, so that's in 2 years' time. Rishi Sunak claims that he is a tax-cutting Chancellor, yet he is at the moment overseeing the highest tax burden the country has seen for 70 years. His argument, of course, is we've just come out of a pandemic. But will he have enough time to potentially turn the ship around, if you like, in terms of public perception before the next election? He seems determined to raise taxes this year, but to potentially cut them next year or the year after to demonstrate that he is a low-tax Chancellor. But in the end, people are going to start to feel that they are a lot worse off in the months to come, and you suspect the government will partially get some of the blame for that, even though we know there are inflationary pressures across the world. Obviously, this war in Ukraine is out of the government's control, but as critics both within and outside the Conservative Party would point out, there are very few countries, if any, in the G20 increasing taxes at the same time that inflation is expected to hit 8, 9, maybe even 10%.
GB News political editor Darren McCaffrey, and nice to see a little bit of spring sunshine on your face, Darren. The news may be gloomy in terms of the cost of living crisis, but at least we've got a bit of better weather after weeks of bad weather.
Jasmine, back to you. I wanted to ask you perhaps this is a philosophical question. The British public, they want low taxes. They also want high government spending. Yeah. It's a very difficult contradiction. Can you have both?
Well, very good point. And probably not. I think what we need is, as has been said, we need growth. We are actually, one of the problems that we have at the moment is that we're in stagflation. We have a stagnant economy, relatively speaking, and high inflation. So when you deal with stagnant economy, you want to bring taxes down, you want to bring interest rates down. But to deal with inflation, you want to increase interest rates on the so it is a very, very difficult situation for the government. And as for helping people, should we increase benefits, or should we actually reduce taxes and make it easier for people to earn more for themselves? This is an issue,
fundamental.
Really.
Yeah.
The way governments, of course, try to both increase spending and keep taxation relatively low is to borrow more. And of course, we are borrowed up to the gills in this country. Around 100% of GDP equivalent is our national debt. So what we owe is equivalent to the size of all economic activity in the economy for a year. And Peter Bone, that's why the debt interest that we're now paying, we'll get new figures when the Chancellor stands up and the technical documents are released by the Treasury. But we know in February 2021, the government was paying £5.4 billion a month in debt interest. And in February 2022, the figure just came out, £8.2 billion of debt interest in a single month. That's a huge whack. We're paying about £50 billion a year on debt interest, Peter Bone. That's more than we spend on our schools. It's more than we spend on defence.
And that's the problem. You've gone through COVID, which was like going through a war because of the expenditure. And now We've got an actual war in the middle of Europe. Goodness knows what it's going to do. Obviously, we can afford to do that, but what we've got to do is, over a long term, repay the debt. But it has to be over the long term, as we did when we had the war. We had war loan and things like that.
Would you borrow more now?
Well, actually...
As a fiscally very conservative figure, if I may say so?
We are borrowing 21.2 billion less than expected. So we don't have to borrow more. We got 21 billion before we even get to the level the Chancellor expected. So I think that there is room not to put taxes up, and that creates growth in the economy. What we shouldn't be doing is spending more on everyday things because it seems like a good idea as a gimmick.
We have a few seconds left. Last word from you. We are going live to the House of Commons for a minute's silence to remember people we've lost to coronavirus over the past 2 years.
Available to watch on Parliament Live TV. We now start with questions to the Prime Minister. Helen Hayes.
Question number one, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with Ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The degrading strip search of Child Q 2 years ago in a school that should have been a safe place at the hands of police officers who she should have been able to trust has caused anger and distress across the country. On Monday, the policing minister failed to answer 4 separate questions in this chamber, asking when he first knew about Child Q and what urgent action he took in response. So I asked the Prime Minister, when did he first hear about the strip search of Child Q in her school, and whether he believes that the characteristic dither and delay of his government in responding to this appalling case is remotely acceptable when it comes to the safety of children.
Mr. Speaker, I think that is a completely ridiculous characterisation of the response of the government, because of course the reports of this incident are deeply distressing and deeply concerning. Everybody shares her feelings about that, Mr. Speaker. But the Metropolitan Police have rightly apologised, and the IOPC is investigating, and for that reason, it would not be right to comment further.
Sir Oliver Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People across North East Hertfordshire are coming together to provide support and refuge to families fleeing the invasion in Ukraine. The Baldock and District Action Committee are about to welcome 4 families to our community. And doesn't he agree with me that this shows the open-hearted generosity of the British people? And will he continue to do all that he can with the Refugees Minister to make this process as simple and speedy as possible?
Prime Minister. I thank my honourable friend, and I also thank all those involved in the 2 big schemes that we have now for welcoming people from Ukraine. And the Homes for Ukraine scheme is now open. I think about 40,000 have already applied. 150,000 homes across this country, families across this country have said they want to welcome Ukrainians. That's a fantastic thing. I thank Baldock and District for helping to lead the way.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 800 loyal British workers fired over Zoom, instantly replaced by foreign agency workers shipped in on less than the minimum wage. If the Prime Minister can't stop that, what's the point of his government?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we condemn the callous behaviour of P&O, and I think that it is no way to treat hard-working employees, and I can tell him that we will not sit by, Mr. Speaker, because under Section 194 of the Trades Union and Labour Relations Act of 1992, it looks to me, Mr. Speaker, as though the company concerned has broken the law. And we will be taking action, therefore, and we will be encouraging workers themselves to take action under the 1996 Employment Rights Act. Both acts, Mr. Speaker, passed by Conservative governments. And if the company is found guilty, then they face fines running into millions of pounds, Mr. Speaker. And in addition, we will be taking steps to protect all mariners who are working in UK waters and ensure that they are all paid the living wage, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, when Owen Paterson was on the ropes, the Prime Minister was prepared to rip up the entire rulebook to save his jobs. P&O workers want him to show the same fight in relation to them. The government had advance warning of these mass sackings. A memo was sent to the Transport Secretary and to the Prime Minister's office, but they didn't lift a finger to stop them. Did the Prime Minister not understand the memo, or did he just not bother to read it?
Prime Minister!
I think what the right honourable gentleman needs to rip up, Mr. Speaker, is his pre-scripted questions. Because I've just answered the question, and the point at issue, Mr. Speaker, is whether or not the government was properly notified, and it's not about what happens the previous evening. I knew about it on the Thursday it became public, but the company concerned has a duty to notify the government 45 days, Mr. Speaker, before they take action of that kind. That is why we're taking the action that we are to protect hard-working people, and what we're also doing, by the way, Mr. Speaker, this month is lifting the living wage for all workers across our country by another £1,000, so it's up £5,000 since 2015.
Here's Starmer.
I think the Prime Minister just said he knew about it on the day.
Yeah.
I take it from that answer the Prime Minister didn't read his WhatsApp briefing.
Surely not.
Let's test his rhetoric. Mr. Speaker, since the Prime Minister came to office, P&O have received over £38 million of government contracts. And the parent company, DP World, is lined up for £50 million of taxpayers' money under the Freeport scheme. The government is apparently reviewing these contracts, but reviews don't save jobs. Can the Prime Minister guarantee that these companies will not get a penny more of taxpayers' money or a single tax break until they reinstate the workforce?
Mr. Speaker, I think what the House has already heard is that we are taking legal action against the company concerned under the 1992 Employment and Trades Union and Labour Relation Act, and that is the right thing to do, because it seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that they have broken the law. But if he's asking this government to do what Labour usually want us to do and actively pitchfork away investment around the country from overseas, Mr. Speaker, then that is not what we will do. We'll take them to court, we'll defend the rights of British workers. What we will not do, Mr. Speaker, is launch a wholehearted campaign, as they would want, against overseas investment, because that is completely wrong, and wrong for those workers, Mr. Speaker.
Well, DP World must be quaking in their boots. The Prime Minister says how disappointed he is in them whilst handing them £50 million. Prime Minister said about the law, speaking of hollow reviews, as the law stands, it's not illegal to pay seafarers below the national minimum wage, right, even if they're working out of UK ports and in UK waters. 2 years ago, Prime Minister, his government admitted that that was unjustifiable 2 years ago, and promised 2 years ago, you've guessed it, to review it. 2 years on, despite what he says today, nothing's been done, leaving the gate wide open for P&O. British workers don't need another empty review, they need action. So when will the Prime Minister fix that gap in the law?
Mr. Speaker, with great humility, I must ask the right honourable gentleman to listen to the answer that I gave to the first question, because it would then help him to scrap his third or fourth question and try another one. We are going to address the defects in the 1998 Living Wage Act, Minimum Wage Act, and make sure that everybody serving in the UK exclusive economic zone, working in the UK exclusive economic zone, gets paid the living wage as people do in the rest of the country.
Here's Starmer.
The problem is that's what he said 2 years ago. They didn't happen, and Piero took advantage of the gap left wide open by this Prime Minister. Piero's behaviour comes off the back of a string of fire and rehire cases. Profitable companies threatening to fire workers unless they accept a pay cut. The Prime Minister keeps telling us just how opposed he is to fire and rehire. But as we saw on Monday, Mr. Speaker, as we saw on Monday, he doesn't have the backbone to ban it. Whilst he sits on his hands, more and more workers are having their lives thrown upside down by this appalling practice. What good to them is a Prime Minister who's all mouth and no trousers?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the most notable practitioners of fire and rehire are, of course, the Labour Party themselves. He may be interested. He may be interested to know we will be vindicating the rights of British workers, UK employees under UK law. But the law that the P&O, the company themselves, are allegedly relying on was introduced, I can tell him, as a result of EU directives. And never forget, Mr. Speaker, and he may not like it, that's the reality. He would have kept us unable to change it, unable to get out of it. He would have made it impossible for us to protect UK employees in the way that we're going to do. But what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, above all, is ensuring that workers in this country have the best protection of all, which is a job, Mr. Speaker. And under this government, thanks to the steps that we have taken, thanks to the stewardship of the economy by my right honourable friend, which you'll be hearing about in a little bit more, Mr. Speaker, we have people in payroll employment, 600,000 more of them than before the pandemic began.
Here's Starbuck. He can complain all he likes, but on Monday, he ordered all of his lot to abstain on a vote to ban fire and rehire. And they all did. And then, Mr. Speaker, to add insult to injury, after the vote, his party posted a message saying that, where possible, they will look to find P&O workers new jobs. Pathetic. They don't want new jobs. They want their old jobs back. They don't want a Prime Minister hoisting the white flag. They want him to fight for their livelihoods. 82,000 seafarers in this country. I've spoken to dockers, engineers, deckhands and sailors. They're all worried about what this means for them. This morning, one of them said to me, if P&O can get away with this, other companies will get rid of us too and replace us with cheap labour from abroad. Why does the Prime Minister think that they will take a crumb of comfort from his half-assed bluster and waffle today?
Mr. Speaker, P&O plainly aren't going to get away with it any more than any other company that treats its employees in that scandalous way, Mr. Speaker. And this is a historic moment for this country, actually, because it's now 2 years to the day that we went into lockdown. And that plunged this country into the biggest, deepest loss of output that we've seen in our lifetimes. And thanks to the Chancellor, who protected the economy, who protected jobs, who protected companies, we've now been able to come out faster and more effectively than any other comparable economy. We have unemployment back down to 3.9%. We have 600,000 more people on the payroll, Mr. Speaker. And the best assurance we can give workers around the country is that the economy is now bigger than it was before the pandemic began. And we will continue to get the big calls right, as we got the big calls right during the pandemic. They got the big calls wrong. They would do absolutely nothing to protect workers, let alone P&O workers, Mr. Speaker, because not only would they have kept us in lockdown and kept those ships in port, Mr. Speaker, unable to move, that's the reality, kept those ships in port, but Mr. Speaker, there has never been a Labour government that left office with unemployment lower than when they began. That is the reality, and that's their record on jobs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I strongly support the government's intention to make England smoke-free by 2030, but on the current trajectory, we're going to miss that target. It is vital that we encourage or discourage young people from starting to smoke and encourage people that smoke already to give up. So does my right honourable friend agree with me that it's now time to raise the age of legal sale of tobacco products from 18 to 21 and impose a levy on the profits of the big tobacco companies to raise £700 million that we can put to smoking cessation services on the basis that the polluter must pay?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. He is absolutely right about smoking. It's the biggest single cause of preventable death in this country. As he'll know, Javed Khan OBE is undertaking an independent review of smoking, and I'm sure he will want to take my honourable friend's suggestions into account.
SNP spokesperson leader of the SNP in Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a matter of seconds at 12:16, an aircraft is due to depart Heathrow Airport, a Virgin Atlantic aircraft, to go to Warsaw to pick up 50 young orphans that have left Ukraine, that are coming to spend the next period of their life in Scotland with the sanctuary that we can offer them. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone that has helped to make sure that we can offer a new start to these young people away from the war, and in particular the governments in London and in Edinburgh, and in particular to thank the Immigration Minister, the member for Tory, and the Refugee Minister in the House of Lords, Lord Harrington. This is a good day for these 50 young people, but let's hope that it's the beginning of something much more significant for many more young people that we can offer sanctuary to. Mr. Speaker, this morning we have official confirmation that inflation is at its highest level in 30 years. But families don't need official confirmation to know that the cost of food and energy are now at a price they simply can't afford. The very people who have borne the brunt of the health pandemic are now being hammered by the poverty pandemic. This is not just a cost of living crisis, this is an emergency. That is why in Scotland the SNP government is doubling the Scottish child payment and raising benefits it controls by 6%, double the rate the Chancellor has proposed for the benefits he has control over. So this is a very simple question for the Prime Minister. If he truly understands that this is an emergency, will he match the Scottish Government's commitment and lift all benefits by 6%?
Prime Minister.
I thank him very much. And we all recognise the inflation, global inflation, is causing a real cost of living crisis, not just here but around the world. In the US, inflation is now running at more than 8%, where at the levels in other European countries. We're doing everything we can to help people. The Chancellor's put another £9.1 billion into reducing the cost of energy for families. But I don't know quite what he's shouting out, Mr. Speaker, but we want to do more. And Scotland, I can tell him, is in the lead in helping this country to solve its energy problems, not just with more offshore wind, Mr. Speaker, but by abandoning the phobia of our own hydrocarbons, which I think are going to be vital for transition and avoid us being blackmailed by Putin's Russia. And on his point about the orphans, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to him for his efforts. I thank him, and it's another example, if I may say, without embarrassing him further, of the burgeoning cooperation between us.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, we want to make sure we open our doors in Scotland and welcome refugees, that we have that generosity of spirit, but we'll leave that there for now. Can I say to the Prime Minister that inflation is at 6% and increasing? We need to make sure that those the most vulnerable have that increase in benefits that they need in order to pay for fuel. And the Chancellor needs to ditch the official photographer and listen to Martin Lewis. Family finances are at breaking point. They can't tighten their budgets anymore. These families have no room for manoeuvre. But the truth is that the Chancellor does. Yep, exactly. Lower borrowing and increased taxes means that he's sitting with £28 billion to spend today. But instead, this Chancellor is making a political choice. The choice to push people further into hardship by hiking taxes, cutting universal credit, and giving companies free rein to slash workers' pay through fire and rehire. So the test for the Prime Minister is this. Will the government use the full £20 billion they are sitting on to scrap the national insurance tax hike and put money into people's pockets? Or will we simply make this Tory poverty pandemic even worse?
Prime Minister.
Right, well, I just advise Mystic Meg over here that he has only 10 minutes to wait before he'll have the answer to that question, Mr. Speaker.
Ian Sturdy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I warmly welcome the improvements to our national Ukraine refugee response. But in the weeks since these improved measures, numbers fleeing Putin's invasion have sadly doubled to 3.5 million and are expected to go even higher. So does the Prime Minister agree our response must still move much, much faster, with a shift to processing applications in the UK, cutting the red tape and bureaucracy, so we can match the scale of Europe's worst humanitarian crisis since the Second World War?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think he's right that we are going to see many more people coming here, and he's right that the instincts of this country are to be as generous as possible, and that's why we've made sure that applications can now be processed online very quickly, Mr. Speaker, so people can come here with their passports. And under the family reunion scheme alone, I think the numbers are now running in excess of 16,000 people coming here.
Kenny McCaskill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst Ofgem can cap rising gas and electricity bills, other fuels such as heating oil, LPG and solid fuel remain unregulated. Many households in rural Scotland depend on such fuels. There are also areas awash with energy, both on and offshore, yet with huge and rising numbers in fuel poverty. Will the Prime Minister regulate and cap such fuels to alleviate hardship and end the perversity of energy-rich Scotland but fuel-poor Scots?
Well, I thank him very much, and I think he's right that energy-rich Scotland and the hydrocarbons that we have in this country should be used to help the British people, and that we shouldn't be needlessly reliant on oil and gas from Putin's Russia. And I think that's the policy of Alba, and unfortunately it's not yet the policy of the SNP.
Jason McCartney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so proud to represent a vibrant Ukrainian community in Huddersfield and Colne Valley. And this Friday at the Ukrainian Club in Huddersfield, they'll be collecting medical supply donations to send to Ukraine and the surrounding nations. Will the Prime Minister join me in thanking all of our community in West Yorkshire who have rallied round their Ukrainian neighbours and friends, and also continue to put the UK at the forefront of donations of not only humanitarian and medical supplies, but also the military aid that is allowing the Ukrainian people to fight so bravely against Putin and his cronies?
Prime Minister.
I thank you very much. I thank the Ukrainian community in Yorkshire for everything they're doing. Of course, the Ukrainian communities up and down the country, and the people of this country as a whole. I am proud that we are the biggest bilateral donor, I think, other than the United States, in aid to Ukraine. And yes, I'm also proud, as I know the whole House is, of the work that is being done continuously to give the Ukrainians the tools they need to defend themselves.
Graham Stringer.
Mr. Speaker, the Football Association are refusing to move the semi-final between Liverpool and Manchester City from Wembley. There are no trains from the northwest that day, which means 50 or 60,000 people will have to go by road. Bad for the fans, bad for the environment. Unfortunately, this is typical of the insensitivity of the FA, who think that fit and proper people to run our football clubs are Russian kleptocrats and people who are wanted for human rights abuses. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that now is the time to legislate to set up an independent regulator for football with fan involvement?
Prime Minister.
I thank you very much. I'm not going to comment on the travel arrangements for the particular match, though the deputy leader of the Labour Party shouts for me to secure her a train. I'm sure that everybody has heard the FA will have heard the message that he's given. But what I can say, Mr. Speaker, is I do agree with my honourable friend who's just conducted a review on the matter, that we should indeed have an independent regulator for football.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, is a great champion for steel, and we've just had brilliant news on the removal of the US steel tariffs. Will he reaffirm the commitment he made at the dispatch box on the 31st of January that the Chancellor will bring forward a package of measures on our steel energy costs? And if the Chancellor isn't able to make good on that commitment today, will he ensure he does so as soon as he can?
Prime Minister. I agree with her passionately, and I think that it is vital that we undo the damage done by the insane policies of the Labour government, the previous Labour government, that whacked up the cost of energy for British industry, including steel. I will be bringing forward a British energy security strategy, Mr. Speaker, that will address the needs of British steel, British ceramics, and the whole of British industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Prime Minister will share my delight that Bradford has been shortlisted to be the UK City of Culture 2025 and will want to offer his support for our bid. It would bring immense benefits and kudos to Britain's youngest city. With over 120 languages spoken across Bradford, its unique cultural heritage, diversity, and let's not forget the amazing food, the birthplace of David Hockney and the Brontes, Bradford has it all. Apart from, Mr. Speaker, government support. One practical way in which he could help is reverse the Transport Secretary's snub to Bradford in the integrated rail plan. So I ask the Prime Minister, will he look again at this and commit to delivering a real Northern powerhouse rail, including a stop in Bradford City?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate Bradford on being shortlisted in the way that that wonderful city has been, but I think she's wrong about what the integrated rail plan said, because already it's committing to cut the journey times, just from memory, from Leeds to Bradford from 20 minutes to 12 minutes, if I remember correctly. And Mr. Speaker, we are continuing to look at ways of making sure that high-speed rail goes direct to Bradford.
Alan Kern. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The horrifying events in Ukraine must be central to our focus, and we should do all possible to stand together in support. A war in Europe also has challenging domestic outcomes, with higher energy costs, rising food prices, and effects on supplies and inflation and across the economy in general. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that this is a time where we need to come together as a nation, and anyone seeking to weaponise Putin's deliberate and calculated consequences of the war will only undermine the unity of our nation at a time when Europe is in crisis?
Prime Minister. I thank my right honourable friend very much for what he has said, and I think that one of the most important things that has confounded Vladimir Putin has not only been the resistance of the Ukrainians, the heroic resistance of the Ukrainians, but the unity of the rest of the world, and I must say so far, the relative unity, the important unity of this House.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has been very supportive of nuclear testing veterans, so I'm sure he will be shocked that today the Mirror has uncovered 140 pages of data previously hidden in a footnote of a 1988 government report. There's now concern that the High Court and this House may have been inadvertently misinformed in 2008 when told that only 159 men in UK nuclear weapons tests were exposed to dangerous radiation, when today's data shows exposure numbers were actually 2,314. Will he urgently investigate this and arrange to meet personally in Downing Street with my constituent, her granddad and other nuclear testing veterans to bring an end to this national scandal?
Prime Minister. Well, I thank the honourable member very much for bringing those facts, new facts, to the attention of the House, and I know that my office has already been in touch with the group concerned to make sure that we have a proper meeting, and I hope very much that she will be there and we'll be able to discuss all the issues that she's raised.
Percy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I begin by thanking the Government and the Home Secretary, in particular as Chair of the APPG on surrogacy, for her work to bring Ukrainian surrogates to safety here. Sadly, in my role as Chair of the APPG on anti-Semitism, the news isn't so positive. We heard from Jewish students recently who are suffering record anti-Semitic attacks on university campuses, including allegations of them being marked down by their own professors. This is completely outrageous, and you would expect the NUS to be on their side, but instead of helping those students, the NUS has been inviting somebody who is engaged in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, a rapper, to a conference. Can the Prime Minister do everything in his power to ensure campuses are a safe place for British Jewish students?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that our universities for far too long have been tolerant of casual or indeed systematic anti-Semitism, and that's why it is very important that we now have, and I hope that everybody understands the need for change and for rapid and irreversible change, but it's also important that we have an anti-Semitism task force devoted to rooting out anti-Semitism in education at all levels.
Mary Kelly-Foy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the government did nothing to stop P&O ferries sacking 800 seafarers on the spot. On the same day, the Work and Pensions Minister was forced to come to the House to announce over 1,100 DWP job losses and 42 centre closures, risking a further 7,000 jobs, including 1,300 in the North East. Working people are once again being hammered by this government in the middle of a cost of living crisis, causing genuine suffering. Why won't the Prime Minister act to protect local communities from losing real high-quality jobs?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I renew my sympathies with the case of with the P&O workers, and I've explained to the House what we're doing, and we will. But what we're also doing, Mr. Speaker, is helping the workforce up and down the country to get the coaching they need. We've doubled the number of work coaches, Mr. Speaker, and what we're seeing is employment climbing. We're seeing vacancies growing. Mr. Speaker, we are helping this country into work, and that's what Conservatives do.
Steve Bryan.
Go about their lives or even get to work because their driving licences are stuck at the DVLA. Would the Prime Minister make it clear at the dispatch box that the service from the agency falls significantly below what we expect? And would he ask the Transport Secretary to meet with me and any other member of this House? I think we may need a big room to explain how we can help them out of the hole they've put themselves in.
Absolutely. Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think, like everybody in this House, I've read some surprising things about what's been going on at the DVLA. I do think that we need to make sure that they're given every possible encouragement and support to expedite the supply of driving licences to the people of this country.
Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to see the Prime Minister back. I missed him last week. Fantasy Castle, perhaps Snow White 2. Certainly girls, girls, girls were promised at a party. Less burlesque, more Berlusconi. According to a former minister, it seems the Prime Minister has been entertained at these bunga bunga parties hosted by his close friend, a Russian oligarch. Given his many weaknesses, could leave him open to blackmail. Why does the Prime Minister think that MI6... Why does the Prime Minister... Why does the Prime Minister think that MI6 may not entirely trust him?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid I missed... last week I wasn't here to benefit from one of his elaborately confected questions. I admire his style, Mr. Speaker. I'm afraid I simply failed to detect any crouton of substance in the minestrone of nonsense that he just spoke
of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Wrexham
Wrexham is a town based on brewing, mining and football, a town evolving in aspiration, prosperity and creativity whilst retaining its Welsh identity. Can the Prime Minister congratulate Wrexham on being shortlisted for the City of Culture? And if he were to win, he would be the first Welsh town to do so.
Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, Wrexham's not only the city of shortlisted for the City of Culture and all that, with all the distinctions that she mentions, but it is also the city of vaccines, Mr. Speaker. Because without the AstraZeneca vaccines bottled in Wrexham, we wouldn't be literally wouldn't be where we are today.
Mr. Speaker, former Treasury Minister Lord Agnew has described the Chancellor's failure on COVID fraud as one of the most colossal cock-ups in recent government management, and taxpayers are paying for it. We now know the Chancellor's failure has cost the country £11.8 billion, almost exactly the same as the amount national insurance is going to be increased on working people in the coming year. Does the Prime Minister think it is fair to demand working people pay the bill for the Chancellor's failures?
Mr. Speaker, I remember him when he was doing planning at Islington Council, and a complete cock-up he made of that. What I can tell him is that this government has made sure that we got the PPE, we got the supplies that were needed in record time, and that was absolutely vital. And at a time, Mr. Speaker, when they were calling on us to go further and faster. And never forget, under the last Labour government, there was £23 billion lost in fraud every year.
Angela Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the important interim report from Dr. Hilary Cass, in which she highlights the need for more research into our young girls, why so many of them are presenting with gender distress. Will my right honourable friend agree to meet with me and other concerned colleagues and to discuss how we can constructively support these young people who are experiencing gender distress?
Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would be very happy to meet with my honourable friend, and I think that this is one of those issues that the whole House is coming to realise is one that requires extreme sensitivity, tact, love and care. We must recognise that when people want to make a transition in their lives, that they should be treated with the maximum possible generosity and respect. And we have systems in this country that allow that and have done for a long time. We should be very proud of it. But I do want to say, in addition, Mr. Speaker, that I think when it comes to distinguishing between a man and a woman, that the basic facts of biology remain overwhelmingly important, Mr. Speaker.
The Prime Minister met the chairman of P&O owners, DP World, to discuss setting up a free port in London. And just last year, the Foreign Secretary met DP World as well. DP World run ports in the UK which employ more than 600 workers. So if the Prime Minister wants to remove the latest suspicion of his conflicts of interest, will he tell his Dubai millionaire friends that if they want contracts to run free ports here, they must reinstate P&O workers and guarantee the jobs of DP World workers too?
We need to use more moderate and temperate language in this Chamber. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have one overwhelming interest, and that is to protect and preserve the jobs and livelihood of the British people. And that's what we're doing. And that's what we'll do with the P&O workers, but we'll also make sure that we continue to attract overseas investment in the record ways that we currently are. They would drive it away. We won't, Mr. Speaker.
Shall Warren.
This year marks the 50th anniversary of the expulsion of Asians from Uganda, the country where I was born. Under Ted Heath's government, people across the country opened up their homes for many of these Asians, who then settled and became part of the fabric of our great nation. That British generosity is again being seen as people open up their homes for people fleeing Ukraine as they come to our country. May I urge the Prime Minister to pick up those files from 50 years ago, wipe off the dust, and take on board those positive lessons so we can ensure that the Homes for Ukraine scheme has the maximum success.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I think the whole country can be proud of the way the UK welcomed people fleeing Idi Amin's Uganda, and I'm sure that there are many members of the House, or several members of the House, and I know the Home Secretary herself, her family was a beneficiary of that scheme and that moment. This country is overwhelmingly generous to people fleeing in fear of their lives. We will continue to be so.
800 British workers sacked over Zoom by P&O, owned by the government of Dubai, to be replaced with foreign exploited agency workers on less than £2 an hour. The Prime Minister can pass an instrument now to close the loophole so that the national minimum wage applies on UK international routes. Is he going to stand up for British workers or the oil state dictator Dubai?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for his question, and I knew he was going to ask it, and he was right to ask it. I anticipated his question earlier on. We're going to make sure that everybody working in the UK exclusive economic zone gets paid the living wage, and Mr. Speaker, we'll do it as fast as we possibly can with their assistance.
Elphick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Prime Minister's commitment to take legal action to hold P&O Ferries and DP World to account. And I call again on them to reverse their action and reinstate the workers. But Dover and Kent are already badly affected by this business, including on the roads and business community. Will my right honourable friend meet with me to discuss specific support for our affected area, including the A2 upgrade for the National Transport links and the East Kent Enterprise Zone to cover and include the Port of Dover?
Mr. Speaker, she's right in what she says about P&O and about the 800 workers, and I will make sure that she gets all the meetings she needs to make sure that Dover, we continue with all our fantastic investments in Dover, whether transport or education or otherwise.
We're just going to give it a minute for people to leave before we start the statement. Anyone who wants to leave, please leave now. Let's clear the benches.
Okay. The Prime Minister's questions there with Boris Johnson in quite feisty mood up against Keir Starmer.
Indeed, and the Chancellor will be on his feet very, very shortly, within seconds, and of course we're going straight back down. So what the Speaker is now doing is just to enable those who need a quick sarnie. Why on earth they would be leaving as the Chancellor is about to stand up beats me, but just to have
hats off to Darren McCaffrey, though, GBNews political editor. He did predict that Keir Starmer would question Boris Johnson on the P&O disaster. We only have the best. We did agree with him, didn't we?
Of course, afterwards, after he said it.
It was his call. I thought there was a real sense of the Prime Minister sort of getting his mojo back. There's been lots of talk that Cakegate and Partygate and the Downing Street investigations have been biffed into touch by this war in Ukraine.
You know, I'm not sure there'll be any clip from Prime Minister's questions. Well, let's go straight back to the Commons for the Chancellor's statement.
I now call the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rishi Sunak.
Mr. Speaker, as I stand here, men, women and children are huddled in basements across Ukraine seeking protection. Soldiers and citizens alike have taken up arms to defend their land and families. The sorrow we feel for their suffering and admiration for their bravery is only matched by the gratitude we feel for the security in which we live. And what underpins that security is the strength of our economy. It gives us the ability to fund the armed forces we need to maintain our liberty, the resources we need to support our allies, the power to impose sanctions which cause severe economic costs, and the flexibility to support businesses and individuals through crises as they emerge. But, Mr. Speaker, we should be in no doubt. Behind Putin's invasion is a dangerous calculation that democracies are divided, politically weak and economically insecure, incapable of making tough long-term decisions to strengthen our economies. Mr. Speaker, this calculation is mistaken. What the authoritarian mind perceives as division, we know are the passionate disagreements at the heart of our living, breathing democracy. What they see as chaos, we know is the freedom to be dynamic and innovative. And what they call the inherent weakness of open societies and free economies, we know is the source of our strength. We will confront this challenge to our values, not just in the arms and resources we send to Ukraine, but in strengthening our economy here at home. So when I talk about security, yes, I mean responding to the war in Ukraine, but I also mean the security of a faster growing economy, the security of more resilient public finances, and security for working families as we help with the cost of living. Mr. Speaker, today's statement builds a stronger, more secure economy for the United Kingdom. We have a moral responsibility to use our economic strength to support Ukraine and working with international partners to impose severe costs on Putin's regime. We are supplying military aid to help Ukraine defend its borders, providing around £400 million in economic and humanitarian aid, as well as up to $500 million in multilateral financial guarantees, and launching the new Homes for Ukraine scheme to make sure those forced to flee have a route to safety here in the UK. And we are imposing sanctions of unprecedented scale and scope. We sanctioned over 1,000 individuals, entities and subsidiaries, frozen the assets of major Russian banks, imposed punitive tariffs on tea products, restricted Russia's access to sterling clearing, to insurance, to the UK's capital markets, to SWIFT, and we've targeted the Russian central bank too. Be in no doubt, these sanctions, coordinated with our allies, are working. The Russian ruble plummeted to record lows. The Moscow Stock Exchange has been largely suspended for a month, and the Central Bank of Russia has been forced to more than double interest rates to 20%. We warned that an aggressive, unprovoked invasion would be met with severe economic costs, and it has. I'm proud to say, as the whole House will say, we stand with Ukraine. But, Mr. Speaker, the actions we have taken to sanction Putin's regime are not cost-free for us at home. The invasion of Ukraine presents a risk to our recovery, as it does to countries around the world. We came into this crisis with our economy growing faster than expected, with the UK having the highest growth rate in the G7 last year. But the OBR has said specifically, there is unusually high uncertainty around the outlook. It is too early to know the full impact of the Ukraine war on the UK economy. But their initial view, combined with high global inflation and continuing supply chain pressures, means the OBR now forecasts growth this year of 3.8%. The OBR then expect the economy to grow by 1.8% in 2023 and 2.1%, 1.8% and 1.7% in the following 3 years. The House will take comfort that the lower growth outlook has not affected our strong jobs performance. Unemployment is now forecast to be lower in every year of the forecast. It is already at 3.9%, back to the low levels we saw before the pandemic. But, Mr. Speaker, the war's most significant impact domestically is on the cost of living. COVID and global factors meant goods and energy prices were already high.
Statistics published this morning show that inflation in February was 6.2%, lower than the US and broadly in line with the euro area. Disruptions to global supply chains and energy markets, combined with the economic response to Putin's aggression, mean the OBR expect inflation to rise further, averaging 7.4% this year. As I said last month, the government will support the British people as they deal with the rising costs of energy. People should know that we will stand by them as we have throughout the last 2 years. That's why we've announced a £9 billion plan to help around 28 million households pay around half the April increase in the energy price cap. And people should be reassured that the energy price cap will protect their energy bills between now and the autumn. But I want to help people now, so I'm announcing 3 immediate measures. First, I'm going to help motorists. Today, I can announce, for only the second time in 20 years, fuel duty will be cut. Yeah. Not by 1, not even by 2, but by 5 pence per litre. Yeah. The biggest cut to all fuel duty rates ever. And while some have called for the cut to last until August, I have decided it will be in place until March next year, a full 12 months. Together with the freeze, it's a tax cut this year for hard-working families and businesses worth over £5 billion. And it will take effect from 6 p.m. tonight. Second, as energy costs rise, we know that energy efficiency will make a big difference to bills. But if homeowners want to install energy-saving materials, at the moment, only some items qualify for a 5% VAT relief, and there are complex rules about who is eligible. The relief used to be more generous, but from 2019, the European Court of Justice required us to restrict its eligibility. But thanks to Brexit, we're no longer constrained by EU law. So I can announce for the next 5 years, homeowners having materials like solar panels, heat pumps or insulation installed will no longer pay 5% VAT, they will pay 0. We will also reverse the EU's decision to take wind and water turbines out of scope and zero-rate them as well. And we will abolish all the red tape imposed on us by the EU. A family having a solar panel set installed will see tax savings worth £1,000 and savings on their energy bill of over £300 per year. And Mr. Speaker, this policy highlights the deficiencies in the Northern Ireland Protocol, because we won't immediately be able to apply it to Northern Ireland. But we will be raising it with the Commission as a matter of urgency. And I want to reassure members from Northern Ireland that the Executive will receive a Barnett share of the value of the relief until it can be introduced UK-wide. And the Prime Minister will bring forward further measures to reinforce our long-term energy security in the coming weeks. And finally, I want to do more to help our most vulnerable households with rising costs. They need targeted support. So I am doubling the Household Support Fund to £1 billion with £500 million of new funding. Local authorities, Mr. Speaker, are best placed to help those in need in their local areas, and they will receive this funding from April. Mr. Speaker, we can only afford to provide this extra support because of our stronger economy and the tough but responsible decisions we've taken to rebuild our fiscal resilience. Today's forecasts confirm, even after the measures I'm announcing today, we are meeting all our fiscal rules. Underlying debt is expected to fall steadily from 83.5% of GDP in 2022-23 to 79.8% in 26-27. Borrowing as a percentage of GDP is 5.4% this year 3.9% next year, then 1.9, 1.3, 1.2 and 1.1% in the following years. At a time when the OBR have said that our fiscal headroom could be wiped out by relatively small changes to the economic outlook, it is right that the central fiscal judgment I am making today is to meet our fiscal rules with a margin of safety. The OBR have not accounted for the full impacts of the war in Ukraine, and we should be prepared for the economy and public finances to worsen potentially significantly. And the cost of borrowing is continuing to rise. In the next financial year, we are forecast to spend £83 billion on debt interest, the highest on record, and almost 4 times the amount we spent last year. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we have already taken difficult decisions with the public finances, and that's why we will continue to weigh carefully calls for additional public spending. More borrowing is not cost or risk-free. I said it last autumn, and I say it again today. Borrowing down, debt down. Only the Conservatives can be trusted with taxpayers' money. So, Mr. Speaker, our response to the immediate crisis in Ukraine has been unwavering. But we must be equally bold in response to the deeper and more fundamental challenge Putin poses to our values. We must show the world that freedom and democracy remain the best route to peace, prosperity and happiness. We will do so by strengthening our economy here at home. To that end, we are helping families with the cost of living, creating the conditions for accelerated growth and productivity, and making sure the proceeds of growth are shared fairly. That is not the work of any one statement, but it does begin today, and with one of our most important levers, the tax system. I told the House last autumn my overarching ambition was to reduce taxes by the end of this Parliament. And we will do so in a way that is responsible and sustainable. Today, I am publishing a tax plan. We will take a principled approach to cutting taxes, maintaining space against our fiscal rules, as I have done today, continuing to be disciplined, with the first call on any extra resources being lower taxes, not higher spending, and of course, carefully considering the broader macroeconomic outlook. With those principles in mind, our new tax plan will build a stronger economy by reducing and reforming taxes over this Parliament in 3 ways. First, we will help families with the cost of living. Second, we will create the conditions for higher growth. And third, we will share the proceeds of growth fairly, ensuring people are left with more of their own money. Let me take each in turn. Mr. Speaker, there is now a dedicated funding source for the country's top priority, the NHS and social care, providing funding over the long term as demand grows, with every penny going straight to health and care. If it goes, then so does the funding, and that funding is needed now, especially as my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary's plans to reform healthcare will ensure every pound of taxpayers' money is well spent. When I said the Conservatives were the party of public services, the party of the NHS, I didn't just mean when it was easy, it is a total commitment. So it is right that the health and care levy stays, but a long-term funding solution for the NHS and social care is not incompatible with reducing taxes on working families. Over the last decade, it has been a Conservative mission to promote tax cuts for working people and simplify the system. That's That's why Conservative-led governments raised the income tax personal allowance from £6,500 in 2010 to the new level of £12,570. But the equivalent thresholds in national insurance, which define how much people can earn NICS-free, are still around £3,000 less. Now, the Prime Minister pledged in the 2019 election we would increase those thresholds. We made a big step towards that goal in my first budget in 2020, increasing the national insurance threshold to £9,500. Today, we take the next step. Our current plan is to increase the NICS threshold this year by £300. But I'm not going to do that, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to increase it by the full £3,000. Delivering our promise to fully equalise the NICS and income tax thresholds, and not incrementally over many years, but in one go this year. From this July, people will be able to earn £12,570 a year without paying a single penny of income tax or national insurance. That is a £6 billion personal tax cut for 30 million people across the United Kingdom. A tax cut for employees worth over £330 a year, the largest increase in a basic rate threshold ever, and the largest single personal tax cut in a decade. The Institute for Fiscal Studies has called it the best way to help low and middle earners through the tax system. It creates what the Centre for Policy Studies has called a universal working income. It is a tax cut that rewards work. And Mr. Speaker, around 70% of all workers will have their taxes cut by more than the amount they'll pay through the new levy. Once again showing it is this Conservative government delivering for hard-working families and helping with the cost of living. So, Mr. Speaker, the first part of our tax plan for a stronger economy is to support families with the cost of living. But as I set out in last month's May's lecture, to lift our growth and productivity, we need the private sector to train more, invest more and innovate more. People, capital, ideas. That's how we'll create a new culture of enterprise, the second part of our tax plan. The plan sets out tax-cutting options on business investment and innovation, with final decisions to be announced in the autumn budget. But these are significant and complex questions, so we will work with businesses over the summer to get the answers right. Let me explain to the House the direction of travel. First, people. We lag international peers in adult technical skills. Just 18% of 25 to 64-year-olds hold vocational qualifications, a third lower than the OECD average. And UK employers spend just half the European average on training their employees. So we will consider whether the current tax system, including the operation of the apprenticeship levy, is doing enough to incentivise businesses to invest in the right kinds of training. Second, ideas. Over the last 50 years, innovation drove around half the UK's productivity growth. But since the financial crisis, the rate of increase has slowed more than in other countries, and our lower rate of innovation explains almost all our productivity gap with the United States. Right now, we know that the amount businesses spend on R&D as a percentage of GDP is less than half the OECD average. And that is despite us spending more on tax relief than almost every other country. Something is not working. So we'll reform R&D tax credits so that they're effective and better value for money. We'll expand the generosity of the relief to include data, cloud computing and pure maths. And we'll consider in the autumn whether to make the R&D expenditure credit more generous. Third, capital. Weak private sector investment is a long-standing cause of our productivity gap internationally. Capital investment by UK businesses is considerably lower than the OECD average of 14%, and it accounts for fully half our productivity gap with France and Germany. Once the super deduction ends next year, our overall tax treatment for capital investment will be far less generous than other advanced economies. We're going to fix that. In the autumn budget, we will cut the tax rates on business investment, and I look forward to discussing the best ways to do that with businesses. People, capital, ideas. 3 priorities for business tax cuts this autumn. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to help smaller businesses right now. So let me remind the House of our plan. Our business rates discount will take effect in April for retail, hospitality and leisure businesses. They will get a 50% discount on their business rates bill up to £110,000. A typical pub will save £5,000. That's a tax cut for hundreds of thousands of small businesses worth £1.7 billion, taking effect in just a week's time. Our Help to Grow management scheme offers businesses mini MBAs, 90% funded by government, a benefit worth several £1,000s. Help to Grow Digital gives businesses a 50% discount on buying new software, up to £5,000. We've also increased the annual investment allowance to £1 million so that small and medium-sized businesses will feel the benefit of full expensing. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to respond to the specific calls from small businesses with one further announcement today. The employment allowance cuts small businesses' tax bills, making it cheaper to employ workers. In my first budget 2 years ago, I increased that allowance. Today, I'm going further. From April, the employment allowance will increase to £5,000. That's a new tax cut worth up to £1,000 for 500,000 small businesses starting in just 2 weeks' time. So, Mr. Speaker, future tax cuts on business investment and innovation, a business rates discount worth £1.7 billion, Help to Grow schemes worth thousands of pounds per business, an annual investment allowance worth up to £1 million, and a new tax cut on the cost of employment worth £1,000 per company. Once again, Mr. Speaker, it is this Conservative government delivering for British business. Mr. Speaker, the tax plan I've announced today will help people and businesses deal with rising costs, will help raise the future growth rate of this country. But we want the proceeds of growth shared fairly, the third objective of our tax plan. The knowledge you can keep more of what you earn is a powerful incentive for people to work hard. It means greater economic security, and we know that individuals spend their money better than governments do. We've already announced today the equalisation of personal tax thresholds, giving over 30 million workers a tax cut worth over £330. And over time, I want to go further. But tax cuts must be paid for, they must be prioritised, and they must fit the economic circumstances of the time. A clear goal for Conservative chancellors, and even some Labour ones, has been to cut income tax. The fact this has happened only twice in 20 years tells you how hard it is to do. COVID and the war in Ukraine have only added to the difficulty of achieving this by the end of this Parliament. I'm sure all members of this House recognise and understand those challenges. It would clearly be irresponsible to meet this ambition this year, and yet I refuse to let that ambition wither and drift. By 2024, the OBR currently expect inflation to be back under control, debt falling sustainably, and the economy growing. Our fiscal rules are met with a clear margin of safety. And so my final announcement today is this. I can confirm before the end of this Parliament in 2024, for the first time in 16 years, the basic rate of income tax will be cut. from 20 to 19 pence in the pound. A tax cut for workers, for pensioners, for savers. A £5 billion tax cut for 30 million people. And let me be clear with the House, it is fully costed and fully paid for in the plans announced today. Last year, I told the House I would cut taxes for hard-working families, but I would do so in a responsible and sustainable way. And today, I am delivering on that promise. So let me say this. Cutting taxes is not easy. It requires hard work, prioritisation, and the willingness to make difficult and often unpopular arguments elsewhere. It is only because this government has been prepared to make those difficult but responsible choices to fix our public finances that I can stand here and tell this House that not only are taxes being cut, but the debt is also falling whilst public spending is increasing. This doesn't happen by accident, Mr. Speaker. We can deliver for the British people today and into the future because, unlike the party opposite, we have a plan. A plan that reforms and improves public services. A plan to grow our economy, a plan to level up across the United Kingdom, a plan that helps families with the cost of living, and yes, a tax plan that cuts taxes on working families by over £330, cuts taxes on fuel by 5 pence a litre, cuts taxes on business, and yes, for the first time in a long time, cuts income tax. Mr. Speaker, let me end by simply saying this. My tax plan delivers the biggest net cut to personal taxes in over a quarter of a century, and I commend it to this House.
And quite rightly, the House heard the Chancellor. I now want to show the same respect to the shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer. Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today was the day that the Chancellor could have put a windfall tax on oil and gas producers to provide real help to families. But he didn't. Today was the day the Chancellor could have set out a proper plan to support businesses and create good jobs. Exactly. But he didn't. Yeah. Today was the day that he could have properly scrapped his national insurance hike. Yeah. He didn't. We said it was the wrong tax at the wrong time, the wrong choice. Today, the Chancellor has finally admitted he got that one wrong. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Inflation is at its highest level for 30 years and rising. Energy prices at record highs. Yeah. People are worried sick. Yeah. For all his words, it is clear that the Chancellor does not understand the scale of the challenge. Exactly. He talks about providing security for working families, but his choices are making the cost of living crisis worse, not better. Mr. Speaker, the situation following Putin's criminal assault on Ukraine remains gravely serious. Just 1 month after the invasion, so much has changed, with repercussions for years to come. But the Chancellor has failed today to explain why he chose to sign off on a reduction in our country's armed forces last October. Will the Chancellor confirm if the government's target army size is still being reduced by 10,000 troops? And let me say this to the Chancellor. Labour will support whatever is needed on defence and security to keep our country safe. Mr. Speaker, the tremors following Putin's aggression will impact on Britain, including economically. But the cost of living crisis predates Putin's attack on Ukraine. In October, inflation was already forecast to be double the Bank of England's target. And yet the Prime Minister said that fears of inflation were unfounded. Today we learned that inflation has reached 6.2%, and is expected to go higher in the coming months. People are rightly looking to their government to help them weather this storm. Labour will support sensible measures to ease this pressure, but what the Chancellor has announced today says everything we need to know about his priorities. The cost of living crisis is hitting people particularly hard because incomes have been squeezed during the last 12 years of Conservative governments. Ordinary families, disabled people, pensioners, facing really difficult choices. Mums skipping meals so that their children don't. Families struggling to buy new school shoes and uniforms for their children. Older people hesitating to put the heating on because they're worried about the cost. At the weekend, the Chancellor was asked about fuel poverty, and he didn't even know the numbers. It is shameful that he doesn't, because when Martin Lewis predicts that 10 million people could be pushed into fuel poverty, the Chancellor should sit up and listen. And we know that pensions and security are not going to keep up with inflation. Pensioners and those on social security will be getting a real terms cut in their incomes.
Cutting the pension.
So what analysis has the Chancellor done on the impact of benefits being uprated by less than inflation? How many more children and pensioners will drift into poverty because of the choices of this government?
Cutting the pension.
And who does the Chancellor prioritise? He continues to defend the record profits of oil and gas producers, who themselves admit that they have more money than they know what to do with. BP describes this crisis as a cash machine for them, but it is British people who are paying out. And it is deeply regrettable that the SNP have joined the Tories in wanting to shield oil and gas producers from Labour's progressive measures. When I set out Labour's plans for a windfall tax in January, we estimated that it would have raised £1.2 billion. Now, because of the continued rise in global oil and gas prices, it would today raise over £3 billion. That's money that could be used to help families and pensioners and businesses. With a cut to VAT, a real Brexit dividend that would help working families and pensioners across our country. And a targeted warm homes discount that would see families and pensioners on the lowest and modest incomes being supported by £600. Now, today the Chancellor comes along after 12 years of failure on energy efficiency and announces a VAT cut on building materials. This is wholly inadequate. A proper energy efficiency scheme, like the one we have set out, could cut bills by £400 to people from next year. And the silence from the Chancellor on our energy-intensive manufacturing industries is appalling. At this time of national crisis, people and businesses need a government that is on their side. Now, the Chancellor spoke of difficult choices, and I agree. There are always choices to be made, like who to tax and who to shield. Despite the Chancellor's reluctant measures, the facts are that he is still taking money out of people's purses and wallets with an increase in national insurance contributions. The changes that he is making today begs the question, why did he embark on these changes in the first place, despite the warnings from the Labour Party and from many, many others? Now, it's one thing for the Prime Minister and Chancellor to disagree with each other, but the centrepiece of the statement that the Chancellor has delivered today is based on a disagreement with himself. And for all his tax rising on millions in the middle, where is the increased tax contribution for the very wealthiest in society? A landlord with a large number of properties won't be paying a penny more in taxes, but their tenants will. Someone with significant income from buying and selling stocks and shares won't be paying any more in tax. But those people powering our economy will. The Chancellor has made the wrong choices. Now, the Chancellor says we can't help everyone. And that's absolutely true. But who has the Chancellor been helping out? Those who have been swindling the taxpayer. The Chancellor left open the vaults for widespread waste, crony contracts and a frenzy of fraud. It was, as his former Tory Treasury Minister put it, happy days if you are a crook. 7 billion items of PPE not usable and now being burnt. Taxpayers' money literally going up in smoke. £3.5 billion worth of contracts awarded to friends, donors and pub landlords. And it gets worse. The Chancellor has been signing cheques to fraudsters, including organised criminals and drug dealers. Let's put the Chancellor's fraud failure in context. He has lost a staggering £11.8 billion of public money to fraud. This is twice the amount that a previous Conservative government lost on Black Wednesday. As a result of, let's face it, this jaw-dropping incompetence, the Conservatives have been funding crime instead of fighting it. And now the Chancellor has the audacity to come to British taxpayers asking them to pay more to fill his black hole. But there can be no cover-up to hide political embarrassment. Let's call in the National Crime Agency to investigate. We need answers, people held to account, because let's be clear, taxpayers want their money back. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, people can no longer afford the Conservatives. Working families can't, pensioners can't, and businesses can't. The weak growth forecast we've seen today should be flashing red on the Chancellor's desk. And the Chancellor says, in his statement today, that the work starts today. Is he serious? The Conservatives have been in government now for 12 years. Not 12 hours. What has taken them so long? Because since his party entered government, the UK has experienced the biggest downgrade in growth of any major economy. With the last Labour government, economic growth was 2.1% a year. Under the last 12 years of the Conservatives, it's averaged 1.5%. And now we know that growth has been downgraded this year too. Now, growth is essential for funding our public services, keeping taxes under control, and keeping a handle on public finances too. That's why Labour have announced a tough set of fiscal rules to get our debt and our deficit down. But the truth is that because of this government's failure to get the economy growing, it's this Chancellor that has to put up taxes on families and businesses a staggering 15 times. This Chancellor has raised taxes more in the last 2 years than any previous Chancellor in the last 50. Now, he says it's all down to the pandemic, but the truth is the Conservatives have become the party of high taxation because they are the party of low growth. Now, I understand that the Chancellor has a portrait of Nigel Lawson above his desk. Well, today we've got an energy price crisis. Record prices at the pumps. Inflation is back. The truth is, he's not Nigel Lawson, Mr. Speaker. He's Ted Heath. With an Instagram account. Labour would be getting the economy firing on all cylinders, ensuring that we buy, make and sell more in Britain, scrapping business rates and replacing them with a fairer system fit for the 21st century, something that small businesses and high street businesses are crying out for, and the Chancellor mentioned it not at all in his statement today. A climate investment pledge to decarbonise the economy, create good jobs in every part of Britain and strengthen our energy security too. Businesses are seeing unprecedented increases in their costs right now. But all we hear from this Chancellor today is a promise of jam tomorrow, rather than the support that is needed now. And today's statement lacks the long-term plan for productivity, skills and growth. Where is it, Chancellor? Mr. Speaker, I can't help but feel that in both the Chancellor's recent May's lecture and in his statement today, we are presented with increasingly incredible claims. Perhaps the Chancellor has been taking inspiration from the characters in Alice in Wonderland, or should I say, Alice in Sunak Land? Because nothing here is quite as it seems either. It's the sort of place where a Chancellor celebrates giving people £200 to help them with their spiralling energy bills before explaining that he needs it all back. In Sunak Land, the Chancellor proclaims, "I believe in lower taxes," while at the same time as hiking Alice's national insurance contributions. So Alice asks the Chancellor, when did lower taxes mean higher taxes? Has down really become the new up? The Chancellor follows Humpty Dumpty's advice and says, when I use a word, it means just what I choose it to mean, neither more nor less. Now, Alice knows that under the Conservatives, taxes are at their highest level in decades as a result of the policies of this very same Chancellor. In fact, this Chancellor was the only G7 finance minister to raise taxes on working people during this crucial year of recovery. Curiouser and curiouser. As Alice climbs out of the rabbit hole to leave Sunak Land, she recalls the words of the White Rabbit and concludes that perhaps the Chancellor's reality is just different from yours. The actual reality, Mr. Speaker, is that this Chancellor's failure to back a windfall tax and his stubborn desire to pursue a national insurance tax rise are the wrong choices. In 8 days' time, people's energy bills will be rising by 54%. 2 weeks today, the Chancellor's latest tax hike will start hitting working people and their employers. His national insurance tax rise was a bad idea last September, and he's admitted it's an even worse one today. The Chancellor is making an historic mistake. Today was the day to scrap the tax rise on jobs. Today was the day to bring forward a windfall tax. Today was the day for the Chancellor to set out a plan to support British businesses. But on the basis of the statement today and the misguided choices of this Chancellor, families and businesses will from now on endure significant hardship as a result. The Chancellor has failed to appreciate the scale of the challenge that we face. And yet again, he is making the wrong choices for our country.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable lady for her reply. And she raised a number of points, which I'll of course come into in due course. But I must say, listening to her statement, it did sound as if COVID and the huge damage that it had done to our economy and public finances had never actually happened. It sounded as if we didn't need to do things like furlough or support businesses and provide emergency funding to schools, to councils and, yes, the NHS. Because whilst her party supported all of those policies at the time, they now seem unwilling to pay for them. And there is a pattern there, Mr. Speaker. They're always happy to spend taxpayers' money, just not take care of it. Let me, Mr. Speaker, just briefly address some of the specific points that the honourable lady mentioned. I thought it's telling that she opened her statement yet again calling for a windfall tax. We know on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we want to encourage more investment in the North Sea. We want more domestic energy. We want more jobs for the UK. And a windfall tax would put that off, which is why the Prime Minister will be bringing forward a comprehensive energy security strategy in the coming weeks to address that. She talked about business rates and supporting businesses, Mr. Speaker. In just a week's time, small businesses will be getting a 50% discount on their business rates bill in the retail, hospitality and leisure sector. It's the biggest tax cut to business rates outside of coronavirus since the business rate system was created. £1.7 billion. And I know she's said that she would like to abolish business rates. She also says she has some fiscal rules. I haven't quite figured out where she's going to pay for the £25 billion of tax cuts that involves, but I look forward to hearing it. She talked about defence spending, Mr. Speaker. I must say here, I mean, it's all very well to talk about the size of the army. At least the party opposite now seems to think that we should actually have an army, which is a welcome conversion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was because how seriously we take this nation's security, Mr. Speaker, that in 2020, when we decided to do just short-term spending settlements for most departments, there was one department we singled out for special treatment, one department that got a 4-year settlement in advance of everyone else, and that was the Ministry of Defence, Mr. Speaker. And in that settlement, they received £24 billion of new cash, the largest uplift to defence spending since the end of the Cold War, ensuring that we are not just the second largest spender in Europe in NATO, but the 5th largest in the world, a record that we on this side of the House are very proud of. She talked also, Mr. Speaker, about pensions again. Thanks to the actions of this government since 2010, Conservative-led governments, we put in place the triple lock, not something that the party opposite ever did when they were in power. It means that pensions are now £2,300 higher than they were in 2010 and £700 more than if the triple lock hadn't been in existence during that time. And I'm pleased to say, Mr. Speaker, that the state pension now, relative to earnings, is at the highest level it has been in over 30 years. This party will always be on the side of pensioners, Mr. Speaker. And then just briefly to turn to her comments on tax, and I'm not sure perhaps if she, fair enough, it's a short time to respond, Mr. Speaker, if she fully understood the implications of the tax cut that was announced today. The increase in national insurance thresholds to fully equalise them is a £6 billion tax cut for 30 million UK workers. It is the largest increase in thresholds ever, the biggest personal tax cut in a decade, and it is worth £330 for those workers, Mr. Speaker. And it means, and this is the part that I don't know if she's realised, because she talked about the levy and making sure that we direct our policy at those who need our help. There's a reason the Independent Institute for Fiscal Studies called this the best way to help low and middle earners through the tax system, and that is because 70% of workers will pay less tax, even accounting for the levy, Mr. Speaker. It is more generous than the policy she is advocating. And combined with the other tax cuts we've announced today, Mr. Speaker, as I said, this plan represents the biggest net cut to personal taxes in a quarter of a century. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying this. The plan that we've announced today, as I said, has only been possible because we have taken tough decisions with the public finances, and not necessarily always popular, but always responsible and always honest. It is 2 years to the day, Mr. Speaker, that the country first entered lockdown and suffered the biggest economic shock in over 300 years. An unprecedented collective national effort was undertaken, and 2 years later, this government hasn't only fixed the public finances, but people are back in jobs, debt is falling, and taxes are now being cut. Now, no government gets every call right. We learn from our mistakes. We strive to improve. But even if they won't admit it, Mr. Speaker, members opposite will recognise this day as an achievement which we all can celebrate. I've said it before to the party opposite, and I'll say it again. There is a fine line between reasonable criticism and political opportunism, and in my experience, the British people can always tell the difference.
Other in the House, Sir Peter Bottomley.
I think the Shadow Chancellor's remarks were best remembered when she pointed out the Conservatives won the 2010 election and we won the 2019 election, and it's probably a very good thing for the country that we did. The Chancellor has met the major obligations, which have public spending, which helps the economy to grow, which allows for more jobs and more government revenue coming in. And he's also concentrated, as he's pointed out just now, that the changes to national insurance do the things that Martin Lewis would applaud, as well as the institutes. And if you have those three people supporting, so my support, I may say so, it's very welcome. Can I point out to him, ask him to remember that pensioners don't just have the state pension, many of them have fixed pensions on top. And getting inflation down as fast as possible is vitally important to them. They can't go for a bigger pay increase if they're not at work. And can I finally say to him that some areas of public spending don't make it easy to have efficiencies. If teachers' salaries make up most of the cost of education, it's very important to make sure that we don't squeeze education and wreck our schools and the future of the pupils. On things like cladding, when amendments come to the Building Safety Bill from the Lords, can he please not keep his purse completely shut, but if money needs advancing so that people's homes can be safe and saleable, please consider that openly.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for his support, and I think he's right to highlight some of the independent commentators who have supported the policies announced today. I'll just touch on one of the things he said, which is about education spending. I agree with him. It's vital for our country's future that we support our teachers and support our children. That's why the Prime Minister announced in total £5 billion of catch-up funding to help those children with the learning, recover the learning that they lost during the pandemic. Also why we're raising per pupil cash amounts by £1,500 over this Parliament and raising teachers' starting salaries to £30,000 as our manifesto committed to.
Now comes the SNP spokesperson, Alison Toulas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, this tax plan that the Chancellor announced is very thin, it is lightweight and it is superficial, and it's exactly what we've come to expect from this Chancellor. Because what we heard today from the Chancellor was not enough. It was utterly detached from the needs of our constituents up and down these islands. This has been a cost of living crisis over a decade in the making, layer upon layer. Austerity, which stripped back public services and punished people through brutal social security cuts. Brexit, which has driven away skilled workers and increased costs for businesses and for individuals. COVID, where we saw public money splurged in its billions on crony contracts, while some people were entirely excluded from support, and now those who got support under SACE are expected to pay tax on it, just to add insult to injury. And now home energy costs, which were already soaring before the increase in hostilities in Ukraine, are forcing households to the brink. Inflation running at 6.2%, its highest in 30 years, hitting the poorest hardest. Food prices rising, especially for the basics, and food banks seeing record numbers of people coming through their doors. The Chancellor said he's going to increase the household support fund, but really, is that it? Is that it? Because people are desperate and they need a good deal more help than that. Mr. Speaker, we know that sanctioning Russia is not cost-free, but the Tories cannot use this as a sleight of hand to distract from the layers of pain which lie beneath the current crisis. Each of these layers has seen political choices and opportunities for change squandered by this UK Tory government and its predecessors, and we see this again today. And this Chancellor has increased taxes more in 2 years than Gordon Brown did in 10, while people are struggling. The Treasury Select Committee issued a report this morning, and it says that the UK Government must take further action to support UK households, in particular those on lower incomes, to manage the subsequent rise in energy and other costs. Now, his announcement on NICs is welcome. We've been calling for it for years. It's not something that the Chancellor should have brought today. It's something he should have brought a long time ago. And hiking national insurance is a tax on individuals, but also, Mr. Speaker, a tax on jobs. Employers are already facing increased costs in energy and materials, and this is a pressure that many businesses will not be able to bear. SMEs in particular need more support. Hospitality and tourism in particular have struggled through the pandemic, and now the Chancellor is moving VAT from 12.5% back to 20% at a time when consumers have much less money in their pockets. We in these benches called for this cut before the Chancellor brought it in, and we support the UK Hospitality's That's Enough campaign. Mr Speaker, cutting universal credit by £20 a week at a time when people need it the most. Carly, a single mum, spoke at the gingerbread reception on Monday and told us all how important it was that that money was there because things are tighter than they have ever been. No further support for people on legacy benefits and disabled people who often face higher energy costs and have no option in those costs. A taper put in place that only helps people that are in work. Benefits just not going far enough as they don't keep pace with inflation, and a welfare cap that punishes people for their circumstances. And an end to the triple lock, and nothing for the waspy women outside campaignings yet today, still losing out on what should have rightfully been theirs. The Scottish Government, by contrast, is doing what it can within its limited budget to support people, uprating the 8 Scottish social security benefits that we control by 6%, increasing the Scottish child payment to £20 a week, a lifeline to families. This Government should be doing the same. Yeah. 5p off fuel is something, but it doesn't help those who are paying for trains and buses. The Chancellor cut air passenger duty during COP26, but he still offers nothing for the millions of commuters who use public transport every day. Mr Speaker, I don't know if the Chancellor has ever had a prepayment meter. I don't think they fit them. I don't think they fit them, Mr Speaker, for swimming pools. But 4.5 million people across these islands. She says it's pathetic. 4.5 million people across these islands. 4.5 million people across these islands experiencing the stress and despair of watching the money run out on their prepayment meters. Prepayment customers, Mr Speaker, already pay higher bills than those in direct debit, and they may struggle even to access the Chancellor's Heat Now, Pay Later loan if it doesn't go automatically to pay back the debts on that meter. Mr Speaker, the Fuel Bank Foundation, who provide top-ups to those who are struggling on prepayment meters, have seen a 75% increase in demand already. That's before the prices we are seeing now. Nothing either from the Chancellor on customers on heating oil or LPG who must fill up by the tank. And those on heating oil have seen their tank costs for 500 litres in a tank go from £250 to between £600 and £900. These people have no choice about how they get that energy. Where are they in the Chancellor's priorities today? Mr Speaker, nuclear, which the Government touted an awful lot before the statement today and was missing from the Chancellor's statement, interestingly, is not the answer to reducing people's bills. It is slow and it is eye-wateringly expensive. We know already from the nuclear financing bill that what the Government already proposes will add £63 billion to people's energy bills. £63 billion, Mr Speaker. The Government should instead be fixing the long-standing inequality of grid charging, investing more in onshore and offshore wind, in tidal and in solar, and bringing carbon capture and storage in the north east of Scotland off their reserve bench now. Make it a real net zero transition worthy of the name. They could invest in a national programme of heat pumps, retrofitting and insulating. And I was glad to see his announcement on home energy efficiency and repairs, because this is something we've called on for a very long time, Mr Speaker. But this paltry announcement does not go nearly far enough, not even meeting the significant home energy intervention Scotland is already making. Mr Speaker, this Chancellor has choices. He could have looked at windfall tax and profits, yes, to the Shadow Chancellor, oil and gas, but also Amazon, Serco, Netflix. Why should they not have to pay up for their mega profits during the pandemic? And the Chancellor has had a windfall of his own. Tax revenues are higher than expected. The deficit is £30 billion lower than planned. And looking at the OBR reports that came out today, VAT has gone up by £21.7 billion. £21.7 billion extra in the Chancellor's coffers. And self-assessment up by £5.2 billion than forecast late last year. This could have been used to cushion the cost of living crisis and to invest in renewables and to wean us off fossil fuel. Money-saving expert Martin Lewis was stark in his warning in Sunday Morning. He says, as the money-saving expert has been known for this, I'm virtually out of tools to help people now. And he said while watching this that his head sunk. There is no help for people on energy. Mr Speaker, in closing, People face a crisis that the Chancellor could have done more to avert, and he's made the choice in so many ways not to act. There's nothing in his announcement today for Scotland. And we on these benches look forward to the day when Scotland has a government with the full fiscal powers to make sure that all of our people, all of them, can have a decent standard of living, and that no child goes to bed with an empty tummy and a cold home.
Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady said there's nothing in this statement for Scotland. Maybe she missed the part about the UK-wide fuel duty cut, which will save a typical, together with the freeze, will save a typical driver £100 this year, typical van driver £200. Maybe she missed the part about the largest increase to personal tax thresholds ever, a £6 billion tax cut, which will help 2.4 million people in Scotland, starting in just a few months' time, or indeed the 75,000 businesses that benefit from the employment allowance. Again, a £1,000 tax cut for Scottish businesses coming in very shortly. And actually, what I didn't hear from her, Mr. Speaker, she mentioned that Scotland wants, as ever, more fiscal autonomy. Scotland already does have a considerable degree of fiscal autonomy. And what I didn't hear was whether the SNP are going to deliver the same income tax cut for Scottish taxpayers that the UK government is delivering as paid for in these numbers in 2024. I look forward to hearing from the Honourable Lady that the Scottish government will be cutting taxes for their taxpayers with the powers and funding that they will get. Mr. Speaker, I always want to make sure that we look after the most vulnerable in our society. The Honourable Lady mentioned a single mother who she knew. I'm pleased and proud, in fact, that because of the actions of this government, increasing the national living wage in April by 6.6%, by cutting the UC taper rate, Mr. Speaker, and indeed by the increase in personal thresholds today, taken all together, all tax and welfare changes, that single mother of 2 children working full-time on the national living wage will now be £1,600 better off. Mr. Speaker, and then the last point I think the Honourable Lady was talking about was on businesses, and again I'd say to her, we are providing a business rate discount for businesses, and Scotland of course has received the Barnett share of that money. Business rate discount here coming in for retail, hospitality and leisure businesses in just a few weeks, and I know the Scottish Government will have the resources to do the same thing. And then lastly, on prepayment meters, where the Honourable Lady made a comment, I'm acutely aware that millions of families rely on prepayment meters, which is why when we designed the energy support package that we announced in February, we had particular care to those people to make sure that they would receive the same benefit. And indeed, we found out and we made sure that 40% of them will automatically get the £200 rebate in October. And for the remainder, Mr. Speaker, we are working with BEIS and the industry to ensure that all of those people get the same benefit as well. They will either receive a voucher, a cheque in the post, or indeed something called a special access message to their phone on SMS, so that when they go to one of the retailers that they use to top up their meter, they will also benefit from the actions that we have taken, because this Conservative government is on the side of everyone, Mr. Speaker.
Chair of the Select Committee, Bill Stride. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chancellor Rishi Sunak there responding to the SNP having given his spring statement 2022. For me, it was a spring statement that faced both ways. The Chancellor said there's a highly unusual amount of uncertainty about the outlook, and the Office of Budget Responsibility downgraded the growth forecast for this year in the UK from 6% growth, very chunky, down to a much more modest 3.8%. Inflation is going to average not 4% this year, as we thought when the forecast was made last October during the Chancellor's last budget. It's going to average 7.4%, so it could go much higher. Despite this uncertainty in the outlook, Rishi Sunak was still able to deliver, in his own words, let me quote, the biggest cut in personal taxation for a century. How did he do it?
Well, here to give their take on the Chancellor's statement, it's our panel of esteemed economists, Jasmine Birtles, financial expert and founder of moneymagpie.com. And it's great to welcome back Vicky Price, Chief Economic Advisor at the Centre for Economic and Business Research. Vicky, welcome. Good to see you. Your main takeaway from Rishi Sunak's statement, how did he do?
I think it's really the economy that we need to be worrying about. But of course, we can talk about the actual measures, which haven't been anything like as big as people had been anticipating. The worry is, of course, that we have no idea what the economy is going to do over the next couple of years. And what we've seen is there's been a serious rethinking of what we'll see this year, down to 3.8%, as we've heard from over 6%. There had been hugely optimistic forecasts about 6 months ago about where we might be this year. But then the worry for me is that if you look at next year, we're only expecting to have 1.8% growth. And the year after that, even less. So we are in a position where we just don't see this uphill, moving on to where we might have been if we had managed to have above trend growth for a number of years, as we were hoping, to make up for the huge loss we had during COVID. And now we're going to have, of course, the extra cost that we're going to be losing in terms of GDP because of the Ukraine crisis. So I'm afraid that's the uncertainty which is in there. Plus, of course, we don't know where inflation will go. We don't know what oil prices are going to do. And there isn't anything very much there for the consumer to ease that pressure, which means that they won't have enough to spend, and therefore it's understandable why we're not expecting much growth this year. The worry is that we're not expecting much growth next year or the year after that either.
Jasmine, it struck me that there weren't that many policies in this, as Vicky Price rightly pointed out. The big one was that he did go through with his rise in national insurance contributions, but at the same time, he raised the threshold for national insurance contributions, aligning it with the basic rate of income tax. And there was another fall in the basic rate of income tax, maybe. In 2023.
Yeah, well, exactly. So I personally found it a very disappointing statement. I really thought that he would be coming up with a few goodies for consumers, because I deal with consumers, as you know, and I am concerned about the people who are on very low incomes, and we're talking particularly those on universal credit. I thought there might be a bit of an uplift there. No, those who are on fixed incomes, essentially pensioners, nothing there either. And to be honest, I just felt that, yes, the national insurance threshold rise was helpful, and that's going to help about 70% of earners, I think. Helpful also for employers. I'm an employer, as I've said before. I thought it was a little tiny bit of extra that we can have on the national insurance threshold, so that's helpful. But in terms of actual cash, we knew about the 5p off the litre anyway, so that was no surprise. Nothing really on energy, unless, of course, you're rich enough to be thinking about putting solar panels on your roof. And really, the only sort of tiny lifeline is that he's giving more to local councils so that you can actually get a bit of extra help from your local council. But that's quite often a postcode lottery anyway, and there are specific things you have to do to qualify. So, frankly, I think it's been a very disappointing spring statement for consumers.
But our income tax is going to be cut, Vicky, not this year, not next year, the year after, which happens to be a general election year. Are we being cynical?
Well, interestingly enough, it's only 1p in the pound that we're talking about, whereas Rishi Sunak had been known to say 2p in the pound.
From 20 to 19p,
yes,
yeah.
So he has actually reduced his expectations and his optimism. He realises that it's actually going to be rather difficult for him to do that, and he doesn't know what the finances are going to do. So I think it's a little bit of uncertainty there creeping through. But I'm suspecting we're going to see a lot more over the next few months. So if this cost of living crisis stays very high, remember, this is a spring statement.
Indeed.
We had already just a couple of months ago, or less than that, had the injection of 9 billion to support people with their energy bills. And we have had so many mini budgets in the past. I'm suspecting that he may be keeping some money in reserve to come in and assist, because, of course, he will be a lot better off than he had expected, because the expectation now, in terms of what the borrowing is likely to be, or would have been by the end of this financial year, which is about to finish, is considerably less than what had been forecast before. So we're talking about possibly 50 billion less that he would be borrowing this year, which finishes in the beginning of April, than we thought just a few months ago, back in October. So there is money there that can be used, possibly, if the need arises, and I'm suspecting the need will arise.
I must say, I share Jasmine's view. There's a lot of hyperbole here, and there's not much substance. Let's talk about things he didn't mention.
Yeah.
He didn't mention the fact that benefits are going to uprate only by 3.1%, still using that September inflation number, when the Office for Budget Responsibility is saying that average inflation going forward is going to be 7.4%. He didn't also, as Vicky Price touched on, he didn't do anything more more in terms of household utility bills than he announced in February when Ofgem raised the price cap to almost £2,000 on average. And since then, we've had war in Ukraine and spiking commodity prices on global markets.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is the problem with inflation. It's us, the consumers, that pay. It's pain, and we are already knowing that interest rates have gone up. They're going to go up. So, you know, it will be being dealt with in some way. But in the meantime, it's extra pain, I think, for us, the consumers.
Well, Jasmine Birtles, MissMoneyBankPike.com, you're going to stay with us, as are you, Vicky Price from the Centre and Economic Business Research. That's our initial impression from the panel.
Let's get reaction now from Westminster with our political editor, Darren McCaffrey. Darren, Conservative MPs are going to have to go on television and speak to their local papers. I know how it works. You'll be given quotes. They're going to have to defend this. Is there enough of them, enough good news, to make them want to provide a positive spin on what Rishi Sunak's delivered today?
Well, here it is, Gloria. Well, this is the Office of Budget Responsibilities part of it. The bit on the ground. Are Conservative MPs going to go out and defend this? You bet they are. Are they happy with some of the measures? You bet they are, not least of all on fuel duty and that national insurance change to the threshold. Does it go far enough? I mean, the OBR, this is the most significant thing I think we need to take away with it today. The OBR is suggesting that we're looking at the biggest fall in living standards this country has seen since records began back in the 1950s. Is what the Chancellor announced today going to be enough to offset any of that? It's Dr. Steve Brain. He is the Conservative MP for Winchester and joins me now. Steve, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Just on that point, let's look at the kind of good news, I suppose, in some regards. 5p off a tax on fuel, though fuel prices could go up substantially between now and next March. And at the end of the day, that national insurance hike, even though it's been offset for lots of people, is still going to go ahead. So, you know, we are increasing taxes at a time in which inflation is expected to average 7.4% this year.
Well, look, I've literally just come out of the chamber. My constituents in Winchester are smart. They know the economic reality we face. The Chancellor didn't come and try and, put the lipstick on the pig today. He was very honest. He was very sober. He told exactly what the OBR had said about very difficult times ahead for our living standards. On top of the measures that he announced last month around council tax bill reduction, which you'll have seen in your bills in the last few days, he then announced today some more measures. So around fuel duty, which you've mentioned, around more targeted help for the poorest households, the money that's going to councils, so he's doubled that amount of money. And of course then longer term, around zero VAT, for instance, on fuel heat pumps and solar panels and that stuff that helps with fuel efficiency. In answer to the question you were setting up there with Gloria, what was it enough? Well, I think it could never be enough because the cost of living crisis is so pinching that whatever he did today, I get the media and the opposition were going to say it's not enough. But Rishi is the sober, sensible face on the front bench who is telling it like it is. He's the guy with the figures, he's counting the beans. You can't spend what you don't have, and that's as fundamental a Conservative principle as you will find.
That's true, but these are political choices. For example, you could decide not to go ahead with that tax rise.
Yes, we could.
And that would have consequences for the National Health Service.
And I'll tell you why we don't.
Why not?
Because the National Health Service is the country and the public's #1, by a long distance, priority. And I hear people sniping about the rise in national insurance. I don't hear any of them say the NHS should be given less money. So if you have another plan as to how you're going to find those billions for the NHS, to deal with the waiting list, to keep the standards high, to keep the NHS the best in the world, then come forward with it. Otherwise, get behind the plan.
Just in regards, though, to energy bills, we know, for example, when it comes to taxation, I think he's only going to cancel maybe about 20-25% of what he announced last year. So most people are still going to see substantial tax increases. But on fuel, why not have a windfall tax on these energy companies that are making billions and millions and billions and billions of pounds worth of profit, rather than raising taxes on ordinary working people?
Well, he took that head on today at the very start of his response to the Shadow Chancellor, and he said it many times, is that we want to see investment in the energy sector. We want to see investment in clean, green energy, which is ultimately going to drive down prices and reduce the reliance on Russian gas, for instance. So we don't think that's the way to go. Now, you're right, they are choices that we are making. But if you make a choice as a government, then the opposition parties have to make their choice too. And I don't hear any credible plan. Here is a tax plan. I don't hear any credible plan coming from the opposition. Rishi was very smart today, I thought, in what he said to Rachel Reeve, when he said the opposition supported every single penny of the £407 billion we had to spend in the last 2 years helping the country through COVID. Now they don't seem to want to pay for it. Well, that's the reality of political life.
On this, but the fundamentals are that actually the other way to pay for all of this is through economic growth.
Yes.
And that is something successive Conservative governments since the financial crisis have been terrible at. Britain is terrible at economic growth. The Conservative government is going to be about enterprising private growth, and you can't even manage that.
Well, Rishi set out figures today of where the economy will grow over the course of this forecast period. I mean, they are just forecasts, of course.
They've been downgraded this year.
You know, we want, of course, we want to see growth, which is why we want to invest. We want the energy companies, for instance, to invest. Look at what he said today at the very start of his statement, that unemployment is falling and will continue to fall over the forecast period. That is the bedrock, of course, of economic growth, and that is why, you know, that is, of course, making people feel better, but the cost of living crisis is continuing to pinch, and he's helped where he can, but he's been realistic. And you know what? Every single viewer to GBNews knows what comes in and what goes out into their household finances, and they know you can't spend what doesn't come in. And Rishi was the man who delivered that message today.
OK, Steve, thank you, as always, very much indeed for joining us outside Parliament. Very sunny day indeed. Gloria, back to you in the studio.
It is time now for your news, and we'll be back with lots more analysis, discussion, guests, and speaking to our journalists from around the country.
Good afternoon, it's 2 o'clock. I'm Miranda Shunker in the GB newsroom. The Chancellor has today announced plans to help struggling families with the rising cost of living. In his spring statement in the Commons, Rishi Sunak acknowledged the pressure households are under. On the same day, inflation reached a 30-year high. He outlined measures including cutting fuel duty by 5 pence a litre from 6 o'clock tonight, which will last until March next year. VAT will be scrapped on energy efficiency measures such as solar panels, heat pumps and insulation installed for 5 years. And the threshold for paying national insurance will increase by £3,000 from July, meaning employees will save around £330 a year. Well, following the statement by the Chancellor, the Institute for Fiscal Studies, an independent fiscal think tank, calculated the changes to national insurance would likely impact 70% of workers. The Chancellor said the measures show his party has a plan for the country.
And yes, a tax plan that cuts taxes on working families by over £330, cuts taxes on fuel by 5 pence a litre, cuts taxes on business, and yes, for the first time in a long time, cuts income tax. Mr. Speaker, let me end by simply saying this. My tax plan delivers the biggest net cut to personal taxes in over a quarter of a century, and I commend it to this House.
Well, in response, the Shadow Chancellor said the latest announcements would make the cost of living crisis worse, not better. Rachel Reeves said the Chancellor doesn't understand the scale of the crisis facing many families.
Today was the day for the Chancellor to set out a plan to support British businesses. But on the basis of the statement today and the misguided choices of this Chancellor, families and businesses will from now on endure significant hardship as a result. The Chancellor has failed to appreciate the scale of the challenge that we face. And yet again, he is making the wrong choices for our country.
Well, to other news, and the Prime Minister says the government is taking legal action against P&O ferries after firing nearly 800 staff without notice. Speaking in the House of Commons during Prime Minister's questions, Boris Johnson said that it looked to him like the company had broken the law. The CEO of the company, Peter Hebblethwaite, has apologised to those affected, but claims it was the only way to save the business. He's also agreed to be questioned by MPs on the Transport Committee tomorrow. Following the sackings, the company has insisted their actions were legal, and they're offering more than £36 million in compensation to those who've lost their jobs.
And I can tell him that we will not sit by, Mr. Speaker, because under Section 194 of the Trades Union and Labour Relations Act of 1992, it looks to me, Mr. Speaker, as though the company concerned has broken the law. And we will be taking action.
To Ukraine, where there's an agreement today to try to evacuate civilians still trapped in towns and cities through 9 humanitarian corridors. That's according to the Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister. No agreement was made for the besieged city of Mariupol, though, where 100,000 citizens have been left with no food, water or medicine as Putin's forces surround the city. Peace talks between the two sides have been ongoing, but Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says they remain confrontational.
We are continuing to work at different levels to encourage Russia to move towards peace, to end this brutal war. Ukrainian representatives are participating in talks that are taking place virtually every day. It's very difficult, sometimes confrontational, but step by step, we are moving forward.
Firefighters are dealing with a chemical incident at London's Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park. The London Fire Brigade says it's due to a chemical reaction at the Aquatic Centre where a high quantity of chlorine gas was released and around 200 people evacuated. A number of patients are being treated for breathing difficulties. The fire service are asking residents in the immediate vicinity to close doors and windows while they ventilate the premises. One of 2 flight information black boxes has been recovered after Monday's plane crash in southern China. It's said to be severely damaged, but could help work out the cause of the crash. No survivors have as yet been found in the wreckage of the flight, which was carrying 132 people. China Eastern has grounded all its Boeing 737-800 jets as a precaution. Well, that's your news update. I'll be back in half an hour with the latest headlines. Now let's return to Liam and Gloria's coverage of today's Spring Statement.
And welcome back to the programme. So the Chancellor Rishi Sunak has delivered his much-anticipated spring statement to the House of Commons amidst the ongoing cost of living crisis. And the Independent Office for Budget Responsibility today says we've seen the biggest fall in living standards in Britain since the end of World War II.
The Chancellor's statement had lots of detail, but one announcement which is catching everyone's eye is the pledge to cut the rate of income tax by the end of this Parliament. Let's remind ourselves what the Chancellor had to say earlier.
And so my final announcement today is this. I can confirm before the end of this Parliament in 2024, for the first time in 16 years, the basic rate of income tax will be cut from 20 to 19 pence in the pound. A tax cut for workers, for pensioners, for savers. A £5 billion tax cut for 30 million people. And let me be clear with the House, it is fully costed and fully paid for in the plans announced today.
A tax cut amidst a time of financial crisis may have caught people by surprise, but let's take a look at some other of the key details in today's statement. The Chancellor announced £500 million for local authority hardship funds, a fuel duty cut of 5p a litre to help motorists. The national insurance threshold is to be increased by £3,000. The employment allowance will be increased to £5,000. Let's get more details now from Liam, who's at the video wall.
Well, thanks, Gloria. During his spring statement, Rishi Sunak echoed the Independent Office for Budget Responsibility when he said that there's an unusually high uncertainty around the economic outlook. And he wasn't kidding. Look at that. Back in October 2021, the official forecast for UK GDP growth, that's all economic activity across the economy in a year, was a 6% expansion, very chunky. That has now been reduced today to just a 3.8% growth forecast for this year. If there's less growth, there's less tax revenue, and there's more government spending on benefits and so on. So that really boxes the Chancellor in. But the really eye-catching forecast change was in inflation, which we can see on the next slide. Inflation back in 2021, in the time of Rishi Sunak's last budget, was forecast to be 4% during 2022. Pretty high by recent standards. It's now forecast to be 7.4% during this year, which is a 40-year high. Again, inflation makes it much more difficult for the Chancellor. He does get a bit more tax revenue, but you expect investment and growth to be slower. And of course, inflation represents this cost of living crisis that we're all facing. Now, if we look at the next slide, here's another eye-catching figure. In 2022-23, that's the fiscal year starting next month in April, the Chancellor said that we are going to spend, as a country, £83 billion the government will spend in debt interest. That's a huge amount of money. It's 4 times up on the year before, partly because we're borrowing a little bit more, but mainly because interest rates are going up and those debt payments are often linked to the rate of inflation. So we are now going to be spending on debt interest more than we spend on education in this country, more than we spend on defence. And the Chancellor wielded that figure, in my view, near the top of his speech to say borrowing isn't costless. Government spending means you have to borrow and pay interest, which wouldn't then go to schools, hospitals and other public services that we all want to see. Let's have a look at the next slide. And this is about the national insurance contribution increase. This was already legislated for, though the Chancellor was under a lot of pressure to reverse this policy. He didn't. He refused. He stood his ground. This is a 1.25 percentage point increase in the national insurance contributions for both employers and employees. That's firms and workers. For ordinary workers, that's going to cost lower rate taxpayers £178 a year on average, and higher rate taxpayers £715 a year on average. This is the tax rise that a lot of Tory backbenchers and indeed the Labour frontbench didn't want to see. But Sunak went through with it. So what else did he do to offset that? Well, that's shown on the next slide, because he also aligned the thresholds. What does that mean? You pay income tax and then you pay national insurance on top. And what he did is he increased the national insurance threshold by £3,000. So you pay no national insurance contribution up to the first £12,570 that you earn in a year. That's the same as the basic rate of income tax threshold as well. So that acts as a tax cut because you can earn more without paying national insurance on it. And that's £6 billion in lower taxes. In total, the Chancellor said, a tax cut that will help 30 million people, which is a huge chunk of the workforce. Also, the Chancellor made another tax cut, but this is one which may or may not come in. He says it will, but he doesn't really know. Rishi Sunak said he's going to cut the basic rate of income tax from 20 to 19 pence, but he's not going to do that until 2023-2024, which so happens to be an election year. Will it happen? We don't know. He says it's costed on the Office for Budget Responsibility's current forecasts. They say it could happen within the numbers, the parameters that he set. But of course, with so much uncertainty, he simply cannot, in my view, credibly say that that tax cut will happen. There was one other thing that the Chancellor did, which I thought was interesting and will certainly be on the front of a lot of newspapers tomorrow. He cut the fuel duty on petrol and diesel by 5 pence per litre, and that cut starts at 6 p.m. tonight. It lasts for a year until March 2023. It sounds good, but if you've got a 55-litre car, that's a standard saloon, that's only going to save you £3.30 every time you fill up. So a headline-grabbing saving, but not a huge saving. And the next slide, something else solar, heat pumps and insulation. When we were in the European Union, the spending on these things had VAT on it. Rishi Sunak's now removed that VAT, making them so-called zero-rated for 5 years. This is something the Chancellor was at pains to add, and he did vote to leave the European Union. We can only do after Brexit. So that was a kind of Brexit dividend, and as soon as he said that, you could hear lots of cheering from certain parts of the Tory backbenches. But guess what? That brings into play the Northern Ireland Protocol. Because Northern Ireland is still effectively in the EU single market, that zero rating on VAT doesn't apply in Northern Ireland, at least for now. So that was the spring budget, the spring statement. It didn't have anything in terms of extra help for households with those fuel bills, even though we've had the Russia-Ukraine crisis since the Chancellor unveiled his package. It didn't have anything in terms of uprating benefits. They're only going to go up by 3.1%, which is the rate of inflation last September. But it did, the Chancellor said, deliver the biggest cut in net personal taxation for a quarter of a century, if that cut in the basic rate of income tax does indeed happen in 2023. Gloria, back to you.
Well, we've sent our team of GB News reporters around the country to speak to ordinary people and businesses too, asking what ministers can do to help them and whether they did. It's called Beat the Squeeze. So before the Chancellor's statement, we spoke to our reporter Rachel Sweeney, who's at an energy company. Let's go back to her now to find out how Rishi Sunak's words have gone down. Rachel.
Yes, just a reminder that we're at Waste Not Energy in Middlesbrough, and the CEO, Ian Jones, was hoping to see help for North East manufacturing with a cap on energy prices, but there was no mention of large-scale energy in that statement, was there? What's your reaction?
No, I think quite disappointing, to be honest. I think it's going to be very difficult for all manufacturing businesses over the coming months without that support and without that help. And I think more disappointingly, there was no mention of energy security for the UK or investment and support for that move and that energy transition. I think it's just it's going to be a very difficult time for all of us.
What difference would that have made to you in terms of growth?
Well, I mean, again, it was a bit of a soundbite without substance, to be honest. I mean, he made some comments about some business tax cuts. We'll have to wait and see till the autumn when he puts some substance to what that actually means. Hopefully, there'll be enough for us to continue our growth.
Now, he said to MPs, Rishi Sunak, we should be prepared for the economy and public finances to worsen, potentially significantly. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I mean, I think he's absolutely right. I don't think we're yet in the middle of the cost of living crisis. That we're only very much at the start of it. He's made a 5p fuel duty cut, which I think is a bit of a crowd pleaser. It's the sort of Chancellor of yesteryear's equivalent of knocking 1 penny off a pint. I think it'll get make a few people happy, but I don't think it's going to touch the sides for business. I honestly think the supply chain costs and the cost of moving goods around this country is just going to go through the roof.
You said that you wanted some help for North East manufacturing. Did you think that was realistic?
I mean, Rishi's made comment before about Teesside and the North East being part of the levelling up agenda, and he's been proud of what's been achieved here. I mean, I think it would have been a bit too much to expect him to make specific comment about us, but we're very much a key part of this country with regards to manufacturing and job creation, and a key part of the levelling up agenda. And I think he's going to have to do a lot more to support that in the autumn.
Ian Jones, CEO of Waste Not Energy here in Middlesbrough, thank you very much. Despite Rishi Sunak not announcing what they were hoping for here, growth will continue and they hope to hit their target of having 8 sites by 2026.
Rachel, thank you. Still with us in the studio is our panel of economists, Jasmine Birtles, financial expert and founder of MoneyMagpie.com, and Vicky Price, Chief Economic Advisor at the Centre for Economic and Business Research. We were all listening to Steve Bryan give the interview, the Conservative MP, who was very full of praise for Rishi Sunak and kept repeating the line about the need to be fiscally responsible, to be careful with people's money and to get the debt and the deficit down. And a bit of a political question, this, but I remember sort of being a Labour candidate during the times when the Conservatives was prosecuting that argument, and I was always on the Labour backbenchers. Yeah. So I just wonder if that argument is coming back, and actually, if Labour need to fear it a bit, what do you think? Has the mood amongst the voters changed?
Do you know, honestly, I don't think it has, because what's front of mind for people, not just people on the breadline, but people at sort of middle classes, middle earners as well, is how are we going to cope? Because we know that prices are rising. So I think that a lot of people will be, they might listen to Steve and think, actually, yes, fair enough, but very quickly it's, but have you seen my bills? Yeah. You know, so ultimately the big thing in people's minds is the rising cost of living. And I do think that it is going to continue. You know, the idea of sort of, what was it, 7.4%, 7.2% is going to be the average. Maybe, but I think it's going to go much higher than that, and into next year as well. So this is going to be a serious problem in consumers, voters' minds. And it's right now that they're thinking about, not future.
It's going to get a lot higher before it gets lower, inflation. I think we can say, again, these numbers that we had out today, not the OBR estimate for the whole of 2022, 7.4%, but the 6.2% CPI number that we heard this morning, that's before the Russia-Ukraine crisis. Yeah. That's the February number. Vicky, Price is with us still, of course. You used to be, Vicky, didn't you, the head of the Government Economic Service? You're a very senior economist within Whitehall, and you often dealt with issues of business taxation. That's when we first met each other. There wasn't that much in this for business, I thought. You've still got the national insurance contributions going up for business. You've still got the corporation tax increase coming in next year, and not really all that much on business rates.
That's absolutely true. There is, of course, for the smaller firms, this business rate discount, which had, of course, been announced before. So that's good news. But yes, there are all these tax increases coming up for businesses which haven't been in any way reduced as a result of what we heard today. Except, of course, the fuel duty. I mean, that's important for all those firms that rely an awful lot on filling in whatever. It could be trucks.
But how about these energy-intensive firms in the red wall that we've often
Absolutely
discussed
nothing there.
in previous shows? I mean, a lot of these firms aren't going to be viable as energy costs keep going up, and we know there's no cap on fuel bills for companies.
Yeah. No, this is a real problem. So this is not a business, well, it isn't a budget really, a business spring, or whatever it is, statement, which is what they call it now. Of course, it used to be the normal budget then, and then in November we had the statement or whatever. It would be really good if we just lost all those words and sort of said something different, like, I'm here to help, if you like. How much money do you want now? Which I think is more or less what is going to be happening over the next year, in my view, unless things really ease up. But businesses are going to start screaming a lot more, because we've been hearing, the cost increases are really huge, which are coming through in terms of input costs. In manufacturing, in retail, we're hearing what's been going on the food side, food production, where costs are rising so significantly, plus, of course, all these energy costs. So what's going to happen to them? We're going to hear increasingly firms actually going bust because they can't afford them.
But let's stick with business, and there will be some businesses that are happy today because there's no windfall tax on those big energy giants. Now, Vic, I just want to get your view on this, because the Labour argument is that if you have that windfall tax, then you can use that money to cut people's bills in quite significant numbers. The government say it will damage investment, that it's the wrong thing to do. Just explain, is it fair to ask who is right? Because, of course, it will be contested depending on who you ask.
I think the thing to remember is that oil companies already are paying a lot more in tax than normal firms. So they pay, even their corporation tax is higher, and then there is an extra supplementary which is being paid. So there is an awful lot that's being collected by the government in any case, because the higher the prices are, of course, of oil, the more they collect as a result of those percentages that are out there. So you already tax them quite heavily.
But they've got massive profits.
Nevertheless, of course, you can tax them more, and you can do in one-off tax, which is then redistributed, and it could raise whatever, 2.5, depends on what you do. You can raise the supplementary tax by 10%, put it higher than where it is now, which is 10, so it would be 20. That's fine. You can do that and redistribute it. That's within, the realms of possibility, and it's happening in other countries. I mean, that's the interesting thing. I mean, Italy has just announced that. Mario Draghi, who used to run the European Central Bank, now runs Italy. I mean, heads Italy politically, has just announced one which is going to raise about 4.5 billion, or at least he will redistribute them as subsidies for consumers and businesses. And that's the interesting thing. It is and businesses, because he's very well aware that without businesses, you won't have the employment that everyone is talking about. Or you're going to have whatever happens with P&O right now, which is that we can't, all these costs are going up. We can't afford the people because, of course, there's very tight labour market right now here in the UK. If people are asking for wage increases to make up for all this, we can't afford them. So I don't think that some of the unemployment forecasts that are coming out of the OBR right now, which are quite optimistic, will materialise.
It's interesting, isn't it, Jasmine? As Vicky says, cash-strapped companies with the best will in the world are going to find it hard to give employees, their workforce, the increases in the wages that they need to keep up with the rate of inflation. Yeah. We're going to see industrial relations getting a lot more spiky, aren't we?
That's a very good point, yes, but you're absolutely right. I mean, I think a lot of workers will understand. They will see that it is difficult for their employers. But as we've seen with P&O, there are some employers that might just go for it, and that is going to cause some spikiness. What also concerns me is that, as Siobhan was saying earlier in the programme, high street shops, they've got all sorts of extra costs. And I'm surprised that there wasn't something in the statement to help the high street operations. I mean, we heard about coffee shops, for example. They're going to have increased energy costs, that have increased food costs. If they're not helped, and they don't seem to be, loads of high street, eateries, etc., will be closing because consumers won't be able to pay the rising prices.
And just to put Rachel Reeves, the Shadow Chancellor's point to you, the central argument she was trying to prosecute, and I quote, he doesn't understand the scale of the challenge when it comes to the cost of living crisis. Do you think they're counting the Labour Party, that has resonance? The Conservatives are counting on the need to be responsible with people's money and get the debt down. And that's the battle. And actually, we don't have crystal balls to know who's going to win that battle. But her argument that he doesn't understand the scale of the challenge, that's a powerful one.
It is a powerful one. I thought her speech was good. It was a bit too long, but it was a good one. And she did basically speak for the consumer. And I think absolutely, it is right that we need to take a long-term view. Many of the problems we've got are because we haven't taken enough of a long-term view. And good for Rishi, in a sense, for sticking to his guns and going, no, this is the way we're supposed to go. It'll be better later on. But at the same time, I still, we need carrots as well as sticks. And it is, as I was saying, as far as consumers are concerned, it's now that they need help, not later on.
Vicky, in my mind, maybe it's just the way, maybe it's just my personality, Gloria can elucidate. I'm thinking about things that he didn't say. And I'm pretty gobsmacked, actually. Nothing at all on energy, not just not a windfall tax, which is perhaps very surprising from a Tory Chancellor, but nothing at all on energy security. It may be that the government will publish soon this long-awaited UK energy security strategy. But on a day like today, when the eyes of the country, the eyes of the world are on the guy who runs the fifth biggest economy on the planet, I would have thought he would have said something about energy security. Did that surprise you as well?
Well, he did mention the paper that's coming out. So with a bit of luck, or at least he thought with a bit of luck he's covered it. So he can move on to something else, because of course it isn't necessarily his area, but it is, I'm afraid for him, going to require some spending. And that's why it's been delayed. So one of the areas where there could be a lot of extra spending is on nuclear. So he's quite concerned about what this latest commitment, to encourage a lot more investment in the North Sea, which is perhaps one of the reasons why they're not necessarily putting any extra windfall profits taxes on. For the moment, you never know what's going to happen. But B, also because, of course, having loads of new nuclear reactors, nuclear power plants is a very expensive thing to do, even though they're cheaper than what we are committed to so far, and they can come on stream, if you like, a lot earlier. So that's another issue. Plus, of course, looking ahead, he's got this promised increase, even though, again, Rachel Reeves said you promised to do something about our armed forces and you haven't necessarily done it. But now we're committed to be doing a lot more. So where is all this money going to come from? So he's actually, I think, being quite cautious about saying anything, and certainly saying anything today in areas which might commit him where Boris Johnson would say, you said you've agreed, I can now spend this money, which he doesn't want to see happening really necessarily.
Quite policy thin, which was your original take. Vicky Price of the Centre for Economic and Business Research, thanks for that. You're staying with us, as is indeed Jasmine Birtles, MissMoneyBagpie.com. More from our panel soon.
But now it is time to check in with our team of GB News reporters who are currently all around the country asking people how the spring statement impacts them.
Well, GB News South East of England reporter Ellie Costello is at an Essex County bowling club in Southend-on-Sea. Ellie, great to have you with us.
Hi, Liam and Gloria. Yes, I'm at Essex County Bowling Club today, home to some of the best bowlers in the UK. You can see some of them bowling here behind me. And check this out, I've actually got special bowling shoes on this afternoon. I came in the wrong footwear, but that has now been rectified. It means I'm ready for business. And today's business is talking about Rishi Sunak's spring statement and getting reaction from people here about what they thought about that statement. One person I spoke to this morning was Natasha. Natasha, I can see you've got Prosecco in your hand now. Are you celebrating or are you drowning your sorrows?
I think I'm drowning my sorrows.
Oh, no. Why? Tell me what you're reacting to. So the things that were affecting you this morning that we were talking about were your car. You got a lovely pink car outside to match your pink nails and your pink lipstick and your pink hair. It's costing a lot more to fill up, isn't it? So what do you think about that five penny saving on every litre?
It's not really going to make a difference. It needed to be a bit more than that.
And the other thing that was affecting you was your energy bills. You wanted to see them frozen.
Yep.
What do you think about what Rishi Sunak said today?
Well, that hasn't happened, but he's talking about the solar panels, which is fine if you've got them anyway. But if you can't afford to get them, it's not going to make any difference to anyone, is it?
So your general feeling is not enough from Rishi Sunak today. Natasha's not happy. I'll let you enjoy your Prosecco. Thanks so much for talking to us. So my second guest is Ray, who I can actually see is all the way over here. He's got me working for this interview. Here he comes. Hi, Ray. I'm going to interrupt this game of bowls here. This is what I'm good at. Hi, Ray. Hi. Thanks for running over to us. Sorry, I was the furthest possible place away from you. Yeah. What was your reaction to Rishi Sunak's statement?
Me personally, didn't help me at all. Me and my partner are both retired medically. I'm only living on pensions. He's done nothing to address the fuel price, the energy fuel prices. £5 per litre fuel is not really a lot to help me. So, from my personal opinion, he's done nothing to help me with anything to do with the house or anything. I can't afford green to get this 5% thing. So, no, for me personally, it hasn't done nothing to help me at all.
What were you hoping for, Ray? Is there anything that you were hoping that Rishi Sunak would say today? You're obviously not happy with what has been said.
I was hoping he might cap the energy prices, like bring them down more, because once it goes up in April, I've got to find another £150, £175 a month. That's a lot. That's a lot to try and find on two pensions, just the two of us. So it's a lot of money to try and find.
You're not wrong, Ray. Well, I'll let you get back to your game of bowls. Thank you so much for chatting to us. That's what Ray thinks. Very similar to Natasha. Wanted to see those energy bills frozen. That hasn't happened. We're going to speak to a bit of celebrity around here now. This is Ed. He's very embarrassed that I'm saying this, but it is true. Ed, you're basically like the champion of everything bowls, aren't you?
Not everything, but yeah, I guess I'm known in the bowls world, and you can say that much. But
you're an England international, have I got that right? So he's very famous. His face is all over, posters all over this place. It's amazing. What did you make of Rishi Sunak's statement today?
Well, I'm the club manager here, so speaking from that point of view, the thing we were really most interested in was the energy. We are just in the process of renewing our contract, and without giving away too much, our energy price, our energy cost for a year ranges well into 5 figures. So it's quite drastic already, and we're looking like 100% rise on our existing. So it's going to make a really big difference to the club, which obviously have a knock-on effect to all of our members, a lot of whom are pensioners, some of whom are on income support, and this place is a bit of a lifeline to them. So unfortunately, it's going to have a bit of a knock-on effect to those guys as well.
Yeah, and as we were saying earlier, membership probably will go up for those people as well, so it's an awful lot to think about. Well, Liam and Gloria, that's the sense of things on the ground here. Fallen a bit flat, I would say. Back to you in the studio, and we're going to get on with some bowls.
Fantastic stuff, Ellie. Thank you for bringing us those voices.
Lots of running around.
And not very happy voices as well.
Yeah.
They're in Essex. Coming up, After the news, we'll be crossing over to Parliament to speak to GB News political correspondent Tom Harwood.
And he'll be joined by leader of the Liberal Democrats, Ed Davey.
It's 2:32. I'm Miranda Shunker. A quick look at the other stories making the headlines today. And the Prime Minister says the government is taking legal action against P&O ferries after firing nearly 800 staff without notice. Speaking in the House of Commons, Boris Johnson said it looked to him like the company had broken the law. The company has insisted their actions were legal and apologised to those affected, but claims it was the only way to save the business. Paramedics are treating a number of people at the Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park following the release of gas. The London Fire Brigade says it's due to a chemical reaction at the Aquatic Centre, where a high quantity of chlorine gas was released, and around 200 people have been evacuated. A number of patients are being treated for breathing difficulties. NATO has warned Russia against the use of what it calls dangerous nuclear rhetoric, which could lead to a confrontation between Moscow and the West. Secretary-General Jens Stoltenberg said his organisation would do all it could to support Ukraine, but that it has responsibility to ensure the war doesn't escalate into neighbouring countries. He announced the alliance would also agree in the coming days to bolstering further its presence along its eastern border. One of 2 flight information black boxes has been recovered after Monday's plane crash in southern China. It's said to be severely damaged but could help to work out the cause of the crash. No survivors have as yet been found in the wreckage of the flight, which was carrying 132 people. Well, you're up to date. I'll be back with more on today's news stories at the top of the hour. But now it's back to Gloria and Liam.
Live now to Westminster and our political correspondent Tom Harwood, who is there for us with the Lib Dem leader Ed Davey. Tom.
That's right, Gloria. There is a lot of economic analysis to do today in the fallout of this budget, but ultimately it's the political analysis that may matter more. And I'm delighted to be joined now by the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey, who can join me now. First of all, your impressions of the spring statement.
This is a total swindle. The Chancellor's giving with one hand and taking back with the other. We're facing, according to the Office of Budget Responsibility, a cost of living crisis the worst for over 50 years, inflation at the highest for over 40 years. People are drowning in bills, energy bills, heating bills, motorist bills, food bills. They needed a lifeboat from the Chancellor, and they've got nothing. He's done nothing for the cost of living, nothing for eye-watering inflation, and he did nothing for schools and hospitals who are going to see their budgets cut in real terms by this incredibly high inflation.
70% of households will be seeing less paid on national insurance. That's a tax cut for the bottom 70% of income earners. Is that not something to go towards the undoubtedly high cost of living crisis?
Well, first of all, that's a spin, not the reality. The reality is we've seen that the average household by the end of this Parliament is going to be, including today's tax measures, will be over £1,500 a year worse off. That's a tax rise, a huge tax hike when people are struggling with their bills just to make ends meet. And let's remember, at the same time, the Chancellor is freezing personal income tax allowances. That's bringing lots of low-paid into income tax, and is a big tax rise for many, many people. You know, energy bills are going to go up by probably another £1,000 in the autumn, or more than that. This is a tiny measure. The Chancellor is living on a different planet. This is a swindle. It's not what people need.
Now, of course, you were in the Cabinet when a lot of decisions were made about levies being applied to people's fuel bills. Do you feel that to some extent the cost of fuel is being impacted by some of these green levies and taxes placed upon people's bills?
Far from it. The green measures that Liberal Democrats put in place, the renewables, are actually saving the economy and families money. If it wasn't for the renewables, we'd actually see higher prices of electricity and higher prices of heating. That is the truth. Indeed, the renewable wind farms that we brought in are now actually paying money back. The problem is the cost of gas is so sky high for a whole set of reasons. That's really crippling people with their heating bills, and that's why we're so cross with the Chancellor for not doing more. If he'd taken the Liberal Democrat advice, he'd have done two things. He'd have had a windfall tax on the oil and gas companies to get more money in so he could afford to do more, and he would have cut VAT by 2.5%. That would be an £18 billion measure. It would have cut the headline rate of inflation. It would have helped small businesses in our high streets. And above all, it would have delivered a £600 a year tax cut to the average family. That's what Liberal Democrats think should have happened. Big tax cuts for everybody, because this is a real crisis we're facing.
Now, tax and spend is one half of this equation, but the other half is, of course, inflation, something that's biting into people's savings and people's cost of living every day. It's very high in the UK, it's going to get higher, but it's very high in America as well, very high right across Europe. What specific measures can be done to help curb inflation, to stop those prices rising, rather than entering this horrible cycle of more cash being pumped into the economy and prices going up ever more?
Well, you're absolutely right that inflation is a real problem for the economy, for savers, for pensioners, for families and businesses and schools and hospitals. It's a massive problem. It's one of the reasons why the Liberal Democrat proposal of a headline cut in VAT of 2.5 percentage points, taking it down to 17.5, would have made a big difference, because not only would it have been a £600 a year tax cut, not only would it have helped businesses, but it would have cut the headline rate of inflation at a stroke. The government could have done that. They didn't do that. I don't think they're serious about getting inflation. They're raking it in from higher inflation. They seem to be happy with that. They shouldn't be. Lots of people are going to be the victims of this high inflation the government's not doing anything about.
Something that has come under a significant spotlight in the last 6 months or so is the overall tax burden, the amount of tax that the government collects as a proportion of GDP. That's rising as a result of these measures today, the government collecting in more tax as a proportion of GDP than any time since the 1940s. Do you think that's too high?
Yes, that's why I say Rishi Sunak has got a swindle of a budget today. He's pretending he's cutting taxes, but as you say quite rightly, the figures show that the tax burden is going up under Rishi Sunak. The tax burden is going up under the Conservatives with Boris Johnson at the helm, and Liberal Democrats are saying this is the wrong time. People are struggling with those heating bills, struggling with those food bills, struggling with those higher costs of running their vehicles. They need a tax cut, and that's why we have advocated a very bold measure of a cut in VAT of 2.5 percentage points, worth a lot of money to people. This is the sort of size that will make a real difference to people, as well as cutting the headline rate of inflation. That's the sort of bold measure we needed. We had timid measures, a swindle from this Chancellor.
For a long time, the Liberal Democrat policy has been to put a penny on income tax to fund things like social care. Today, the Chancellor announced that by 2024 he wants to take a penny off income tax. Is that not a significant difference between the Liberal Democrat policy of raising income tax and the Conservative policy, although not be it now, but in a couple of years' time, cutting income tax?
You've just given another example of the total swindle of the Conservatives, because they're increasing national insurance contributions by 1.25%, which nowhere near offsets this promised future potential maybe cut in income tax. And let's remember how unfair it is. The national insurance rise on people's earnings is not paid for by people who have high investments on their unearned income. It's not paid for by landlords, but they will get the cut of income tax. So, this isn't a fair way of taxing. It's a very unfair way. They're raising taxes overall, and they're actually cutting taxes for the banks and the people with lots of huge investment income. Liberal Democrats have said, yeah, we're going to need some tax rises to pay for our generous tax cuts, but those tax rises fall on the oil and gas companies who are making sky-high profits with these high prices of gas. They can afford it massively. We could take some of that money and share it with ordinary families out there, and to do the Liberal Democrat policy of cutting tax, cutting VAT.
Well, Sir Ed Davey, thank you very much for joining us here on GBNews with special reaction to this spring statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was Tom Harwood there talking to Ed Davey. Interesting question I thought he asked him, Gloria, about the fact that when Ed Davey was in the Cabinet, that's when they put 25% extra on everyone's electricity bills to pay for renewable energy subsidies.
Indeed, it was a good get to get Ed Davey on the programme, though, of course, the Liberal Democrats are not quite the force that they once were. If you've been watching over the past few hours, you'll know we've sent our reporters around the country to ask people what they think ministers can do to help improve the cost of living crisis. It's time for Beat the Squeeze.
Now, before Rishi Sunak's spring statement, our North West reporter Bradley Harris spoke to Theresa Quinn, who's a mother, and lovely little Ophelia, who was sitting on her lap, who we remembered. Let's go back to Bradley and Theresa now to find out what she made of the Chancellor's statement.
Yeah, that's right. I've been watching the Chancellor's mini budget, as has Theresa and Ophelia as well, who's been very patient with us. We're in the kitchen now. We sat down for a coffee. Theresa, first of all, what do you think of the Chancellor's announcement, the range of tactics he's put in place to try and help struggling families? Do you think that the government are doing enough?
I'm really disappointed, to be honest. Nothing there's really going to help us as a family. Nothing at all, no. I think a lot more could have been done. The support we had during the pandemic, for example, that was brilliant. I think something like that would be really helping all the people needs to come into play.
So actually you would have preferred a more of a really kind of a brash announcement from the Chancellor, a bit like he did during the pandemic with the furlough scheme. You wanted more really courageous support from the government. One of those points he did make today, Rishi Sunak, was about fuel. You've got a car. He has confirmed that there will be 5p off fuel duty. According to the RHC, that's around £3.30 off a 55-litre family car. You've got a 7-seater. Surely that's a good thing.
No, £3.30 every time you fill your car up, you're saving. It's no help at all. That's the only benefit we're getting from all of this. We're saving £1.30 when we fill our car up from this whole announcement. My partner has to travel to work to Knutsford. You know, if it continues, he's going to have to suggest working from home because the petrol's still extortionate. It's gone up significantly and it's not come down enough.
So it's getting to a point where you're actually not being able to go to work because fuel is that high.
Yes.
Talk to me about Ophelia, 5 months old, at a time of one of the worst cost of living crisis in 30 years. How tough has it been?
It's hard. Obviously, she needs things. She needs clothes. You need nappies, don't you? We're going to have to think about everything that we're spending and how often we have the washing machine on, how often we have the heating on. You know, we're really going to have to be mindful now going forward because nothing really drastically has changed.
So what are you hoping from the government? Clearly more support, but you want costs to come down, don't you?
Yes, definitely. Like a cap, or it to come down significantly, or more support. You know, something's got to give. And today's really disappointed me, yeah.
If prices do continue to rise, the war with Ukraine is continuing, that is having some impact. We know that fuel was rising before this war started. But if it does continue to rise, where do you think you'll be in, say, 3 to 6 months' time? And how are you going to manage this now in the coming weeks and months?
Well, we're going to have to be really mindful about what we spend, food, shopping, how often we have the heating on, etc. But it's going to get to a point where it's trying to think, what can we pay out this month and what can we not pay this month, picking and choosing. What's a necessity and what isn't.
Well, Theresa, really good to chat to you today on GB News. Interesting, isn't it, hearing people's thoughts on the Chancellor's mini-budget that was announced a little earlier. Some people, as you've heard, clearly unhappy with the results.
Really brilliant to hear from all of you. Thank you, Bradley.
Ophelia Finn, the star so far of Rishi Sunak's spring statement. GB News special coverage. Here to give her take on the Chancellor's spring statement, it's Victoria Scholar, Head of Investment at Interactive Investment. Victoria, you're very much a denizen of the financial markets. What do the markets make of what the Chancellor had to say?
Well, the markets were largely unchanged after the announcement. We saw some of the big oil companies like BP and Shell at the top of the FTSE 100. We thought they might come down if there was a windfall tax on oil and gas companies, but that never materialised. So those stocks are still leading the charge this morning. The pound also very much unchanged. So it feels like there's a bit of a sense of, is that it? We were expecting more. Clearly, the fuel duty being one of the headlines, the changes to national insurance another. But for me, I think it was the lack of windfall tax that was the real surprise today.
And Victoria, the key figures have been tweeting away. Rishi Sunak, the Chancellor's main line, we are helping families with the cost of living. Rachel Reeves, the Shadow Chancellor's main line, the Chancellor doesn't understand the scale of the challenge when it comes to the cost of living. Whose money do you... who's going to win the battle of those two arguments? Excuse me for not getting my teeth in.
I think it's pretty clear that the cost of living and the inflationary backdrop is one of the biggest problems for the economy and society, and that's really what we're focusing on. I think it was interesting to see the changes to the OBR, the Office for Budget Responsibilities, forecast today. We saw a sharp upgrade to inflation and a sharp downgrade to growth. Now, the real risk here is the prospect of stagflation, where the economy is slowing, but prices are rising, and that can be a really daunting prospect and would certainly exacerbate this problem. We know interest rates are already going up, and it was interesting to see last week that we heard from the Bank of England, who's projecting that inflation could go up to as high as 8%. The OBR not far behind at around 7.4%. But in my opinion, I think it's likely to go even further. It could even reach double digits.
Victoria, you and I discuss numbers quite often during my On the Money show at 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. The number that really caught my eye, I think the number of the day, is £83 billion, because that's the dead interest that the government's going to pay in this coming fiscal year, April 22 to April 23, according to Rishi Sunak. That's far higher than I thought it would be. And, of course, that's money that can't then go on public services, schools, hospitals, nurses, all the things that we all want to see.
And that's one of the big consequences of rising interest rates, which, of course, are in place to try and tackle this inflationary backdrop. So we're seeing interest rates rise from the Bank of England. Of course, the plan there is to try and reduce the overall level of mortgages and loans in the economy and try and take out some of the heat. But it's not correctly targeting where the inflation is coming from, because that's from the energy price shock that we had after COVID that was later exacerbated by the Ukraine war. But yeah, there's no getting away from the fact that the government is going to have to pay more on its interest repayments now. That's partly being offset, though, by a tight employment market and rising inflation that's leading to higher wages and more spending overall in the economy, and in turn, higher tax receipts. So Mr. Sunak was talking about the improvement in the fiscal position. We had the public sector net borrowing figures yesterday. We did see a slight improvement, but that was after huge borrowing over the last 2 years, of course, as a result of the furlough scheme, the vaccination rollout, and other programs as well. So yes, we are seeing borrowing come down, but we're coming off historically very high levels.
And what about those people who are on benefits? And remember, when it comes to universal credit, around 40% of those people are in the workplace. No mention of them. And of course, the increase in their incomes is due to be around 3% when prices are rising so much higher. And that is going to lead to those big decisions from pensioners, from those low-paid people about putting the heating on.
Absolutely, and this comes back to the point around which prices are rising in the inflation story. And it's essential goods. We're seeing the price of food go up, we're seeing the price of petrol go up. And so as a result, that's going to hit, and is already hitting, low-income households disproportionately. And that's what we were hoping that we might see more of a response from the Chancellor around. But there didn't really seem to be that many giveaways. We had that slight drop in the fuel duty. As your last guest was saying, £3.30 isn't really going to make that much difference, though, in the grand scheme of things. And these are all essentials. So it's not as though people can do without food. A lot of people can't do without petrol either.
Victoria Scholar of Interactive Investor, thanks for joining us and being part of our Spring Statement special here on GB News.
Lots more still to come, and analysis from our expert panel on what this means for your family finances. First, a short break.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate.
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel.
Right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before. It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Welcome back. This is GB News on DAB plus digital radio, on TV and online. Welcome back to our Spring Statement special. Our expert panel is still with us here in the studio. Vicky Price, former head of the Government Economics Service. What really struck me, I think, about today is the fact that we're only going to grow, according to official forecasts, not by 6%, which is what the Chancellor hung all his figures on back in October when he gave his budget statement, by 3.8%. We may not even grow by that. How can we get this economy moving?
I think for the short term, what we were relying on is people going out and spending more, because, of course, there was a lot of savings that people managed to accumulate during the lockdowns while they were still on payroll and getting paid, even though they didn't work. Plus, a large part of the economy, of course, continued to operate, which is good news as well. But there wasn't very much to spend on. You couldn't travel, you couldn't go to pubs and all that sort of stuff. So that is now coming back into the economy, and that is why, of course, we already had quite high inflation. Now, the question is, what do you do next? And the way in which an economy grows in a sustainable way is if you have investment and you have productive investment. And that's where the emphasis should be. Now, of course, the Chancellor did mention a few things about that today, because he's trying to have the type of environment that encourages that investment. He also, in fact, the Prime Minister earlier spoke about foreign direct investment, which has been coming into the UK, but mostly acquiring cheap companies, or rather acquiring companies cheaply because of the exchange rate, or going into fintech and the city where, of course, you don't employ loads and loads of people. In other areas, we've had some difficulties, more generally, I think, in terms of how the UK is viewed. So the question is, how do you encourage that investment to happen? And there are, of course, lots of opportunities of doing so. Net zero, sort of green investment. Of course, up to a point, sort of forgotten, well, a little bit anyway, because now we need more gas, we need more oil. So some of the investment will go there. But what you really need is innovative investment. You need a lot of spending to be done in areas that might, of course, bring us some solutions, whether it's hydrogen, or any other of those, nuclear fusion.
That does feel like we really need a technological breakthrough of some kind.
There's just one quick point on this, is that how do you do it? You need to give incentives, and there was some suggestion, of course, again, about how to do it. But we had this 130% special capital allowance that is meant to be running out now.
That's right. Maybe he could have extended that.
We haven't seen much
encouraging
investment.
Firms to invest in capital equipment, to invest in new technology.
Well, it hasn't happened to the extent that perhaps they had hoped. So something hasn't quite been working. But of course, maybe the environment in which we're living right now, where there is a lot of uncertainty.
Jasmine, you're all about personal finance. What a line from the OBR, the Office of Budget Responsibility, saying that household disposable incomes will fall faster than at any time since the 1950s.
Yeah.
Since before we were born.
Exactly, before we were born, just after the war, when you know, we remember there was rationing, there's all sorts. So it's an extraordinary thing, but frankly, it doesn't surprise me. And that's the sad thing. You can just go, yeah, that makes sense, because we are living through it. And as has been said already, we are looking at worse price rises coming up. So it's quite possible that our wages will go up, at least, you know, some people, but it's the disposable income. That's the bit, there's the problem. It's likely that we're going to be spending all of our income on the basics.
Also, Jasmine, I think if I was running a tabloid newspaper that wanted to knock the government at the moment, I would be focusing on the fact that while there was a little bit of a change in the taper on universal credit, which Vicky rightly pointed out is a reheated statement, the Chancellor's already announced that, we have benefits going up by just 3.1% in the next financial year when inflation is 7.4%. These are the most marginal, vulnerable households in our society.
40% are in work, though, which, you know, it's a very different benefits land to when we were growing
but
up.
they still need benefits. Cash is still tight for them. These are the people for whom fuel bills and food bills are a huge share of what they spend each week, because they're often paid weekly, of course.
Absolutely, and I do know that many of these people already are not sleeping because they're not sure if they're going to be able to heat and eat, you know, as has been said so many times. And I think, although he's doubled the amount of money to give to councils to give out as...
That 500 million, yeah.
Exactly. So that's something, and I'm going to be pushing that big time to all my readers, saying, you know, this go to your council, go and see if they can help you. But it's still not enough. You know, it's too little too late. And so I think the government needs to have a really serious plan for the next 2 or 3 years as to how they're going to keep people going until the economy does improve, which, you know, I would expect that it would, but it's going to be 2 or 3 years.
And going to the council and having to fill in forms, it's not an easy way of getting cash to those most in need.
Exactly, yes.
And Vicky, very briefly, you'll know from your experience as a senior civil servant, if you do uprate the benefit bill, it's a lot of money. But are you surprised there's been no movement on that at all today? When Rishi Sunak was saying just over the weekend, I will stand by you, hard-pressed families, in this time of need?
Well, it would be rather costly, of course, and that's one of the reasons why he's doing it. And looking at what his finances are going to be next year, we already talked about the fact that the interest rate payments are going to be so high. But nevertheless, what he will also say is, I'm putting back something like 18 billion into the economy through these tax cuts. So I'm doing something. But the real worry that we all have, particularly when we're looking at people on benefits, is that the number of people falling into poverty may well increase very substantially, partly because of those higher cost of living issues, food prices going up and so on, but also particularly because of fuel poverty. And that's going to be a serious issue. And I think, as I was saying earlier, he's going to have to address that at some point.
Very substantially, and I know you don't use words lightly. Vicky Price of the Centre for Economic and Business Research, Jasmine Birtles of moneymagpie.com. You're staying with us.
There's plenty more to come on this GB News Spring Statement Special, including analysis with Lucy Fraser, Financial Secretary to the Treasury. But now it is the news with Miranda.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's 3:01. I'm Miranda Shunker in the GB newsroom. The Chancellor has announced tax cuts to help struggling families cope with the rising cost of living. Rishi Sunak presented his spring statement on the same day inflation reached a 30-year high. From 6 o'clock tonight, fuel duty is being cut by 5 pence a litre. VAT is also being scrapped on energy-saving measures such as solar panels, heat pumps and insulation. And the threshold for paying national insurance will increase by £3,000 from July, meaning employees will save around £330 a year. Well, independent think tank, the Institute for Fiscal Studies, calculated the changes are likely to affect 70% of workers. In the Commons, the Chancellor said the measures show his party has a plan for the country.
And yes, a tax plan that cuts taxes on working families by over £330, cuts taxes on fuel by 5 pence a litre, cuts taxes on business, and yes, for the first time in a long time, cuts income tax. Mr. Speaker, let me end by simply saying this. My tax plan delivers the biggest net cut to personal taxes in over a quarter of a century, and I commend it to this House.
Well, the Shadow Chancellor says the announcements will make the cost of living crisis worse, not better. Rachel Reeves accused Rishi Sunak of failing to understand the scale of the crisis facing many families.
Today was the day for the Chancellor to set out a plan to support British businesses. But on the basis of the statement today and the misguided choices of this Chancellor, families and businesses will from now on endure significant hardship as a result. The Chancellor has failed to appreciate the scale of the challenge that we face. And yet again, he is making the wrong choices for our country.
In other news, the Prime Minister says the government is taking legal action against P&O Ferries after it fired nearly 800 staff without notice. The company, which is offering staff £36.5 million in compensation, insists its actions were legal. The CEO, who's agreed to be questioned by MPs tomorrow, claims it was the only way to save the business. In the Commons, Boris Johnson said it looked to him like the law has been broken.
And I can tell him that we will not sit by, Mr. Speaker, because under Section 194 of the Trades Union and Labour Relations Act of 1992, it looks to me, Mr. Speaker, as though the company concerned has broken the law. And we will be taking action.
To Ukraine, where there's an agreement today to try to evacuate civilians still trapped in towns and cities through 9 humanitarian corridors. That's according to the Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister. No agreement was made for the besieged city of Mariupol, where 100,000 citizens have been left with no food, water or medicine as Putin's forces surround the city. Peace talks between the two sides have been ongoing, but Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says they remain confrontational.
We are continuing to work at different levels to encourage Russia to move towards peace, to end this brutal war. Ukrainian representatives are participating in talks that are taking place virtually every day. It's very difficult, sometimes confrontational, but step by step, we are moving forward.
One of 2 flight information black boxes has been recovered after Monday's plane crash in southern China. It's said to be severely damaged, but could help work out the cause of the crash. No survivors have as yet been found in the wreckage of the flight, which was carrying 132 people. China Eastern has grounded all its Boeing 737-800 jets as a precaution. Well, that's your news update. I'll be back in half an hour with the latest headlines. Now, let's return to Liam and Gloria with more analysis on today's Spring Statement.
Welcome back. You're watching the Spring Statement special with me, Gloria de Piero. It's just turned 3:05. Over the course of the last hour, we've been analysing in detail the Chancellor's much-anticipated Spring Statement. However, not everyone in the Commons was impressed by Rishi Sunak's announcements, with Shadow Chancellor Rachel Reeves dismissing the statement as fantasy. Let's take a look at what she had to say.
And in his statement today, we are presented with increasingly incredible claims. Perhaps the Chancellor has been taking inspiration from the characters in Alice in Wonderland. Or should I say, Alice in Sunakland? Because nothing here is quite as it seems either. It's the sort of place where a Chancellor celebrates giving people £200 to help them with their spiralling energy bills before explaining that he needs it all back. In Sunakland, the Chancellor proclaims, "I believe in lower taxes," while at the same time as hiking Alice's national insurance contributions. So Alice asks the Chancellor, when did lower taxes mean higher taxes? Has down really become the new up? The Chancellor follows Humpty Dumpty's advice and says, when I use the word, it means just what I choose it to mean.
Shadow Chancellor there, but let's remind ourselves of some of Rishi Sunak's key announcements. The Chancellor announced $500 million for local authority hardship funds, a fuel duty cut by 5p a litre to help motorists. The national insurance threshold will be increased by £3,000 and the employment allowance will be increased to £5,000. Liam can take us through some of the key findings.
Thanks a lot, Gloria. Well, Chancellor Rishi Sunak, when he stood up at the Commons dispatch box, he echoed the Office for Budget Responsibility statement that there is, quotes, an unusually high uncertainty around the economic outlook. And here is that uncertainty. It's expressed in the growth forecast for this year. Back in October 2021, when the Chancellor stood up to give his budget statement in the Commons, he was forecasting growth, the economic expansion in a single year across the UK of 6%. That's a very chunky number, that V-shaped recovery after the pandemic lockdown was eased. He's now forecasting only growth of 3.8%. That's his forecast today. That less growth means less tax revenues, means more spending on benefits, squeezing the Chancellor, hemming in his decisions. An even more eye-catching change in the forecast concerned the cost of living, and that's on the next slide. Back in October 2021, the OBR was forecasting 4% inflation during 2022. That forecast is now 7.4%. That's an average across the year, which means we're likely to see inflation go up higher than that before it gets lower. That number captures the increase in the cost of living that so many of us are feeling when we fill up our cars and vans at the petrol station, when we go to shop for food. Another really important number which the Chancellor mentioned during his speech, high up, and it wasn't a coincidence he mentioned it early, was this, £83 billion. In the financial year 2022-23, starting this coming April, the state's going to spend £83 billion on debt interest on the money that it's borrowed, servicing that debt. That's a huge number. That's 4 times up on the year before. That's more spent on debt interest this coming year as interest rates rise and borrowing increases than we spend on education, more than we spend on defence, which is shocking, which is why the Chancellor said it in order to convey to the country, to Labour and the Tories and everyone in the House of Commons that public spending doesn't just cost money. If you borrow to spend, you have to pay the debt interest as interest rates go up. What else did the Chancellor do? He carried out what he said he would do, increasing national insurance contributions. This was something that was legislated before earlier. There was a lot of pressure on Rishi Sunak not to increase taxes in this way, but he went through with it. That 1.25 percentage point increase in national insurance contributions for employers and employees, for firms and workers, will cost somebody who pays the basic lower rates of income tax £178 a year on average, and higher rate taxpayers a chunky £715 a year. Again, that's an average number. So that was the tax rise that the Chancellor did implement, but he also implemented tax cuts. He did something called aligning the thresholds. What does that mean? That means that he raised the threshold for for national insurance by £3,000. So you can earn £3,000 more, all the way up to £12,570 in a year without paying national insurance. That's the same as the basic rate of income tax threshold. That's where the aligning thresholds phrase comes from. That is a tax cut amounting to about £6 billion in total, 6,000 million, and that should help 30 million people, the Chancellor said. There was another tax cut sort of, and that was a tax cut in the basic rate of income tax from 20%, 20p in the pound, to 19%, that's 19p in the pound. But guess what? That doesn't happen until 2023 or maybe 2024. So that's a tax cut the Chancellor says that he wants, but nobody really knows if it's going to happen. So that's a bit of a political punt, and some people might think that doing that is a bit cheeky. What else did the Chancellor do? We can see that he cut fuel duty, as he said he would. Lots of people wanted that, given the fact that prices on the forecourt, filling up your car and van with petrol and diesel, they've been rocketing, not least since that Russia-Ukraine conflict happened, and oil prices and gas prices on global markets skyrocketed. But that 5p per litre cut, which lasts for a year until March 2023, it could be offset by increases in oil prices. And it only amounts to £3.30 saving when you fill up a 55-litre car. So not really all that much money. And something else the Chancellor did, he also zero-rated solar panels, heat pumps, and also insulation measures. What does that mean? Well, if you'd bought solar panels or changed your boiler for a heat pump or insulated your loft, up until now, you'd have to pay VAT on that expenditure for the materials and for the work. The Chancellor's now saying you don't have to pay VAT on that for 5 years. And this is something that the UK can only do now it's outside the European Union, because European Union rules control rates of VAT to some degree. But here's the rub. It doesn't apply in Northern Ireland because Northern Ireland is still part of the EU's single market. The Chancellor highlighting the ongoing anomaly there of the Northern Ireland Protocol. So that was basically the Chancellor's spring statement. It was, I think, a statement which was policy light, if I may say so. There was nothing on energy bills for households, even though the Russia-Ukraine conflict has increased those energy bills. There was nothing on the windfall tax that Labour have been calling for, and very little in terms of benefits. But the Chancellor did say it amounted to the biggest cut in personal taxation on a net basis in a quarter of a century, but if and only if that cut in the basic rate of income tax happens in 2023, which could probably be an election year. Gloria, back to you.
Lots of reaction to Rishi Sunak's much anticipated announcement that fuel duty will be cut by 5p a litre to help motorists. And we can cross over now to College Green and speak to the founder of Fair Fuel UK, Howard Cox. Howard Cox, good job. Your lobbying paid off. Can you put your feet up and rest up now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty pleased by what's happened. It'd be churlish not to thank Rishi Sunak. He's done a good job here, considering overall it didn't seem very a great tax-cutting budget in all but name, rather than spring statement. But we are happy with that. The bigger issue for us at Fairfield UK and our backers, the Road Haulage Association, is will that be passed on to drivers tonight? I heard yesterday a lot of actually garages were putting up prices significantly to cover the cost of this cut in fuel duty. So we need to watch that closely, and that's why we're still calling on a body called Pump Watch to actually monitor the opportunistic profiteering that goes on in the fuel supply chain.
Howard, you've been talking about the fact that even when, as oil prices go up, of course, petrol and diesel prices go up, but even if oil prices go down, petrol and diesel prices have still been going up. There is a lot of concern about so-called profiteering among petrol retailers, which they deny, of course. It could be, couldn't it, that this cut in fuel duty isn't passed on by retailers, and even if it is passed on by retailers, it's then blown away, totally overshadowed, offset by further increases in the oil price.
Liam, you're absolutely right, and that's the big worry to us as campaigners. But if he hadn't cut 5p off, we might be putting at 10p or 15p more. We could be hitting £2, as we know around the country, particularly rural areas. We're seeing £1.99 as quite a commonplace price for diesel. What we need from Rishi Sunak is to listen to everyone to say, let's have a pump watch. We've had Ofcom, we've got Ofwat, we've got Ofgem. Why haven't we got a pump watch body that protects 37 million UK drivers? We're calling on that, and I've just come out of the Parliament sitting with Robert Halfon, who's actually the author of a letter to Boris Johnson from 53 MPs calling for a cut in duty of 5p. I'd love to have seen 10p, I'd love to have seen 20p cut. 17p cut in Ireland we just witnessed. But the good thing about this one is it's for 12 months, which gives us enough time to actually campaign to keep this cut in fuel duty, because it brings it in line with a lot of European countries.
Howard, What do you think the government's going to do next in terms of helping hard-pressed households beat the squeeze? Both Gloria and I and our panel here, we think it's pretty small beer for hard-pressed households. A cut in fuel duty, £3.30 when you fill up your tank. It's not a huge amount, very little on benefits. What do you think will happen now?
You're absolutely right. It's not a lot for households, but it's good for small businesses and hauliers. When you're looking at a great big articulated truck that's 40-tonne truck that says 8 miles to the gallon, you're looking at savings of something like £30 or £40 every time they fill up. And there are a lot of businesses, I'm afraid, are actually teetering on actually whether they're viable or survival. And those are the sorts of things you should look at. I do think it should have done much more for households, but I'm not going to be churlish about the fact a 5p cut in fuel duty. We've had a 12-year freeze, which I've been instrumental in getting and working with people like Robert Halfon and Craig McKinley MPs. What we need now is actually some common sense and actually stimulate the economy by actually putting more money in the pocket. That's not my remit in terms of running the Fairful UK campaign, but I would love to see VAT taking off most of the household energy bills.
Scrap the VAT, as we've been saying here on GB News for some time. Howard Cox of the Fair Fuel UK campaign. Thanks for joining us here on GB News.
And Boris Johnson actually promised, when he was an integral figure at the Brexit campaign...
He did.
He promised that we would have cheaper fuel bills. It seems like a very long time ago now, but
because you can only cut that VAT on fuel unilaterally if you're outside the EU.
Which they said, and that's what led Boris Johnson and Michael Gove to say when they were those leading figures in the Brexit campaign, that our energy bills would be cheaper if we left the European Union. My goodness. Go on, Cricket.
Actually, a number of countries, members of the European Union, have done precisely that. They have cut VAT on fuel bills. They have eased the pressure on people. Unless
the Irish.
Well, for example,
yeah.
So it can happen, and of course, a lot of the rules that were in existence and are in existence normally in the EU during crisis, they get removed. So there's nothing to say we couldn't have done that anyway, even if we had still been.
That was very good clarification.
I think this one's going to run a run. I think the government has got its beady eye on the energy retailers. I think they're going to see the extent to which this fuel duty cut is passed on, and if it isn't passed on, they're going to start growling and turning the screw on the petrol retailers. Yeah.
Well, I think that is reasonable.
I don't think this windfall tax is dead. I really don't.
Really?
I think Labour's windfall tax is going to get more and more airplay, and Rishi Sunak says he doesn't want it. I don't think he wants it temperamentally.
But that's more about our household bills, isn't it? That's what Labour would use the money from the windfall tax to cut a couple of £100 more if you're on very low income.
If there's a sense that big oil companies are fleecing taxpayers, are fleecing motorists, and of course they would absolutely deny that they are. I'm just eyeballing the oil price and the petrol and diesel price, and it's very clear, I've shown it on my show many times, that even when the oil price comes down in recent weeks, petrol and diesel prices have kept going up. And I don't really understand why that's happening, and no one from the big oil companies has been able to explain to me why it is happening.
Well, the government will have to get tough on that. But I think the really big political dividing lines have come out today. And it really, none of us have a crystal ball to know who will emerge victorious from their dividing lines. But Rachel Reeves, the Shadow Chancellor, saying that the Chancellor, Rishi Sunak, doesn't understand the scale of the challenge when it comes to the cost of living crisis, while the Chancellor is saying we are helping. And in 2024, we're going to help you a lot. Well, there's going to be a lot, maybe some pain before then.
You know, Gloria, better than anyone else at GB News, that politics can often get personal and bruising and difficult. You've been a frontline politician. I think they are going to start, highlighting the fact that Rishi Sunak, it's not a nice thing to say, but is a very wealthy man, and this cost of living crisis isn't going to touch him at all. I don't think we're going to see many Instagram pictures of him with his £100 sliders and cashmere sweaters anytime soon. I've always thought that kind of image making was badly conceived.
Let's speak now to Lucy Fraser, MP, Financial Secretary to the Treasury. Lucy Fraser, it's very good to see you. So we're all excited about tax cuts in 2024. My goodness, are people really going to keep the faith till then and go through an awful lot of pain until 2024?
So, Gloria, it's good to speak to you. And you're right, there will be a tax cut coming in 2024. But the Chancellor actually announced other tax cuts that are coming in significantly before then. So you'll know, Gloria, that there is a tax tax cut coming in July, and that will be £330 if you're a typical employee, so £330 extra in your pocket. And there's a measure that's coming in at 6 o'clock tonight as well. That's 5p off fuel duty as well. That's the biggest fuel duty cut that we've ever seen.
Lucy Fraser, thanks a lot for appearing with us here on GB News. It's great to have you on the show. The thing that really struck me about this statement was what wasn't in it. There was no upgrade in terms of benefits. Benefits are still going to go up by just 3.1%, which was, of course, the rate of inflation last autumn, when the current rate of inflation, or the average over the coming year, is going to be 7.4%. That is a large real terms cut in benefit payments, and you'll know well, I know that you've talked about this a lot, that it's lower income, more vulnerable households, more likely to be on benefits, whether they're working or not, that spend so heavily and disproportionately on food and fuel, the very things that are rocketing most in price.
So you will know that the Chancellor announced, in addition to the tax cuts, £1 billion in the Household Support Fund. So that's a fund that will be distributed by local authorities. It's a billion. It's a billion, so it's £500 million now and £500 million that was announced in the autumn statement. And though that money will be coming through local authorities and through a discretionary fund. And you mentioned some people on universal credit are working as well, and so they will benefit from the tax cut that we're seeing as well. There's the cut on fuel duty. It's important to explain that although the economy is strong because of the measures that the Chancellor has taken, we've seen we were the fastest growing economy in the G7 last year. The OBR has said that the position for the future is very uncertain, it's very volatile. We don't know what's going to happen in the Ukraine. And so we do need to ensure that we do keep our finances on a stable footing. But the Chancellor has done what he can to support those on the lowest incomes and the most vulnerable as well.
Do you think if you were one of those people, those many people in our country who were worried about how they were going to make ends meet before the Chancellor stood up, do you think after hearing him speak, they will stop worrying?
Look, Gloria, I really understand people's concerns at the moment because we're seeing inflation rise, we're seeing it rise globally. I really understand that people are worried about the future. But the measures that the Chancellor has taken will protect people. So, for example, if you are a single mum and you've got 2 kids and you're on the national living wage and you're working 16 hours a week, you'll be £1,600 better off this year. And so it's the cumulative effect of a number of measures, whether that's the fuel duty that we've already touched on, whether it's the £350 that you'll be seeing in your energy support over the course of the next year, some of that kicking in April, more of it kicking in autumn, or whether you will benefit from some of the other measures, for example, the warm homes discount or the winter fuel payment, or you might get a reduction on your council house bill, or you might get some benefit from the housing allowance that we increased and put in permanently in the autumn. You will see some support coming your way.
Lucy Fraser, you'll know that the Ofgem energy price cap, which comes in, the new one, which comes in April, taking the average household utility bill to almost £2,000, a £700-odd increase. That was announced in February. The Chancellor then announced a package of measures in February to help households. Since then, of course, we've had the Russia-Ukraine conflict and a big spike in energy prices, and yet there was nothing in this statement to help households, particularly lower-income households, with those energy bills. We've got viewers on GB News who are paying, every month a quarter, even more of their wages. These are working people on their energy bills come April. Surely we can do more for them.
So we recognise the impact that the war in Ukraine, that COVID is having on people, but the energy price cap will be in place until the autumn, and the Chancellor has already announced some measures to protect those people until the autumn. So in April there's the £150 that is there for the majority of people, and £200 for everybody in the autumn. It is very volatile. It's a changing situation. The Chancellor has put in a package of measures. It's the biggest single tax cut in personal tax in quarter of a century, and we do hope that we'll be supporting those on the lowest incomes.
Shell has quadrupled its profits. Why can't they pay a windfall tax and help cut people's fuel bills?
So I understand there's a call for a windfall tax, which is what I think you're referring to, and there's a number of reasons why that isn't the answer to this problem. The first is that it's short-term, so it's a one-off windfall tax, whereas the measures that the Chancellor has put in place are long-term measures, long-term cutting of taxes for working people. The second is that we want to see those companies invest. We want to see them invest their profits for two reasons. One is we need energy security, and the second is we want them to transfer to renewable energies and invest in that. Thirdly, they already pay significant amount of taxes, so they already pay double what other companies are paying in corporation tax. In fact, over double. They're at 40%, whereas corporation tax is at 19%, and they have paid £375 billion in production taxes.
Lucy Fraser, there are calls from quite a lot of Conservative backbenchers and even some ministers I've spoken to off the record to remove the renewable levies on people's fuel bills at this time. We know that when you pay your electricity bill, about 25% of what you're paying goes to renewable subsidies, often to big landowners, often to big conglomerates who are setting up nuclear energy facilities. Even with the best will in the world, if we want to see a move away from fossil fuels, isn't it now the time to do what they've done in Germany, to do what they've done in other countries, and just pause those renewable levies while people literally try and cope in the coming months as fuel bills go up in April and almost certainly up again in the autumn?
Well, doing that doesn't necessarily bring in the revenues that we would need and make a difference. And we do need to ensure that we move to renewables. So you mentioned nuclear there, and the government is investing significantly in nuclear. The plant in Sizewell in Suffolk. We do need to ensure that we have energy security. We've seen what's happening in the war in Ukraine and what happens when we rely on foreign countries to provide our energy. So it's not just about renewable energy. It's ensuring that we have investment in our domestic energy security.
Lucy Fraser, Financial Secretary to the Treasury, most grateful to you for appearing here on GB News as part of our Spring Statement special.
Coming up, we'll be getting more reaction to the Chancellor's announcements. We speak to Shadow Economic Secretary to the Treasury, Tulip Sadiq MP. All that coming up. First, it's your news with Miranda.
Thank you. It's 3:30. The latest headlines from the GB newsroom. The Chancellor has announced tax cuts to help struggling families cope with the rising cost of living. From 6 o'clock tonight, fuel duty is being cut by 5 pence a litre. VAT is also being scrapped on energy-saving measures such as solar panels and insulation. And the threshold for paying national insurance will increase by £3,000 from July, saving employees around £330 a year.
Last year, I told the House I would cut taxes for hard-working families, but I would do so in a responsible and sustainable way. And today, I am delivering on that promise.
The Prime Minister says the government is taking legal action against P&O Ferries after it fired nearly 800 staff without notice. The company, which is offering staff £36.5 million in compensation, insists its actions were legal. The CEO, who's agreed to be questioned by MPs tomorrow, claims it was the only way to save the business. In Ukraine, there's been an agreement to try to evacuate civilians still trapped in towns and cities through 9 humanitarian corridors. That's according to the Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister. No agreement was made for the besieged city of Mariupol, where 100,000 citizens have been left with no food, water or medicine as Putin's forces surround the city. Firefighters are dealing with a chemical incident at London's Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park. The London Fire Brigade says it's due to a chemical reaction at the Aquatic Centre, where a high quantity of chlorine gas was released. Around 200 people were evacuated from the building. Some were treated for breathing difficulties. Well, you're up to date. More on today's news stories at the top of the hour. But back now to Liam and Gloria.
Now, with thousands of families and individuals struggling across the UK, has the Chancellor done enough?
Joining us now to talk about what this spring statement means for the hardest hit is Helen Barnard. She's Deputy Director at the Joseph Rowntree Foundation. Helen, great to have you with us as ever. What are your thoughts on what you heard from Rishi Sunak? Did he do enough for the most vulnerable in our society?
To be honest, I was quite shocked at how little he did. I really didn't think he was going to do this. So essentially, there was next to no help for people on the lowest incomes. So if you're disabled, if you've got a young baby, if you're caring for somebody for a lot of your week, nothing at all really for those people. And the key thing, as you'll know, is those people's benefits are going up by 3.1%. Inflation today was 6.2%. It's going to be heading up to 8% this year. That means actually a real terms cut in their incomes, and it's something around £500 whilst they're facing more expenses. The Chancellor, I'm afraid, today told those people they're on their own to face this over the next few months, and I'm incredibly disappointed.
Just tell us what the prospects for child poverty levels are at the moment.
Well, so when we were looking at, before this, what would happen to poverty levels if they didn't uprate benefits with inflation, and it's going to be around 400,000 more people are likely to be pulled into poverty by this. This is just an enormous wave of poverty that's going to be sweeping the country. And I think you're going to see charities out there, you're going to see food banks and debt advice and all those charities supporting those people, but there is no way they can meet the scale of this crisis. That needed the Chancellor to step in, and he failed that challenge today.
Helen, I'm also surprised at what he didn't do in terms of the poorest and most vulnerable. As you say, and again, I think it's a number we can't stress enough, benefits are going to go up by 3.1%. That's last September's rate of inflation at a time when inflation is going to head for 8% and even beyond at some point in the next year. And yet you've got so many red wall seats where there is disproportionate amounts of low-income and vulnerable households, which the Tories need to regain to win the next general election. It seemed to me politically a little bit cack-handed.
I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? It kind of feels like it is the tension between Chancellor and Prime Minister. So it seems stating the Chancellor wanted to be able to say, I am a tax-cutting Chancellor. That was his top priority. And that's what he did. But what that meant is that if you take the money they're spending, it is basically directed at middle and higher income people. So even the national insurance threshold change, which I think is a good policy on its own terms, but more than half of the money they're putting into that will go to the richest half of the country. So as a response to a cost of living crisis that's landing on the poorest, it's a complete misfire, even if it's the right policy in a kind of on its own terms. So that desire to be able to say, look, I'm cutting taxes, I think conflicts with the red wall seats and the levelling up agenda, because it is those people who the Prime Minister promised he would stand by. It is those people who were left on their own today.
And if we're talking about benefits, we're talking about pensioners, we're talking about those who are out of work, we're also talking about those who are in low-paid work. If there is a demographic, a group of people that you are particularly worried about, is it possible to paint a picture for us?
So I think one of the groups we should be most worried about is disabled people.
Right.
Because if you look at over the pandemic, the benefits they were reliant on weren't boosted during the pandemic. They were left out of that. They are people who already face higher costs and have lower incomes. And, you know, we're already hearing about people who are not only having to skip meals and keep the heating off, they're also not being able to afford medication and equipment that they need for their health condition. And that is a group that it feels like they've been overlooked again and again. And that's again been the case today. And I think, you know, morally, it's just a very odd decision to decide that you're not going to protect that kind of most vulnerable group from the pressures that are coming down the line for everyone.
Well, Helen Barnard of the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, always good to have you here on GB News. Thanks for your time. Thanks for joining us from Leeds.
Now, if you've been with us, you'll know we've sent our team of GB News reporters around the country to speak to ordinary people, ordinary businesses, asking what the government can do to help them beat the squeeze.
We're crossing over now to our London reporter, Alice Porter. She is in Chigwell with Palami Debnath, an independent jewellery designer, and she is impacted by high prices on wholesale goods and a lack of provisions for the high street. Alice, what does your guest think of the Chancellor's statement?
I'm just trying to see which angle. Hello there, good afternoon. Yes, I've come to Chigwell to speak to Palami about your business and how your sort of reaction really to the spring statement. I mean, what are your sort of initial sort of thoughts really on it? I must say, Alice, that there were some good points, but most of all, I'm quite deflated. As a family of 3 and as a middle-class family and also a small business owner, I don't think the spring budget or the announcement has done really any effective and any kind of changes to the living cost and the rise of cost for everything. So should we go into... Well, so I was going to ask you about the employment allowance, because that's obviously a good news for small businesses, that's going to be going up to £5,000, but you don't employ anyone else, you run the business yourself. So is that something that's not going to particularly benefit you? Unfortunately, no. Directly, it won't benefit me because I'm a sole trader. I work from my home studio and I do everything myself. And if I scale up, that probably like in 2-3 years plan. But it does help our small business community because I know there are micro businesses who would benefit from it. So that is one of the good points as a community. But personally, it doesn't benefit me. Now, there, of course, has been the fuel duty cuts by 5p, and there'll be some people sort of are really pleased by that. Obviously, you're not commuting, you're working from home, but that could have a sort of knock-on effect, I suppose, in terms of any deliveries you're getting of materials. Absolutely. So I source my materials and supplies domestically and some from Europe, and 100% it will definitely affect the price. We have already seen the price rise. Honestly, what I bought in August, exactly like for like, it has gone up by 30%. So that cost rise will certainly be passed on to our customers. And with such a saturated market in handmade jewellery and fashion jewellery market, if I have to increase my price, I will lose out on my market share. And we are a small business. Every business counts. So it is not the right time. This is the year of revival. This is the year should have been where we would be given some benefits, some kind of tools, some kind of help to make us survive and thrive again. Maybe next year and the year after could have been this kind of changes and cuts. But right now, all we need is the support from our government. And I don't think we got that from today's announcement. I mean, obviously there's been a lot of emphasis on renewable energy, on issues to do with solar panels, but I think I'm getting the impression from you that's not where you feel that the support was needed. Absolutely not. I mean, right now we have just come out, if I can say that, from a pandemic, and we are already struggling with businesses, high street, brick and mortar, online business. Everybody's just trying to survive and, of course, pivot and do what they can do. If you talk to a family of 3 like myself or a personal owner or from just personal perspective,
I don't have the budget to invest in solar panel. I believe in sustainability. My business is built on sustainability. But for that to invest, I don't have the money or budget right now. So that benefit, it will not affect us at all. But what could have affected us was literally not putting money in the energy companies. They are rich companies. They don't need extra money. The money of the full price could have been frozen to help the small business community and any business community, and especially the working class. Because look at our bottom line, our bill, you're looking at council tax, you're looking at energy bills, you're looking at mortgage prices. If we could freeze those prices, that would have affected us in a positive way. But incentivizing to buy solar panel, as much as I support that, it's not going to help us not even in long run. Short run, yes, no, absolutely not even in long run.
Well, look, thank you so much for speaking to me today. I really, really appreciate it. I think it gives you a flavour there of how some small businesses are feeling. Yes, there are some, good additions here for some businesses, particularly those who employ other people. But when it comes to a business like Palomi's, it's there's not enough in the spring statement to make it worthwhile.
Thank you. Alice Porter there, GB News correspondent with Paluni Debnath, small business owner in Chigwell.
Now, as we've been hearing, Labour have greeted the Chancellor's spring statement with scepticism, suggesting there's a fantasy element to it. The Shadow Chancellor said she feels like Alice in Sunak's Wonderland. Joining us now is Tulip Siddiq MP, the Shadow Economic Secretary to the Treasury. Tulip, welcome. Does the Labour Party support the 1p cut in income tax that we're all going to get in 2024?
Well, I would say to you that we feel it's a very cynical move. Why is it 2024? Is there any reason why that year stands out to you, Gloria? Is there an election coming in 2024? Is that why it's happening? Those are the questions that we want to ask. We obviously want to see the details of the tax cut, but I really want to know why the Chancellor, if he really supports it, didn't bring it in immediately. Why is he waiting till 2024? Is it because there's an election?
Would Labour spend even more? Do you want the state to be even bigger than it currently is, Tulip Siddiq?
What Labour would do, and we've said this repeatedly, is that we would have a windfall tax on oil and gas companies. You've heard yourself, they've said they have more money than they know what to do with. They've talked about how they have lots of cash to spend. Well, I can tell you one thing, my constituents who are writing to me at the moment, who are squeezed by the cost of living crisis, could do with a bit of that money. The tax that we've talked about, the windfall tax, would take off £600 of people's household energy bills. That would make a massive difference to my constituents in Hampstead and Kilburn and people around the country. What I would say to you is that the OBR has just said the cost of living crisis is the hardest to hit household incomes on record. Inflation is the highest it's been in 30 years. It's the highest it's been since I was 9 years old, Gloria. So I really think the Chancellor needs to come up with something better, more comprehensive, and like Rachel said over and over again, he's got to get away from this Sunak land. If he comes to Hampstead and Kilburn, he will see how people are struggling with the real cost of living. It's petrol, it's food, it's about heating their homes. It's really difficult out there, and he shouldn't be sitting there politicking with people's lives.
He has cut fuel duty by 5 pence. If you are earning up to £12,570, you will pay no national insurance or income tax. He's saying he's doing his bit.
First of all, not everyone has a car, is the first thing that I would say. The second thing I would say to you is that he initially wanted to increase national insurance contributions for everyone. We really campaigned hard to make sure that didn't happen because we think that's the wrong thing to do at the wrong time. When there's such a huge cost of living crisis at the moment, we don't think he should be doing that. He then did a semi-U-turn, which I don't think is adequate, I don't think is satisfactory, and the OBR itself has pointed out, if you look at the documents, that for every £6 that he'll be taking, we only get £1 back. So he's done a somewhat U-turn, but in my opinion, it's just not enough. We haven't seen that the Chancellor really understands the cost of living crisis. So in my opinion, the national insurance contribution is a mad thing to do right now. We should be halting it, and we should be looking at other policies that eases the burden for households right now in this country.
During the Labour Party conference back in the autumn, Gloria and I listened to Rachel Reeves' speech very closely. She mentioned she wanted to scrap business rates, which, of course, you'll know, Tulip Sadiq, many small businesses find very hard to pay. We very much highlighted that statement by Rachel Reeves, and she repeated it today. But she hasn't said, and the Labour Party hasn't said, how you would replace or offset the 25 to 30 billion pounds which business rates raise each year. Yes, you'll get lots of plaudits and good headlines for saying you want to scrap business rates, but shouldn't a responsible opposition be explaining how you would raise that money instead?
Well, we've already talked about the windfall tax, which, by the way, could I say that the CEO of BP, the former CEO of BP, Lord Brown, has actually said it's a good idea. So if you've got the former CEO of BP saying that a Labour policy is a good idea, I think we can say it's probably a good recommendation. But I would also say that we're 2 years away from an election. We have to see how the situation changes. We've obviously had the pandemic. We have a war in Ukraine at the moment. We need to look at how the regulatory framework and the environment changes, and then we will be putting forward policies, as you say, a responsible opposition should do. But what we will not be doing, I can assure all of you, Liam and Gloria, is we will not be raising taxes for people who are struggling in the cost of living crisis now, and cutting taxes for people who own multiple properties, have multiple sources of income, and paying less tax than their tenants do. That's not what the Labour Party will be doing.
No, you've got to go. Just forgive me. One very last question from me, and then we promise we will let you go. Just looking at the last few years of the political argument, Labour have talked about the cost of living crisis. The Tories have often talked about getting the public debt under control. That's sort of been the political argument since when I was an MP back in 2010. It hasn't ended well for Labour. Are you conscious of that? Do you worry about that?
What I worry about is my constituents writing to me. If you spend one day in my inbox, Gloria, what you will see is that people are making the choice between turning on the heating and eating, and that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the fact that energy bills have increased so much. Just before I came on TV, even my staff member who works for me was telling me that his energy bills has increased dramatically, and this is someone who works in my office. This isn't a joke. We have to go to different parts of the world, of the country, to find out how much it's affecting people. The price of food is going up. That's what we need to be focusing on right now. So if you're asking me, who is it going well for? It certainly isn't going well for this government.
Tulip Sadiq, Economic Secretary to the Treasury. Shadow, great to have you on our show. We really appreciate your contribution to our GB News Spring Statement Special. And I should just say for balance, yes, the CEO, ex-CEO of BP, John Brown, has indeed backed that windfall tax, but he is a Labour peer. I think we should make that clear.
Very good. I didn't know that. Well, we've heard a lot from English people on how the Chancellor's statement affects them. But what about people in Wales? Our reporter, Lilith Hewitson, has spoken to Andrew R.T. Davis, the leader of the Welsh Conservatives, to get his reaction.
Plan to help with the cost of living that everyone's facing at the moment, whilst also supporting Ukraine in their battle with the Russians and growing the UK economy so we all benefit. And the rise in the threshold on national insurance, the cut in fuel duty, and above all, helping employers with employment decisions by lifting allowances there is really to be welcomed. The Chancellor said that borrowing does come with a cost, and he highlighted how over the next 12 months, the country will be spending £83 billion servicing its national debt. £83 billion. When you think in Wales, the government spends in total only about £20 billion. That is a significant servicing that we've got to do for the national debt. So the plan that the Chancellor put on the table was one to help hard-pressed families with the fuel duty cut, the NI increase in allowances, whilst also drawing the obvious attention to the liabilities that we have to service and making sure the economy continues to grow so we can service those liabilities, keep people in employment, and make sure that we respond to the cost of living pressures that people face. A coherent plan that will be delivered by a Chancellor who has his finger on the pulse.
And what do you think the future looks like for people, specifically here in Wales, who are currently struggling with the cost of their bills and the general cost of living?
Well, we know there are difficulties. We know there are pressures on household budgets. That's what this spring statement was responding to, and previous announcements that the Conservatives have responded to, being Welsh Labour government a coherent plan to grow the Welsh economy, to make sure we deliver quality jobs. Don't forget, since the start of devolution, a Scottish and Welsh worker at the beginning of devolution used to take home the same wage. Today, a Welsh worker takes home £60 a week less in their pay packets than that equivalent Scottish worker. Imagine the difference to deliver those sort of wages across the whole economy. But the basket of measures that the Chancellor's brought forward, from the fuel duty cut, the rise in threshold on national insurance, the rise in allowances when it comes to employment allowances for employers, show a continuation of the government's plan to keep people in work, getting decent wages, and making sure the economy maintains its fast regrowth after the COVID crisis.
Lily Hewitson there with Andrew R.T. Davis of the Welsh Assembly.
Let's get some news from Scotland now and talk to GB News Scotland reporter David Donaldson. Davey, what's the mood?
Yeah, the news here, well, the mood really is, I think, it's replicated across the UK, that the Chancellor really hasn't done enough to help families who are already struggling. We've got the cost of living crisis, we've got an ongoing fuel crisis, we look at inflation, things are clearly going to get much worse. And I think the national insurance, £2,000, really hasn't gone far enough. That's a general feeling, certainly up here. I've just spoke to Liz Smith, the Finance Secretary, the Scottish Shadow Finance Secretary, and tried to put a gloss on it by saying that the measures were enough. But really, in reality, I think we all know that that's simply not the case. And if you look at other people, other reaction across the board, across Scotland, we've got Ian Blackford, who says that Rishi Sunak has made a political choice by increasing taxes and says families have no room for manoeuvre. So that's certainly the thoughts of the SNP, and I think that will be replicated pretty much across the country as well. I think most people feel that. The Scottish Liberal Democrats have come out and said families were looking to the Chancellor to offer them hope. Instead, he is adding to their pain by refusing to scrap this unfair tax rise. So that's the general feeling across Scotland here. I think most people will really believe that nothing's been done, certainly not much has been done enough, and in terms of helping people during what is a very, very, very difficult time. And you look at bills going up by £700 a year, maybe up to £1,000, heating and bills and gas bills in that context, and then obviously you've got this, the fuel, drop in fuel duty by 5 pence. Well, really, it's a drop in the ocean, isn't it, when you see the huge cost in fuel that is rising day after day.
David Donaldson there at the Scottish Parliament. Holyrood, we'll get more reaction from you, I'm sure, over the coming days to the Chancellor's spring statement. Let's get the final word from Vicky Price, Chief Economic Advisor at the Centre for Economic and Business Research. I'll tell you what strikes me, Vicky. He's putting up national insurance now, and in a year or two's time, he's going to cut the basic rate of income tax. There's a lot of political gamesmanship going on here.
There is certainly a certain amount of that. I have to say, just listening to what everyone's been commenting on, and the comments have been quite negative about what the Chancellor has said today. And we may get more support coming, of course, which he may well have to do. It just strikes me that if he had just postponed the NI increase, he wouldn't have had to do any of those other things that people are saying, well, it's not, maybe perhaps also the 5p cut in fuel duty. It would have been so much simpler, and he would have had loads of plaudits. And it is basically, I think, the Treasury saying, no, we absolutely need our money, and he needs to be proven to be the sort of Chancellor who gets finances back into some normality. And we can see how he's hoping that he's going to achieve that over the next few years by huge reductions in the deficit to GDP ratio, for example. So it's so strange that he didn't do it.
Very briefly, if you were worried this morning about making ends meet, you're still going to be worried this afternoon, aren't you? Is that the bottom line, Vicky Price?
Oh, absolutely. And maybe get a car that doesn't use so much petrol as the next step, I think, for all of us. But yes, it is a serious problem.
Great to have you with us on the show as ever, Vicky. You made a huge contribution. We are most grateful. You've been watching our Spring Statement special here on GB News. That's all from us.
There is continuing coverage of the Chancellor's statement throughout the evening. But next, it is the wonderful Colin Brazier. Thank you for your company this afternoon.
Hello, Alex Deacon here with your latest weather updates. Plenty of sunshine around today and more to come over the next few days, even into the weekend, staying dry and sunny and pretty warm by day. The nights, though, still a little chilly. High pressure is responsible, sitting just to the east of us at the moment, but it's slowly moving back towards the UK. It's going to be sitting right over us through Friday and the weekend. There will be a little bit more clouds spilling in through the evening and overnight into western Scotland, maybe Northern Ireland too. And we could again see some mist and fog patches over parts of northeast England down towards Lincolnshire. One or two very isolated showers today. They're fading away overnight. We could just see one or two more creeping into western Scotland. For most, though, dry and clear and chilly. Temperatures down to 1 or 2 degrees, even in towns and cities. Some rural spots likely to see a few pockets of frost on Thursday morning. Could be a few patches of mist and fog as well, but again, they should be gone by mid-morning. A cloudier day for Northern Ireland, western Scotland. And again, the very small chance of seeing an isolated shower over northern England, but the vast majority dry and fine and warm again after that chilly start by the afternoon, 16 to 18, maybe 19 in the London area. We could again see 20 Celsius. 1 or 2 scattered showers across northeast Scotland through the evening, but again, they should fade away, as should any of those showers over northern England too. So again, dry and clear for much of the night as we head into Friday. And again, a little bit chilly first thing on Friday, but then again, a fine day with plenty of blue sky, plenty of sunshine around, a bit more cloud at times, maybe for southern Scotland, Northern Ireland, maybe a bit misty around some coasts of Northern Ireland too, but generally another warm one. Temperatures well above average for the time of year, 7 or 8 degrees above in places, peaking in the mid to high teens once more. That high pressure, as I said, is moving in and likely to stick around even into the weekend. So chilly nights, fine, warm, sunny conditions by day.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it's certainly